Chapter 1751. The Earth Element as Ferocious as a Tiger. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhengtong took his time. He first used a basic spell to probe Mo Fan. The truth was, he was not trying to test Mo Fan, he was just mocking him. The ground was covered in sand, making it perfect for using the Earth Element. Zhengtong easily completed the basic spell of the Earth Element. He was planning to use Earth Wave to teach Mo Fan a lesson when he noticed Mo Fan was still slowly drawing the Earth Element star orbit. He could not help but chuckle. The man was too slow. Normally, people would have finished channeling their intermediate spells by now. It seemed like he had chosen a weakling as his opponent. He did not mind. He decided to have some fun fooling around with the man. He knew how difficult it would be for him to graduate from the school. He always felt better after he came here to bully some rookies. Zhengtong was very patient, waiting for Mo Fan to finish the basic Earth spell. They were sharing the same ground. Wasn't it obvious who would have control over it? Rock Fangs. Mo Fan finally made his move. His hands emitted a golden-brown glow as he focused his attention on the ground below Zhengtong's feet. Something began to grow rapidly underground. A rock resembling a beast's fang sprang up at Zhengtong. Zhengtong was expecting a slight movement from the Earth Wave, which would be merely a little breeze for him, so he was astonished when the terrifying rock erupted out of the ground and almost went through his pants. Zhengtong reacted fairly quickly. He rolled away on the ground and barely dodged the deadly rock fang. What magic is that? Zhengtong crawled to his feet and blurted out in a strange voice. It's the Earth Element, Rock Fang, Crocodile Snap. Mo Fan moved both his hands simultaneously. Zhengtong was still recovering from the shock when he noticed several rock fangs approaching from 10 meters away on his left. Even though they were made of stone, they still looked extremely sharp. Several other rock fangs were also coming from the right. Zhengtong felt like he was stuck in a swamp, with a huge rock crocodile showing its teeth above the mud. Rock barrier. Zhengtong quickly cast the intermediate earth spell to defend himself. Boulders emerged at his sides to protect him, but the strength of the fangs was too overwhelming. The fangs punched through the boulders made of normal rocks and continued to press forward. They almost pierced through Zhengtong's body. The fangs were getting closer, forcing Zhengtong to remain motionless. His legs began to tremble. He stared at the sharp fangs now merely inches from him in fear and disbelief. Withdraw! At Mo Fan's command, the sharp golden-brown fangs immediately turned into dust and fell apart, scattering across the ground. Zhengtong remained in the same posture for quite some time, even though the fangs were gone. He stared as Mo Fan walked closer, looking at him as if he was a monster. Relax, relax. Mo Fan patted Zhengtong on the shoulder. How did you do it? That's impossible, you were only using the basic spell of the Earth Element. How did it change so much? Zhengtong stammered. Control. A basic spell can have various forms too, if your control is good enough. Like this. Flying sand rocks. Mo Fan raised his hand. The ground ahead began to tremble, and the sand and rocks on it sprang into the air. The sand and rocks turned golden brown as they flew through the air. They were targeting the wooden dummy at the center of the training ground, and shredded it into pieces in less than 2 seconds. Zhengtong wasn't the only one staring with wide eyes, as the spell also attracted the attention of the rest of the students at the training ground. They were curious to know what spell Mo Fan was using. The Earth Element would normally transform so remarkably only after the eyes of the Rock Demon were unlocked at the advanced level. Only those with outstanding comprehension and the help of soul seeds could cast spells other than the standard Earth Wave and Rock Barrier. Control, Zhengtong was lost in thought. Didn't control over an element only come into play after reaching the advanced level? Could this guy be an advanced mage? Zhengtong was about to ask Mo Fan that, but saw he was already leaving the training ground. Doesn't he look familiar? A student practicing his ice element asked aloud. Ah? You think so, too? He's indeed very familiar. He looks like the genius of our school, Mo Fan. Yes, that's him. Are you kidding now? How could Mo Fan be an Earth Mage? Zheng Tong froze in place. Something felt even more off after he heard the discussion between the other students. Finally, Zheng Tong realized something. He tried to look for Mo Fan, but Mo Fan had already disappeared into the crowd at the exit. Did he reach the super level? Super level. It was unreachable, like reaching the gates of the heavens, to students like Zheng Tong, who were merely passing their time in school. If that man was really Mo Fan, it meant he had become a super mage. Most importantly, he had just challenged a super mage to a duel. Mo Fan was even more satisfied with his earth element after he left the training ground. He had made so much progress with such little time. The super level had indeed opened up a whole new level of magic for him. Speaking of which, that guy's intermediate rock barrier didn't even stop my rock fangs. Mo Fan fondled his chin and felt extremely pleased with himself. The additional control from the super level could not give a basic spell extra damage. It could maximize the potential of the basic spell by altering its form, but a basic spell would never be comparable to an intermediate spell. However, Mo Fan's rock fangs managed to pierce through the defense of an intermediate spell. It showed how incredible the additional effect of his earth element was. It had made his rocks as sturdy as metal. Should I get myself an Earth Soul Seed, too? I believe the additional effect is stackable with a Soul Seed. Doesn't that mean it's even scarier than having dual Soul Seeds? He mumbled to himself. Well, I should test the additional effect of my Earth element for a few more days and figure out exactly what it does. It will help me find a more suitable Soul Seed. If the basic spell of his Earth element was already so impressive, how strong would his Earth element be if he had a Spirit Grade or Soul Grade seed, too? It was like the difference between the puppy of a hunting dog and the cub of a tiger. The hunting dog might become as fierce as a wolf after some training, but even if a tiger liked to sleep most of the time, it could still tear a well-trained hunting dog to pieces, let alone a tiger that had gone through intense training. Mo Fan's Earth element with the additional effect was just like the cub of a tiger. He would not mind spending all his savings on it, knowing how much room for improvement it had. Chapter 1752. The Impersonating Incident. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan returned to his apartment at a casual pace. Apis was still playing around with her plant element, meaning that Mui Nujiao was still occupied, too. Mo Fan pushed the door open and instantly saw a young woman standing in front of the bar in Snoopy underpants and a loose t-shirt. She was not surprised when she heard the door open. She grabbed a bottle of fruit wine and tugged the pants thoroughly, displaying her curves up. Her bottom even wriggled happily after it felt more comfortable. Jiajiao, do you want to drink with me? My mentor is so annoying. He didn't want to let me graduate with excellence. Unforgivable. Tutu called out. You either go shopping and eat or drink and sleep at home. There must be something wrong with the Pearl Institute system if you can graduate with excellence, Mo Fan replied, admiring the pleasant view. Bullshit, I'm very hardworking. Demon King, why is it you? Tutu turned around in shock and saw Mo Fan was already sitting on the couch. This is my place. It's been a while since I came back, so I came to check if my 2 canaries had brought other men back home, Mo Fan shot back. Wait, aren't you at Qinghai? Tutu looked at Mo Fan curiously. Qinghai? Why would I be in Qinghai? Mo Fan was confused. Check this out. Did you already sneak back to the Magic City after committing such a detestable crime? That's pretty quick of you, Tutu said. What do you mean by detestable crime? I have no clue what you're talking about. Mo Fan was struggling to keep up with Tutu's thoughts. He had no idea what she was rambling about. Tutu was rather confused, too. She quickly recalled something and ran to the dining table. She grabbed the newspaper and placed it in front of Mo Fan. Take a look at it yourself. the whole city is signing a petition to take you down. Take me down. Mo Fan was extremely confused. He took the newspaper and began reading it. He just finished the story when there was movement at the door. Apers and Nui Nujiao came in and changed into house slippers. Nui Nujiao glanced at Mo Fan before looking at Ari Tutu. She rolled her eyes and said, "Tutu, what the hell are you doing?" "What am I doing?" "Nothing, I just showed Mo Fan what he did." Ari Tutu protested. "Go back to your room and change." Nui Nujiao sighed. Ari Tutu only then realized what she was wearing. She glared at Mo Fan and shouted, "Ash asterisk asterisk asterisk, jerk. Hey, how is it my fault? It was you who stayed around for so long in that outfit. I was being kind enough by not pointing out how fleshy you are. Look at Jiajiao, look at Apers, and look at you," Mo Fan criticized without mercy. I'm going to kill you." Ari Tutu pounced at Mo Fan like an enraged kitten. Nui Nujiao immediately stopped her and herded her back to her room. "Right, Jiajiao, take a look at this, what the hell is going on?" Mo Fan handed the newspaper to Nui Nujiao. Nui Nujiao did not even look at the newspaper. She said, "I only learned about this not long ago too, so I came back with Apers straight away. You were clearly busy awakening your new element when the incident at Qinghai took place. How could you possibly be responsible for it? I was wondering if I had somehow learned the shadow clone jutsu." Mo Fan smiled. "Let me handle it. I'll ask Uncle Guo Liu to testify that you were with him when the incident happened," Nui Nujiao said. "That won't be necessary, I don't want too many people to know that I've reached the super level," Mo Fan stopped her. Mo Fan needed more time to cultivate after reaching the super level. If more people learned that he had reached the super level, it would surely bring him a lot of trouble. "True, you have a lot of enemies. They will realize how much of a threat you have become if they learn you are now a super mage," Nui Nujiao nodded. Many of the renowned clans would not treat Mo Fan seriously before he became a super mage, nor would they bother sending their elders to deal with him. However, that was no longer the same after Mo Fan reached the super level. The renowned clans would now no longer hesitate to pick on Mo Fan just because he was affiliated with the national team, nor would they care about their seniority. Mo Fan did not want to disclose the news about him reaching the super level so soon. He wanted to wait until his cultivation of the super level was stabler. Speaking of which, there was a similar incident 2 months ago, too. The government official in charge of the area happens to be a distant relative of our clan. He knew we were working closely with Fanshui Mountain, so he helped to suppress the news, Nui Nujiao told Mo Fan after she recalled something. "What happened?" Mo Fan asked suspiciously. "It was a small ore vein. Apparently, you brought a few of your friends to exterminate the demon creatures in it, but you ended up attracting another species of demon creatures there. The ore vein that was supposed to multiply the economy of the town turned into a den for demon creatures. The military had to send more men to defend the town. It was to the north of the Dongting Lake," Nui Nujiao said. "I've never been to the north of the Dongting Lake," Mo Fan stated firmly. "You haven't?" Nui Nujiao was surprised. "No, I went to the Thousand Islands Lake after coming back from Greece, then I went to Fanshui Mountain, then the Qinling Mountains after that. I came straight to the Magic City after coming back from the Qinling Mountains," Mo Fan related. "That's strange. I thought you, Zhao Manyang, and the others messed up, so we stopped the news from spreading by compensating them for the loss," Nui Nujiao said. "Why didn't you tell me about it?" Mo Fan wondered. "Your whereabouts have always been unpredictable. It's very difficult to find you," Nui Nujiao answered promptly. "True, but I've never done anything like that, including polluting the East Side Lake in Qinghai," Mo Fan informed her. Nui Nujiao thought for a while. She glanced at the news and asked, "What if someone is impersonating you?" "Obviously. At the very least, someone is using my name while doing these things." Mo Fan agreed. It only happened during the last few months, never in the past. "Why were they impersonating you?" The incident in Donghai got a lot of attention. Even the media was spreading the news. If you don't explain yourself to the public, many people are going to find trouble for you, Mui Nujiao warned him. I know, I'll clear my name. Mo Fan sighed. Perhaps someone is purposely defaming you. Mui Nujiao suddenly guessed. Mo Fan was startled. He did not think it was possible at first, but now that he thought about it, especially after recalling the guy who was impersonating him in front of the Pearl Institute, that was very likely to be the case. Help me search the news in other places and see if there are any similar incidents, Mo Fan asked her. Sure. Mui Nujiao agreed. Chapter 1753. Reputation in Ruins. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Don't even bother, your reputation is already done for. Ari Tutu's voice came from up the stairs. Ari Tutu had quickly put on some clothes. She came down the stairs angrily, waving a bunch of articles that she had cropped from the newspapers, and scattered them in front of Mo Fan. Mo Fan took a quick glance at the articles. They were mostly related to him. They mentioned his name and even had his photograph, yet he had never been to any of the places where the incidents occurred, nor did he commit the shameless offenses. Mo Fan quickly scanned through the articles again and asked Ari Tutu with a confused face, "Why are you collecting these?" "I'm doing it for Jiao Jiao. I want her to learn your true nature. Look at what you've done. Not only did you bring trouble to the small towns, you also laid your hands on the innocent women there. I seriously think Jiao Jiao and I should consider moving out from here. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time until you lay your hands on us." Ari Tutu piped up. "Isn't that what you've been looking forward to?" Mo Fan grinned. "Bullsh ***. People like you are the most detestable. You think you can just do whatever you want because of some achievements. I hate people like you the most." Ari Tutu spat back. "Tutu, that's enough," Mui Nujiao stopped Ari Tutu from grumbling endlessly. "You're still defending this **** even now? Look at what he has been doing lately. I heard a bunch of people are gathering to take him down. I bet the whole street is going to chase after him soon." Ari Tutu said. "Tutu, you should be more rational. The media was only making things up and emphasizing the negative side of things to get more attention," Mui Nujiao said. "Making things up? Look at this, and this, there was evidence too." Ari Tutu complained. "The culprits in these photographs are not Mo Fan. Someone must be impersonating him," Mui Nujiao sighed. "Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Are you so head over heels in love with him? He's clearly a bad guy, yet you still insist on defending him." Ari Tutu snarled. "What the heck are you saying?" Mui Nujiao rolled her eyes. She seriously wondered what Ari Tutu had going on in her head. Mo Fan looked at the articles Ari Tutu had collected about the crimes he had committed. He noticed that the incidents had only begun around 3 months ago. It was around the time he returned from Greece. "What do you think?" Mo Fan asked Mui Nujiao. "I feel like someone is behind all this," she stated. The incidents were only short periods of time apart, yet the media had reported every single one of them, including some incidents that had occurred in extremely remote places. It felt like someone was putting up an act while being filmed, just so the media could report it. "I think so, too," Mo Fan nodded. "They are purposely doing things that are going to ruin your reputation," Mui Nujiao continued. "These guys are truly disgusting. They better hope I don't get my hands on them." Mo Fan grunted. The incidents were mostly related to some detestable acts that would arouse public anger. Many people had begun to doubt his character as the winner of the World College Tournament. Mo Fan was quite popular in his homeland, so it was difficult to defame him. However, many incidents had been officially reported by the media, with photographs as evidence. The people quickly chose to believe that there were serious problems with Mo Fan's character. Mo Fan had a lot of enemies in China, especially the renowned clans. They were stirring up havoc behind the scenes to make matters worse, beginning to fan the flames of doubt among the people. As a result, more people had sided against him, while the others that were clueless about the truth had tagged along as busybodies. After all, even Ari-Tutu, who was quite familiar with Mo-Fan, had assumed he was responsible for the incidents, let alone the people that did not really know Mo-Fan personally. The pollution in Qinghai is going to be a huge problem. It might become the fuse, Mui Nujiao said. I know that. It's my fault for being too low-key, allowing those idiots to take advantage of it and impersonate me easily. The people won't believe me even if I try to explain myself. I can only get some peace if I find the culprit behind everything, Mo-Fan sighed. Yes, and I doubt this is going to be the end of it. You rarely show yourself in public, so even though many people know who you are, they don't really know what kind of a person you are, which allows people with malicious intent to take advantage of you, Mui Nujiao went on. Keeping a low profile turned out to be a mistake. Mo-Fan shook his head helplessly. He was amused by how the whole thing had ended up. He was supposed to be the victim, yet he had to take the blame instead. I must learn the super lightning spell as soon as possible. I seriously don't know how to handle this. Jiao, do you have any good suggestions? Mo-Fan asked her. It's not that easy to clear your name. After all, people in many places have indeed suffered great losses from the incidents. They need someone to blame for their losses, and since they don't know that the culprits were impersonators, they ended up venting all their anger on you. Even if you try to clear your name, they will still think you are involved somehow. After all, the incidents only happened because people were impersonating you to ruin your reputation. Mui Nujiao pointed out. That's true, Mo-Fan agreed with her. How about this? I'll collect information on the recent incidents and see if we can compensate them for the losses, Mui Nujiao said. Why do we have to compensate them for their losses? I had nothing to do with them. Mo-Fan's eyes widened. I know you didn't do anything, but the people won't believe you. People are the most irrational when they are driven by anger after suffering incredible losses. They do not even care who's actually responsible, they just need a way to vent their frustration and someone to blame. I've scanned through the articles. Apart from the pollution in Qinghai, the rest aren't as serious as the news mentioned. We can easily pacify the people with some compensation. We'll then prove that you are innocent to them, and tell them they were tricked by impersonators. They will slowly accept the truth instead of assuming you're trying to shift the blame because they can't think straight. When the truth eventually comes to light, they will realize that you had nothing to do with the incidents, and they will be extremely grateful for what you did, Mui Nujiao said. Mo-Fan stared at Mui Nujiao with his mouth open. Jiao, you will be a very good public relations officer if you were working in a company. Mo-Fan complimented her. Chapter 1754. Bus Trip. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan did not expect Mui Nujiao to use such an approach to deal with the matter. However, when he calmed down and analyzed the situation, it was true that people were only looking for a way to vent their anger and frustration while they were not thinking straight. I'll handle it for you. You should disappear and focus on your cultivation for some time. Once the wind starts to blow in the opposite direction, you will show yourself and clear your name. You won't have to waste your time running around in vain for now, Mui Nujiao said. All right, Mo-Fan nodded. Ari-Tutu was still holding a grudge against Mo-Fan. She blurted out, Jiao, you have almost become this Demon King's personal assistant. Why are you being so nice to him? Let him settle his own mess. I'm hoping that he can be the ambassador of my high school for mags. I don't want his reputation to be ruined, Mui Nujiao smiled and responded naturally. Mo-Fan was very inept about matters like this. He was glad that Mui Nujiao was willing to help. Mo-Fan cast his thoughts aside and prepared to focus on his cultivation. The Pearl Institute was a suitable place for him to cultivate in seclusion. The facilities and the atmosphere would urge him to work diligently. Mo-Fan knew he was currently in the teeth of the storm. He decided to put on a pair of frameless black glasses and perm his hair. He also let his fringe cover his forehead. He suddenly went from a clean, manly, passionate young man to a quiet gentleman. He was able to blend into the students of the Pearl Institute easily. Mo Fan was well behaved, and spent a peaceful week at the Pearl Institute. He kept seeing the same young girls taking a few sneak peeks at him while they were pretending to take some rest from their studies at the spots where Mo Fan usually went for his meditation. As he thought, his charm was still undeniable even when he was not interacting with anyone, feeding his narcissism. One day, Mo Fan sat on the grass under a huge tree at dawn just like usual. He enjoyed meditating here because of the fresh air. Morning! Mo Fan noticed an ordinary-dressed woman placing a huge newspaper down beside a flower bush less than 5 meters away before sitting on the ground. Mo Fan greeted the woman casually. He kept stumbling into her over the week, even though they would mind their own business most of the time. They just greeted one another casually. Morning, the woman replied with a smile. She was the shy but polite kind. Mo Fan did not flirt with the woman any further. He was about to close his eyes to focus on practicing the complicated Lightning Star Palace when he noticed the woman still staring at him from the corner of his eye, like she had something to say to him. Mo Fan turned to the woman and asked, "What is it?" "Are you an Earth Mage?" the woman asked softly. "Yeah," Mo Fan confirmed with a nod. Mo Fan was able to hide his lightning element well, but was still struggling to hide his earth element. The presence of the earth magic would sometimes linger close to him. "Oh. Well, I've joined the Earth Element Club. The club is holding an unusual gathering that is open for students of our school. Are you interested in it?" the woman asked. "A gathering for students with the Earth Element?" Mo Fan had never participated in gatherings like this, but it was actually quite important for elemental magic. Since Mo Fan was a total newbie with his Earth Element, he might be able to prevent his Earth Element from going astray by listening to other Earth Mags' experiences. "Sure, I was planning to practice my Earth Element." "The gathering is perfect," Mo Fan said. "Deal, we'll meet at the south entrance tomorrow morning," the woman smiled. Mo Fan nodded. He did not speak any further and focused on practicing his Earth Element now. The next day, Mo Fan went to the south entrance of the school like he had promised. He noticed 30 to 40 people gathering at the entrance, each carrying some luggage. Mo Fan was the only one that showed up empty-handed. "Over here." Dao Jing waved her hand. Mo Fan went over to Dao Jing after he saw her. He noticed 2 other male students standing beside her. They were inspecting him with hostile looks. They were obviously wondering why Dao Jing had invited another man to tag along for the gathering. "What is the coach for?" Mo Fan asked curiously, glancing at the coach in front of the entrance. "Ooh? Did I forget to mention?" Dao Jing patted herself on the head and said apologetically, "We are going to Dingcheng. A senior suggested we take a coach so we can enjoy the pleasant scenery along the highway. It also gives us enough time to share our experiences with one another." "You didn't tell me we were leaving Shanghai," Mo Fan protested. "You didn't even prepare before coming here." "You're such a weirdo," the man with a slick-back hairstyle beside Dao Jing said in displeasure. He did not expect to have an uninvited guest. Even though they were planning a gathering, it was going to be a little trip with some adventure. A trip like this was perfect for people to develop some intimate relationships. "My bad, I forgot to mention it." "I'm sorry, I guess I won't be going then," Dao Jing said. "Of course not," the man with slick-back hair immediately denied. "It's such a rare opportunity. Dingcheng, right? Let's go. I can just buy the stuff I need when we arrive," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan did not want to be a letdown, since he was already here. Besides, he had to disappear for some time, too. There were too many disturbances around him, especially with the people that kept pouring filthy water on him. It was not a bad idea to enjoy some peace somewhere else by tagging along with a group of strangers. He could cultivate during the trip and slowly familiarize himself with the earth element. Even though both Zhong Xiaohu and Zhao Manyang had awakened the earth element too, people's earth elements did not necessarily have the same path. Mo Fan needed more information and knowledge to figure out his own path for the earth element. "Get in," Mo Fan waved at Dao Jing, signaling her that he was ready to go. Dao Jing was obviously feeling sorry for Mo Fan. She sat down beside him after getting on the coach. It immediately set off the man with slick back hair. He was the kind that did not know how to conceal his feelings. He stood beside Mo Fan. "I'm switching seats with you, you will take the one behind," the man with slicked back hair stated in a commanding voice. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and looked at the man. "Zhu Donghao, what are you doing?" Dao Jing could not stand it any further, and glared at the man. "I just think that we will have more stuff to talk about, since we have known one another for so long," Zhu Donghao said defensively. Chapter 1755. Rock Carp. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhu Donghao did not dare behave recklessly in front of Dao Jing, but he kept glaring at Mo Fan, hinting that Mo Fan should give up on the seat. Mo Fan completely ignored him. The guy responded with a menacing look, clearly waiting to get some revenge. He sat on the back seat in a bad mood. The bus began to move. Mo Fan focused on practicing his control of the Earth element star orbits. He was finally able to complete the star orbit with ease after practicing it for more than a week. His casting speed had improved greatly, too. However, Mo Fan was not satisfied with just the basic spell of the Earth element. He used the abundant energy hoarded by Little Loach from its recent upgrade in an attempt to break through to the intermediate level of the Earth element. His Earth element would be a lot stronger after reaching the intermediate level. It was different from cultivating the element slowly, like he had in the past. He was confident that his Earth element could reach the intermediate level if he was diligent enough. He worked on it during the time the journey to Dingcheng was going to take. The people on the coach began chatting not long after Mo Fan closed his eyes. Mo Fan could hear them, but it did not distract him. "I heard Dingcheng always has rich resources of the Earth element. If I'm lucky enough to find an Earth Soul Seed there, I will be able to make a name for myself at school. Yeah, the place is rich in resources, but they are all hiding in the forest of rocks, which has terrain as complicated as a maze. There's no way we can find a Soul Seed, unless we have an experienced mentor with the Earth element guiding us. Finding a Soul Seed isn't as easy as plucking wild mushrooms by the side of the road," a relatively older student replied. He was the organizer of the trip to Dingcheng, having gathered a bunch of students with the Earth element for the trip. He had introduced himself prior to the departure. His name was Lin Chihui, and he was Dao Jing Sr. "So none of you has a Soul Seed, ha ha." Zhu Donghao laughed proudly. "Brother, what Soul Seed do you have?" "Silt Rock." Zhu Donghao subconsciously raised his voice as he answered proudly. "It will turn the ground under my target's feet into a swamp that is difficult to break free from whenever I cast my spells." "Impressive, doesn't that mean your opponent will struggle to move around?" "Of course. I would have a higher rank if my other element wasn't so useless," Zhu Donghao declared. "Speaking of which, Lin Chihui, aren't there rumors about some terrifying creatures showing up in Dingcheng?" "Are you sure it's safe for us to go there?" someone asked. "Don't worry, a few mentors with the Earth element from the Magic Association will be around. It will only take them seconds to take care of the creatures. There's nothing to worry about. We will benefit a great deal just from observing and learning from them." Lin Chihui answered firmly. The students chatted continuously on the coach. Mo Fan filtered out the useless information and took in the bits related to the Earth element that he found useful from their discussion while he was meditating. Everyone's path of cultivation was different, but it was not so obvious when they had only learned the Earth element at the basic level. However, the way people used their Earth element greatly differed once they reached the advanced level. Mo Fan remembered one of the gatekeepers from the Sacred Hall of Liberty in the United States of America was an Earth Mage. He had imbued his muscles with the magic of the Earth element to turn himself into a brown Hulk. He was unmatched in close combat. Mo Fan could not remember his name, but his way of using the Earth element was quite unique, surprising his opponents in fights. Mo Fan was not planning to use his earth element solely for defensive purposes. No matter how hard he worked, the defense of his earth element would never compare to a turtleshell mage like Zhao Manyang. The defensive ability of Manyan's earth element was ridiculous. 1. However, the earth element could be used to attack, and it could be very strong, too. Mo Fan was planning to look for a suitable Earth Soul seed during the trip to the famous Dingcheng, to start on his own path of the Earth element. Speaking of which, how did Vonnie of the European University Institute even do that? Mo Fan fell into deep thought. Mo Fan remembered when he snuck into the military town in Cairo and fought Vonnie, who was a very strong Earth mage. The Hillock whale he had cast had taken Mo Fan by surprise. The enormous rock whale that sprang out from the ground like the soil was water was big enough to devour an entire building. Its massive and sturdy body possessed great destructive strength. Not only could it smash anything into pieces, it could even slam down on its target like a moving mountain. Mo Fan had a strong first impression of Vonnie's spell. He was wondering how to summon a super rock whale from the ground and make his enemy tremble before its formidable presence. I will need at least the energy of the star constellation at the advanced level to summon such an enormous whale, Mo Fan was still thinking as he got down from the bus. They had yet to arrive at their destination. They were only getting a breather at a rest stop along the journey. Mo Fan was not going to take a piss. He went to a spot with solid ground, covered in grains of sand, and began to draw a star orbit. The 7 stars of the Earth element were connected with a single thought. It was a big improvement from his slow casting speed before. If he took too long to cast his spells, an enemy could easily dodge them, or even interrupt them. Hillock! Mo Fan pointed his finger at the ground his earth magic had covered. The ground cracked open quickly. A rock creature resembling a fish leapt out from the gap. Mo Fan was going to yell Hillock whale imperiously, but he was lost for words when he saw the rock fish leap into the air and break into dust after falling to the ground. That was no Hillock whale, it was only a golden brown carp. He wondered if he should take a picture of it and post it on his newsfeed to wish people good luck. Or, is the difference really that huge? Mo Fan rubbed the back of his head. Mo Fan was struggling to accept how big the difference was. Not only was the rock carp too small to fit on a plate, it had only reached a height of 2 meters with its leap. Its appearance was not that intimidating, either, and it had even failed to dive back into the ground. It had smashed itself into pieces instead. He needed more practice. Seriously, he needed a lot more practice. He had to reach the intermediate level. The rock carp he could summon then would be a lot bigger and stronger. Otherwise, people who knew him might call him an earth mage, but people who were clueless might think he was an entertainer. Chapter 1756. Element Banning Order. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. When Mo Fan returned to the coach, Dao Jing stared at him with a confused face. She finally asked, "What were you doing?" "Practicing my spell, but it's nothing like I imagined," Mo Fan sighed. "You seem pretty diligent, yet why is your cultivation not that impressive?" Dao Jing had to ask. "Maybe I just look diligent. Many times, I only went somewhere with fresh air and beautiful ladies to take a nap," Mo Fan laughed. Dao Jing was left speechless. He had somehow even complimented her when he was describing himself as lazy. "See, Dao Jing, I already told you that you should be careful of people who show up out of nowhere and try to get closer to you. They might have some ulterior motives. You shouldn't invite people like him again." Zhu Donghao spoke up quickly. Dao Jing could not care less about him. Mo Fan glanced at Zhu Donghao and shook his head speechlessly. A person with such a low EQ like him should not even bother trying to flirt with women. She only saw him as an acquaintance, yet he was already trying to control her with his male chauvinism. It would be ridiculous if Dao Jing was fond of someone like him. Inner qualities mattered. A man should be gentle and considerate, like him. Otherwise, why would Dao Jing take the initiative to invite him, instead of someone else? Dingcheng had been famous for a long time. It was the most influential Earth element city after Lhasa. Many Earth mags had gathered here. Mo Fan was only a primary school student when it came to the Earth element. He obediently followed the arrangement of the seniors of the Earth Element Club. He politely and humbly entered the city that had been completely built up using a kind of grey-white rock. It was not a residential city, but a military fortress. It did not have many forms of public transports like a normal city, and even the buildings were constructed with wood and stone. There was no sign of the reinforced glass, windows, elevators, and air conditioners that were common in a city. Only mags were allowed to enter a military fortress. Normal people, including merchants, were not allowed to enter. It was not discrimination against them, but because there was a chance for a military fortress to be invaded by demon creatures at any second. Normal people would not be able to protect themselves. After the coach made its slow way into the city, Mo Fan realized the city was a lot bigger than he had imagined. It had even broken the mold when choosing a suitable place to build a city. It was built on a mountain instead of a flatland. The mountain formed the foundation of the entire city. The grey-white buildings were like stairs up the mountainsides. The buildings were stacked on top of one another along the steep slope. Even the streets, watchtowers, and roads were elevated around the mountain. Mo Fan could see the entire side of the city from his angle, but from afar, it looked like the buildings were irregularly placed around a huge rocky mountain. It was both messy and in order. It was a strange sight, indeed. It's just like people have described it. Mo Fan exclaimed when he saw it better. The city played an important role in the country since it provided supplies of stone and earth element resources to a lot of cities. As the sea level rose, many headquarter cities had to set up their defenses and build long dams, greatly increasing the demand for stone supplies. Dingcheng had become a super factory, supplying the cities along the coastline with stone. Huge trucks were constantly heading north and south to deliver the supplies. Some described Dingcheng as the stone heart of China. Mo Fan could not help but agree with them after seeing it in person. The city was indeed like a huge pounding heart, pumping blood to the rest of the country. Strange, why are there so many soldiers in the city? Lin Chihui asked, looking confused. People are crowding at the entrance. Is there a queue to enter the city? Mo Fan went down the bus and saw the city gates were no longer allowing vehicles to drive inside. As a matter of fact, the vehicles were struggling to go anywhere since the entrance was crowded with people. Why aren't we allowed to enter the city? We've been living here for a long time. Is this how the military is going to treat us hunters? A mage dressed like a hunter shouted angrily. Yeah, so what if we aren't Earth mags? We've never heard of any cities that ban other elements. The noise kept growing. It was obvious that these people were trying to enter the city, yet the military had a strange order that denied their entry. A passage for Earth mags? Over here, we can take this. There's no queue here. Zhu Donghao found another entrance into the city. He quickly called the others over. Everyone on the coach was an Earth mage, hence they successfully entered the city after some checking. The hunters were even more displeased after seeing how the Earth mags were treated. However, the military was very strict with the order. The hunters did not dare cross the line. They could not do anything but complain at the entrance. Mo Fan was confused as he watched the people who had been stopped at the gates. Why was the city stopping mags with other elements from coming inside? Wasn't the Magic Association going to say something about it? The Magic Association was just as powerful as the military. There's another checkpoint. Dao Jing blurted out. There were battle mages standing in a straight line along the passage they had entered. They had an imposing bearing, like they were going to execute them on the spot if they dared to do anything reckless. You will have to comply with the rules once you enter the city, a battle maga with a high rank stated. What are the rules? Lin Chihui asked, at a loss now. He did not remember it being so complicated to enter the city. It used to be a free city with not many rules, mainly consisting of hunters and people that had come for training. It was rare to see the military here, but somehow, it felt like the military had taken over now. The battle maga did not answer Lin Chihui's question. She pointed at the element banning order on the board beside her, telling the group to read it themselves. Announcement. T. He City has been promoted to a first-tier rock city. Starting from midnight on the first day of the month, the city will activate the first-tier city barrier. During the process, elements other than the earth element will disrupt the stability of the barrier, hence the city has implemented an elements banning order to ensure that the barrier is formed successfully. All mags without the earth element are not allowed to enter the city. All mags will have to seal away elements other than the earth element. What kind of rules are these? Why have I not heard of them before? Lin Chihue yelled. You have never heard of them because you are ignorant. It's standard procedure when a city is forming its barrier, preventing other elements from disrupting the process. Otherwise, all the efforts put in to set up the barrier will be in vain, the battlemaga said impatiently. Senior, I think we learned that from the textbooks in primary schools, Dao Jing spoke up softly. Seriously? Lin Chihue blinked. It's true, it's necessary to ban other elements when a city barrier is activated for the first time. Most cities set up their barriers in the past, so it's rare to encounter a situation like this nowadays, Dao Jing nodded. How unfortunate, the city just had to be promoted to an elemental capital during our trip. Lin Chihue grumbled. The situation along the coastline is grim. The demand for stone is significantly higher than supply, so cities like this are playing an important role. It's only a matter of time before the military takes over. Luckily, the military didn't ban everyone from entering the city. Otherwise, we would have to go back. Chapter 1757. The Cave of Darkness. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. I have a question. How are you going to restrict the use of other elements? Do we have to refrain from using them ourselves? Dao Jing asked. The barrier core uses the earth element. If you want to enter the city, we'll apply a seal to your spiritual world that is tightly bound to the barrier core. The seal will separate the other elements in your body, preventing you from using them. As a matter of fact, when the barrier core is activated, the presence of the earth element within 50 kilometers from it will be overwhelming, thus reducing the level of other elements. Mags close enough might fail to cast spells of the other elements, the battlemaga said. What happens if we are in danger? Lin Chihue had to ask. You can choose not to enter the city. We were supposed to not let ANY visitors in during this time, the battlemaga snapped sharply. Lin Chihue was troubled. He turned around to discuss it with the others. Even though he was the organizer of the trip, he had to let the others decide if they were willing to seal their elements off. If the presence of the earth element is strong here, wouldn't we benefit from it if we cultivate it here? Dao Jing said. Yeah, this might actually be an opportunity for us. Apparently, some earth mags have managed to break through to the higher levels at times like this. Lin Chihue asked everyone in the group, and it was soon plain that no one was planning to leave. They all wanted to observe the barrier core in action. How about you? Dao Jing asked Mo Fan, who was not a regular member. I've already come here. There's no point to turning back now, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan did not mind sealing his other elements off temporarily. He had already decided to disguise himself as a student with the earth element while his reputation was still in ruins. It did not matter if he could not use his other elements, as long as his life was not in danger. The seal only prohibited his spiritual world from connecting with the outside world. It was not going to suppress one's spiritual world entirely, so Mo Fan was still able to meditate while his other elements were sealed. It would not stop him from practicing his Star Palace. His Star Palace was an ambitious project. The magic accelerators Zhao Manyang had bought for him were not effective at all, but Little Loach provided Mo Fan with great help after its recent upgrade. He believed he could learn the Super Lightning spell before the arranged duel with the man from the Zhu clan. Otherwise, he might not stand a chance against him. The battlemaga began to seal off their elements after the students gave their consent. A man in a light brown outfit came up and greeted the battlemaga with a gentle smile. Wenxia, why are you on duty here today? I don't feel like seeing those idiots. and don't you call my name. The Battlemaga drove the guy away impatiently. Fine, I'll be patrolling around the Dingcheng cave to prevent those annoying little demons from messing with our barrier, the man informed her. Wenxia simply ignored the man. She uttered coldly to Mo Fan, who was standing behind Dao Jing, next. She had been very efficient in sealing the students' elements. She was expressionless throughout the process, like an inspector stamping pork meat. However, her eye sharpened when it was Mo Fan's turn, as if she had noticed something. You are a student, too? Wenxia asked him seriously. Yeah, I'm from the Pearl Institute. Mo Fan took out his student ID. Dean Xiao had purposely given Mo Fan a new identity to help him with the disguise. Mo Fan had come prepared. Humph. Wenxia checked Mo Fan's ID and did not ask any more questions, but her eyes were filled with disbelief. She could easily determine a person's cultivation from the difficulty of sealing off their elements. She was having difficulty sealing Mo Fan's elements. If it wasn't for the barrier core, she would have failed to seal Mo Fan. Mo Fan's identity was valid, hence Wenxia felt there was no need to expose him. Many people had learned about the city's upgrade through different sources, so a lot of Earth mags had come to take advantage of it. The seal was placed beside a person's soul. Mo Fan tried using other elements after going into the city, but quickly confirmed his elements was muted. It felt like he had the log and the tinder, but it was still impossible to start a fire without oxygen. The presence of other elements was too lacking here. The unique walkways and stairs made of stone in the city were a dazzling sight. However, the soldiers patrolling the streets gave them a feeling that a war was going to break out at any second. The inn they were staying at was located at the middle of the mountain, and was also built with wood and stone. Mo Fan was able to see the other side of the large city behind the tall mountain. He roughly estimated the city to be around 3 times the size of Bo City, not to mention having so many buildings that were densely packed together. It would be very easy for people to lose their way among the buildings. Come, I'll bring you all to the famous Dingcheng cave. Lin Chihui seemed very excited. He was gathering the group up before they could get some rest. The group followed Lin Chihui to the west side of the city. Mo Fan soon noticed that the mountain was not just an isolated peak. It was connected to a mountain range extending into the distance to the west. The city was only the tip of the iceberg that was the mountain range. The Dingcheng cave was shocking to see. The truth was, it was not just a cave, it was more like an underworld that had yet to be fully explored even today. The terrain of the Dingcheng cave was heading deeper while the mountain was growing higher, forming in a huge ravine between the ground and the mountain. They were so far apart that it felt like the mountain was actually floating above the ground. The end of the ravine was a steep slope, diving down into a world of stone and darkness. Mo Fan stood on the edge and stared into the cave. Even though he was unable to see what was inside the cave, he was quite impressed by the spectacular view. No wonder the city was so famous, having such a unique cave right beside it. It was definitely worth coming for. Apparently, it's so big inside that it feels like there's no end to it. The city has explored less than 1/10 of it so far, someone in the group mentioned. It might be less than 1/10. I didn't have the guts to go inside the last time I came. I won't miss out on it this time. Lin Chihui said passionately. Heaven knows what kind of monsters are down there, I'm not going inside. We'll just stay outside and look around. Don't worry, someone will be guiding us. The city is being upgraded to a first-tier elemental capital. Could it be that someone has discovered some rare resources inside the cave? Otherwise, where did the barrier core come from? It's possible. I bet there's more than one in the cave, so the military has decided to take over. Oh my, the place must be full of treasures. The soul seeds will be everywhere, just like weeds. Everyone in the team felt excited all of a sudden. Even Mo Fan was intrigued, staring into the dark cave. He might actually find something valuable inside it. Chapter 1758. Stirring up trouble. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan quickly shook his head. Why would I even bother? I'm only a basic mage now. The barrier core had turned the whole place within 50 kilometers into a magic-sealed area where only the earth element was available. With Mo Fan's current capabilities, he would have to flee for his life like a dog, even if he only found a slightly valuable earth crystal in the cave. He had to remain calm and refrain from stirring up any trouble. He had to stick to his disguise of a student with the earth element, for the sake of his country. He took a few deep breaths of the fresh air in the mountain and reclaimed his temperament as someone who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Didn't the experts living in seclusion always behave like this? Even though his heart was going to stay reckless until he had reached the age of 100, he did not mind enjoying some peace once in a while. Thud! Mo Fan noticed a sudden movement in the darkness he was staring at. A huge figure slowly came out of the dark ravine. A demon creature has shown up, a battle mage suddenly yelled while firing a light spell into the sky as a signal for others to prepare for battle. 2. It seems something is crawling out from the cave. It's a very common sight in this city. It looks pretty tough. It's too dark to see it clearly. It's coming out, it's out, how reckless is that thing? Isn't it worried that the mags here are going to blast it into pieces? Mo Fan and the group were standing on safe walls. The ravine was very intimidating to look at, but the huge creature coming out from it did not seem to be too strong. A troop of battle mages soon showed up. They spread out between the ravine and the walls of the city, working to prevent the demon creature from entering the city. The monster opened its mouth and roared at the troop of battle mages blocking its way. The monster was rather fearless. It charged at the battle mages with huge strides. It was around 4 meters long. Its body ratio resembled a weightlifter with a massive build, something that had undergone long periods of training. It was not that huge compared to other demon creatures, but it was still impressive when the demon creature was charging towards them at full speed. The monster's hide was light brown. The group only discovered it was covered in rocks after it left the shadows in the ravine. More precisely, it was a rock monster. The rock monster charged ferociously, and smashed right through the rock barrier in front of it, a temporary defense the battle mages had set up. They initially thought it was enough to stop the rock monster, yet it had collapsed like mere sand. Luckily, the battle mages were well trained. They quickly moved into formations and stood at different angles facing the rock monster. When the rock monster tried to attack one of the battle mages, the battle mage quickly backed away while the rest of the mags attacked it at will. The barrier core was still being set up, hence the battle mages could only rely on their earth spells to attack the rock monster. They eventually broke through the outer layers of the stones covering the rock monster. The rock monster was kited like a beast trapped in a cage, and the battle ended in a few minutes. The rock monster fell to the ground, and broke into a pile of rocks. The rock monster doesn't seem too strong. I bet we could take it out easily too, Zhu Donghao chuckled after seeing the rock monster falling to the ground. Yeah, it seems pretty dumb. You are overestimating yourself. Without good teamwork, the members of the team would easily panic if the rock monster caught one of them. It's very likely that the rock monster would wipe out the whole team, since only our earth element is available, Lin Chihue refuted after analyzing the fight. Mo Fan had been paying sharp attention. He had a feeling the rock monster was actually tricky to deal with. The battle mages had a great advantage in numbers while flanking the rock monster, which was why the creature looked slow and clumsy. However, it would be different if someone was fighting the creature alone. Mo Fan clearly remembered how the rock monster had smashed through the rock barrier that several battle mages had constructed together. It's no use if we keep talking here. There are obviously a lot of creatures like the rock monster in the cave. Didn't we come to train ourselves? Let's try killing one if we happen to stumble into it. You kept saying how good and skilled you are on our way here. Don't be the first to wet your pants when it's really time for you to fight the rock monsters. Liang Juanheng, another member of the group, countered. Zhu Donghao pointed at Liang Juanheng and grunted, "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down at me?" "I'm not looking down at anyone. I just feel like a dog that bites doesn't like to bark, but those that are weak and timid are usually the ones that bark the loudest. To be honest with you, I'm getting bored of hearing you boast. You were disturbing my sleep on the way here, Liang Juanheng sniffed. It seems like I'll have to show you what I'm capable of. Otherwise, someone is really going to think he's all high and mighty. Zhu Donghao snarled in return. What are you two arguing for? We are on the same team. We shouldn't fight among ourselves, Lin Chihui quickly mediated between the two. That's right, there's no point arguing with mere words. You won't be able to find out who's better, Mo Fan added when he saw it was the right time. Who's better? Humph, we'll see when we are inside the cave the day after tomorrow. You're going to regret it. Zhu Donghao told Liang Juanheng. I can't wait to see what you've got, Liang Juanheng replied disdainfully. Zhu Donghao's expression was dark. He had obviously fallen out with Liang Juanheng. Dao Jing rolled her eyes at Mo Fan and asked, You look like a gentleman, so why were you fanning the flames under these circumstances? Fanning the flames? Did I? Mo Fan fondled his chin and answered with a stern face. You don't want to admit it? It was only a quarrel in the first place, but now it has turned into a duel because of you. Dao Jing said. Mo Fan shrugged. He was not willing to admit it. He was not allowed to stir up trouble, but it did not mean he was not allowed to provoke others to stir up trouble. Otherwise, it was going to be a boring trip. Mo Fan went back to the inn after he achieved his goal. He felt like his earth element was about to have a breakthrough, as if his stars had learned a great deal after witnessing the spectacular sight of the ravine. Little Loach was very impressive after its recent upgrade. His earth element was able to reach the intermediate level in such a brief period. It was crazy good. He should be able to protect himself now that his earth element was in the intermediate level. It should only take him a few days to learn the star pattern. It was very easy to learn how to control the low-level stars when his rank was so much higher. Chapter 1759. The Man That Came Out of a Golem. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. At night, Mo Fan resisted all kinds of temptations and instead sat on the balcony of his room. He enjoyed the night breeze from the bald mountain while attempting to break through the barrier of his earth element. As a matter of fact, the experience of cultivating on the balcony reminded him of the days when he was still studying at Tianlan Magic High back in Bo City. He had spent every night on his balcony, as he desperately wanted to stand out among his peers. He would not leave until sunrise. He would spend months doing the same thing, but making negligible progress. However, it was completely different now. It had only been a few days since the awakening of his earth element, yet he was already about to expand his earth element into a nebula. The barrier he was trying to break through was not very sturdy, mainly because Mo Fan's mental strength was simply too outstanding. The bottleneck he used to struggle against back when he was still in high school no longer existed. Great, the process is very smooth. Mo Fan rose to his feet and felt the fresh energy of the earth element pouring into his new nebula. He was more sensitive to the presence of the earth element in his surroundings after his cultivation improved. Earth magic was indeed several times stronger when the barrier core was active and was repelling the other elements. I might be able to reach the advanced level of the earth element in no time by cultivating in an environment like this. Mo Fan's eyes sprang open. He was glad that he had decided to tag along with the group. Mo Fan practiced constructing the Lightning Star Palace for the rest of the night. The Star Palace was made up of 2,401 stars. Mo Fan had only reached the second star constellation, while the first one was the foundation of the advanced level he was already familiar with. At dawn, Mo Fan stretched out and decided to take a walk on the street, as he was feeling a little hungry. He finally found a stall selling buns outside the fortress. It was rare to see a breakfast place like this when only mags were allowed to enter the city. It lightened up Mo Fan's mood, as he was a little worn out after cultivating for the whole night. Hey, are you serious about what you just said? A hunter whispered beside the stall. I saw it with my own eyes. A rock monster like nothing I've seen before came out of the ravine yesterday. The military took care of it, a man wearing a straw hat said. I heard that too, but why was it a big deal? It was not, until you saw what was inside the rock monster's body, the man with a straw head continued theatrically. What could it be? Probably some expensive rock crystals, if we are lucky enough. It was a human. There was a man inside the rock monster after it turned into a pile of dust. It was most likely one of the miners who went missing a week ago, the man with a straw hat exclaimed. Mo Fan was munching his buns without paying much attention to the conversation. However, he immediately raised his ears after hearing what the man had just said. He was at the scene yesterday when the rock monster showed up. However, they had left early after the rock monster was taken out due to the argument. They did not see what the military did to the remains of the rock monster. To his surprise, there was a follow-up after the incident. The rock monster was obviously an elemental creature. Why would there be a living human inside it? Was the man eaten by the rock monster? A piercing siren suddenly went off, startling the people in the city's west. The siren was an indication that the city was under attack, so everyone was immediately on alert. Something has invaded the city, let's go take a look. 1. It's coming from the ravine. Mo Fan followed the mags to the outskirts of the city. He stumbled into Dao Jing and Lin Chihui along the way. The two had come over from the inn as soon as they heard the siren. Dao Jing was surprised to see Mo Fan. You woke pretty early, she greeted him. I was feeling a little hungry, so I went to grab breakfast. It looks like something has happened, Mo Fan answered calmly. Let's go take a look. Lin Chihui said enthusiastically. The three ran to the outskirts and stood on the wall. They were able to see the whole ravine with a single glance. They felt suffocated just looking at it. There was a low-lying field between the ravine and the fortress, where many battle mages were standing by. A bunch of rock monsters, similar to the one they saw yesterday, had shown up a kilometer away in the ravine. Their stone bodies looked quite solid under the sunlight. They were like tanks rolling out as they charged at the fortress in a straight line. Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? Dao Jing blurted out in surprise. It's pretty normal. There are millions of demon creatures in the cave. This is nothing in comparison. The military should be able to take care of them with ease, Lin Chihui answered easily. Mo Fan looked at the number of troops. The military had allocated plenty of soldiers to the city to ensure it was upgraded successfully. The rock monsters might be a pain to deal with for a group of hunters, but their attempt to break through the city's defense was like hitting a rock with eggs. Help, someone! They suddenly heard a man crying from below the wall. There's something over there. Dao Jing pointed at the street and buildings after she quickly noticed something. It's a rock monster, how did it end up in the city? Lin Chihui blurted out in shock. We have to save him. Dao Jing immediately jumped down from the wall. She nimbly made her way down the wall by using the buildings of different heights as her stepping stones. She soon reached the building the rock monster was near after a few jumps. The rock monster looked no different from a human from afar. However, they realized it was as big as a house after they were close enough. It had already caught the man who was screaming for help when Dao Jing arrived. Let go of him. Dao Jing snapped. She drew a star pattern and summoned a heavy object that looked like a stone cauldron. It slid across the ground and rammed into the rock monster's legs. The rock monster staggered from the impact, tossing the man into the air. Lin Chihui had just arrived and managed to catch him. The man was not injured, he was only feeling a little lightheaded. Lin Chihui handed the man to Mo Fan and said, bring him somewhere safe. I'll help Dao Jing. She can't handle the rock monster alone. I'll help her, a little demon creature like that, Mo Fan said. The rock monster was tough, but it could not even withstand a single spell from a violent mage like Mo Fan. Therefore, the rock monster was like a little weakling in his eyes, since it was as easy as pie for him to eliminate it. However, Mo Fan remembered that his other elements were not available before he finished the sentence. He could not help but shake his head helplessly and sigh. Who cared if he couldn't use other elements? He could treat it as a practice putting his earth element to practical use in a real fight. Chapter 1760. Rock Fang, Queen of the Night's Bind. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Dao Jing had successfully made the rock monster angry. It jumped onto a building and tore its roof off with brute force, lifting it above its head. Bang! The rock monster tossed the roof at her. Dao Jing backed away in a panic and hid behind a warehouse. To her surprise, the rock monster's strength was absolutely terrifying. Not only did the hurled roof smash the warehouse into pieces, it even knocked her into the air. Dao Jing was covered in ash and cuts inflicted by the flying debris. She gasped in pain as blood poured out from her wounds. Dao Jing, don't force yourself, let me handle it. Lin Chihui quickly ran forward when he saw Dao Jing was injured. The rock monster had already jumped down from the building. Its huge body landed right in front of Lin Chihui. He had initially steeled himself to face the creature, yet he could not help but panic when the rock monster landed in front of him with a huge crash. Rock barrier. Lin Chihui quickly set up a rock barrier to separate the creature from him and Dao Jing, trying to buy some time. The rock monster simply ignored the rock barrier, smashing through it with its shoulder like a rugby player. The rock barrier shattered like a bubble. It was obvious that an intermediate spell rock barrier that was not enhanced by a soul seed was nowhere enough to withstand the blow. Quick, run! Lin Chihui grabbed Dao Jing's hand and cast Earth Wave when he realized how unfavorable the situation was. Lin Chihui was very good at using Earth Wave. They managed to flee 50 meters away from the rock monster while it broke through the rock barrier, and found a spot to hide behind some containers. Luckily, that creature isn't fast. We should be able to shake it off if it tried to chase us. Lin Chihui let out a relieved sigh. The earth element was very effective at increasing one's speed when it was not being used for defense. Earth mags had the lowest death rates in the wild. Lin Chihui was relieved they had gotten to cover in time. The rock monster stared in the direction the two had fled in. It suddenly let out a huge roar and smashed its right fist on the ground. The roads and streets in the city were made of concrete. The concrete suddenly began to ripple in a strange way after the rock monster touched it. It surprisingly softened and started wriggling toward the rock monster. What's going on? Why is the ground moving? Damn it, help, it's dragging us toward it. The concrete for over 100 meters around the rock monster had turned into a wriggling rug. All the buildings and warehouses were slowly moving toward the rock monster. Both Dao Jing and Lin Chihui had fallen victim to it. They were trying to speed themselves up with the earth element, but the ground kept moving toward the rock monster. Lin Chihui almost had the urge to use both his hands to speed themselves up. That thing is using earth magic too. It's an earth elemental creature. Dao Jing shouted. I know that, but what else can we do? Lin Chihui yelled back in fear. Elemental creatures were a special kind of demon creature. They were usually born in places with extreme levels of certain elements. Their appearance was related to their elements most of the time. For example, Little Flame Bell looked like she was made of fire. The rock monster was obviously a similar existence. They usually had control over their respective element, and that control was usually greater than human mags. Therefore, using the earth element in front of the rock monster was like trying to display their skill before an expert. The rock monster's level was incomparable to a blessed creature like Little Flame Bell, but its magic was still very annoying to human mags. In addition, the earth magic also gave the creature outstanding strength. Even a warrior-level elemental creature was several times tougher than a normal demon creature. Lin Chihui and Dao Jing were using the earth wave to run away, but the rock monster was using it to drag them back. It was unlikely they could escape unless their cultivation was a lot stronger than the creature. We were too confident in ourselves. Lin Chihui greatly regretted his decision. He assumed he could easily handle the rock monster when he saw how easy the soldiers had defeated one yesterday. However, when it was his turn to face a rock monster, he felt like the creature was stronger than him in every way. His defense was too weak against it, and he was having difficulty running away. The rock monster charged at Dao Jing and Lin Chihui when it saw the two were getting closer to it, swinging its fists in the air. Rock particles rapidly attached to its fists during the process. In less than 2 seconds, the rock monster's fists were wrapped like huge hammers, while its arms were the handles. The hammers were insanely huge and heavy. The rock monster swung its new rock hammers, fully capable of smashing humans into mincemeat, at Daojing and Lin Chihui. The two kept backing away. Their faces had turned extremely pale. Fang, Queen of the Night's Bind, a loud voice rose from not far away. The rock monster was sprinting across the concrete, but 3 boulders resembling the fangs of a beast suddenly emerged from the ground and blocked the rock monster. It tried to smash right through the boulders, but the golden-brown rock fangs were too strong for it. The rock monster was struggling to move forward as 3 more rock fangs emerged behind it just when it was about to back away, sealing its escape and trapping it completely. More rock fangs quickly appeared on both sides of the rock monster. The huge creature could no longer move sideways. The rock fangs surrounded the earth monster like an enormous queen of the night blossom. Each fang resembled a thin and long, yet sturdy, petal of the flower. The rock monster was stuck in the middle of the rock fangs. The rock fangs curved slightly. Their tips were bending inward slightly, holding the rock monster's shoulders and back in place, preventing it from jumping. The rock fangs were perfectly symmetrical, like a cage specifically built for the creature. The rock monster was planning to murder its targets with its rock hammers, yet it could only let out a fierce cry now, as it could not even take another step. "Back off, my magic won't last for long," Mo Fan shouted at Daojing and Lin Chihui. The two noticed that the earth wave dragging them toward the creature had disappeared, and quickly fled into the distance. They turned around and looked at Mo Fan's Rock Fang, Queen of the Night's Bind, after reaching a safe distance, and were absolutely dumbfounded. What kind of spell was that? Since when was the earth element able to bind a target? Chapter 1761. Mountain Drill Spinning Top. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Strange, why is my rock barrier as fragile as bubbles against the rock monster, yet it couldn't break free from Fan Mo's spell? Lin Chihui murmured in confusion. A rock barrier was similar to a huge mound of stone. It was bigger and thicker than the thin and razor-sharp rock fangs, so how did the rock fangs manage to hold the rock monster in place when it could easily break through his rock barrier? The rock fangs must be targeting the rock monster's joints, making it difficult for the creature to gather its strength. Daojing guessed. Daojing was right. Even though Mo Fan's rock fangs were sturdier than ordinary rocks, they were not strong enough to match the strength of an intermediate spell. Mo Fan was merely restricting the movement of the rock monster via its joints to root it in place. However, if the rock monster gathered its strength to forcibly break one of the rock fangs, it would break free from the Queen of the Night's binding right away. The rock fangs would no longer be able to stop it. The rock monster was not brainless as they had thought. It used its elbow to hit the shaft of a rock fang multiple times. The rock fang soon cracked, and eventually broke into pieces. The rock monster swung its arm to break the rest of the rock fangs after it was able to move its arm freely, and rapidly broke free from the Queen of the Night's binding. After regaining its freedom, the rock monster fixed its eyes on Mo Fan, as if it knew who the culprit was. Its eyes looked emotionless, yet one could easily feel the wrath and murderous intent within them. The elemental creature was quite hot-tempered. It roared like a gorilla before charging at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was standing behind 2 buildings to protect himself, but the creature simply pounded them to the ground, forcing Mo Fan to retreat to a street further up the mountain. "Damn it, I could have killed you with a single lightning strike." Mo Fan cursed when he saw the rock monster pursuing him relentlessly. Luckily, Mo Fan's physical attributes as a super mage were outstanding. He managed to dodge a few punches from the rock monster agilely. "Fan Mo, hang in there, we'll go find backup." Lin Chihui yelled at Mo Fan from not far away. Mo Fan almost had the urge to fire the earth spell he had just completed at Lin Chihui. That King Potato, the rock monster would kill him multiple times before he returned with the others who were still at the inn. The rock monster was a lot trickier to deal with than he had thought, especially when they did not have the advantage in numbers to suppress it. The rock monsters kept chasing him between the buildings on the street, so he did not have the chance to cast any spells, making him quite frustrated. That guy is so impressive. He's still alive after a rock monster has been chasing him for so long, a mage hiding in a corner murmured. Yeah, keep it up. Morphing did not see anyone trying to lend him a hand while he was being chased. Everyone was hiding as far as they could instead. Wasn't this city supposed to be full of mags? Why did Morphing feel like he was in a street full of normal people? Not a single mage bothered to help him. Since when did people become so cold-hearted toward one another? As a matter of fact, it was not like the mags were unwilling to help, but they were too scared to step forward after witnessing the rock monster's strength. Basic mags were simply courting death trying to fight a rock monster. Intermediate mags did not really stand a chance either, especially since everyone could only use their earth element in the city. An intermediate mage's control of the earth element was inferior to the rock monster, so their lives were also in danger too if they tried to fight it. Since the young man was able to kite the rock monster with just his agility, no one wanted to risk their lives. I'll help you, run to me, Dao Jing called out when she saw Morphing was in a pinch. Don't worry, that thing can't harm me, just take care of yourself, Morphing shouted back. The rock monster would never touch him even if the chase went on for another 100 years. Dao Jing thought Morphing was forcing himself. She began casting her intermediate spell while enduring the pain from her wounds. Dao Jing's intermediate spell could be used as an attack. It was a heavy rock cauldron that was able to slide across the ground. The longer it slid, the greater its force. Unfortunately, the rock monster was not stupid. It would not just stand still and let Dao Jing attack it. Increase your power to the maximum, I'll make sure it collides with your rock cauldron. Morphing yelled at Dao Jing when he realized her spell could actually threaten the rock monster. Dao Jing nodded. She purposely summoned a bigger rock cauldron. The rock cauldron slid along the spacious street. Its speed increased gradually from the push of an earth wave. Meanwhile, Morphing purposely slowed down to trick the rock monster into thinking that it was catching up to him. He then used a huge warehouse to block the rock monster's view. The rock monster lunged at Morphing. He stood there the junction without trying to dodge the attack. Smash! The rock cauldron rammed into the rock monster's lower half just as its hand had almost reached Morphing. The huge creature was knocked flying. Its body cracked in many places. Rock fangs! Morphing reacted quickly. He swung his hand at the spot where the rock monster was going to land. A thicker and sharper golden-brown rock fang popped out from the ground and stabbed the rock monster in the crack on its waist the rock cauldron had inflicted, impaling the rock monster. The rock monster was severely injured. Pieces of its body scattered across the ground. It staggered to its feet, strong anger rising inside it. Eyes of the rock demon, mountain drill spinning top. Tiny sand particles drifted in the wind and spun rapidly under the drive of a special energy. They gradually formed a spinning top. The mountain drill spinning top struck the rock monster in the chest. Its body started turning into fine dust, similar to the sand. The tip of the spinning top was sharp, while its back was thick and broad. The spinning drill continued to dig a bigger hole in the rock monster's huge body, which soon began to collapse. It's an advanced spell. Thank the heavens, an advanced mage has finally shown up. Fanmo, we are safe now. Lin Chihui blurted out excitedly. Morphing was smiling too, yet he was cursing under his breath, safe my ass, help always arrives when the fight is close to an end. Morphing glanced to the other side of the street and noticed an imperious battlemaga standing there. Her brown eyes were full of magic, and rather attractive. She was the one who had cast the powerful advanced spell, Mountain Drill Spinning Top. Chapter 1762. The Prisoners. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Morphing had met the woman earlier. She was Wenxia, the soldier who had applied the seals on their elements at the city entrance. Wen Xie drew closer to them, glancing at Mo Fan without saying a word. She then headed toward the rock monster. Ain't she proud? Mo Fan scoffed, staring at Wen Xie's straight back. The rock monster had caused a scene at the city west for some time before the military finally showed up. If he had not happened to be around to buy some time, there would surely have been some casualties. The basic and intermediate mags who were watching him from the side did not stand a chance against the rock monster at all. Mo Fan also walked toward the remains of the rock monster. There was a pile of stones lying still at the intersection. It was obvious that the rock monster was dead. There was a sudden movement from the pile of rocks. Mo Fan had a bad feeling when he noticed the tiny movement. Watch out! Mo Fan dashed forward and pushed Wen Xie away. There was a certain species in Egypt that could reassemble their bodies to attack travelers after they were shattered into pieces. Many inexperienced mags had died to those sand creatures as they were unable to tell if they were alive or dead. Therefore, Mo Fan subconsciously thought the rock monster was about to rise again when he noticed the movement from the rocks, even though he could not detect any sign of life from it. Mo Fan was quite strong. The push almost knocked Wen Xie to the ground. Luckily, Wen Xie was quick, too. She managed to regain her balance with a backflip. What the hell are you doing? Wen Xie lifted her eyes. Her attractive face was filled with anger. You should be thanking me for saving. Mo Fan pointed at the pile of rocks. He was going to say he had just saved her life when he saw a human rising feebly from the rocks. It was a skinny middle-aged woman, her clothes covered in a thick layer of ash, like a cocoon. Chunks of ash rolled off her as she rose to her feet. Mo Fan stared at the woman with a blank expression. Did a human just appear from the pile of rocks? What's going on here? Did the woman turn into the rock monster? He had never heard of any magic that could transform a human into a rock monster. The woman was petite and skinny, a great contrast to the huge and tanky rock monster just a moment ago. Wen Xie rolled her eyes at Mo Fan before ordering 2 soldiers who had arrived late, "You two, take her away and confirm her identity." Mo Fan had yet to recover from the shock. He immediately stopped Wen Xie when he saw she was leaving, too. What just happened? Why is there a living human inside the rock monster? He asked. The woman inside the rock monster was still alive. Mo Fan had confirmed it. She was very feeble, like she had expended all her energy. It's none of your business. Wen Xie snapped. You came so late. I had to risk my life to keep the rock monster busy to avoid casualties. I have the right to know the reason why that woman was inside that creature. Mo Fan stood in front of the battle maga. He had no intention to back away. Risk your life. Wen Xie was amused by Mo Fan's choice of words. She grinned like a man and said, a creature of its level is as harmless as an infant to you. That's not the point here. Mo Fan complained. I would like to know the reason, too. Can you please inform the military if you manage to find it out? We will reward you handsomely. Wen Xie shot right back. Wen Xie brought the middle-aged woman away, leaving without wasting any more time with Mo Fan. The street was still a complete mess. Mo Fan frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. The rock monster was an elemental creature, so it was supposed to turn into a pile of rocks after it died. It did not make sense for an older woman to appear from the pile of rocks, unless the rock monster had eaten her. That doesn't make any sense, either. If the rock monster had swallowed the woman, the mountain drill spinning top would have murdered her, too. Mo Fan could not make any sense of it. He returned to the wall to check on the state of the battle there. The battle at the ravine seemed to have come to an end. Mo Fan only saw a few probationary mags cleaning up the field. He did not learn anything valuable. How strange. Mo Fan blurted out before returning the same way. The whole incident felt so weird. Mo Fan knew he was not going to find out anything useful for the time being. He would have to wait until the rock monsters showed up again to learn the truth. Mo Fan regrouped with Dao Jing and Lin Chihui. Lin Chihui was treating Dao Jing's wounds. Mo Fan noticed a few of her wounds were still bleeding. Use this. Mo Fan took out a potion and gave it to Dao Jing. Just drink it, it's vanilla flavored. Are you really offering her a drink? Lin Chihui said. Yeah, it will help calm her down. I didn't expect you to be such a brave soul, even though you are normally quiet and gentle, Mo Fan complimented Dao Jing. Being brave isn't enough, I ended up giving you a lot of trouble. Dao Jing received the drink from Mo Fan. She drank it right away, since she was indeed feeling a little thirsty. It's worth it, since we did save the man's life, Lin Chihui smiled. It's two of them, Dao Jing said. Two? Oh, you meant the person that appeared from the remains of the rock monster that scared the crap out of me. Lin Chihui admitted. It felt like the woman was trapped inside the rock monster's body. I heard that many mags have gone missing in the city recently. I should be able to find the woman's name on the list of missing people, Dao Jing said thoughtfully. Trapped inside the rock monster's body? Mo Fan found Dao Jing's speculation to be convincing. Speaking of which, didn't he also hear a hunter mentioning that the military had found a living human inside the rock monster they took care of yesterday, too? The barrier core might be attracting some strange creatures while it's accumulating the energy of the earth element, due to its extraordinary nature. Otherwise, why would the military send so many soldiers here? It's obviously to make sure the barrier core is well protected. Lin Chihui pointed out. From what I remember, the barrier core has similar side effects to elemental detectors, with a greater area of coverage. Therefore, demon creatures are expected to show up, Dao Jing agreed. It's going to be busy in this city, Mo Fan murmured to nobody in particular. Creator's thoughts. Zephazid. Oh, mags as more than food and mincemeat bags. Interesting. Comment 3 comments vote 3 left. Chapter 1763, The Wriggling Mud. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Drawing the Earth star pattern was not too difficult for Mo Fan. He expected to succeed at it after cultivating diligently for a few days, so he decided to clear his mind of the unimportant matters and dove into his golden brown world. Time passed swiftly. Mo Fan totally forgot about sleeping and eating when the thought of learning a new powerful spell crossed his mind. Knock knock knock. Mo Fan suddenly heard a few heavy knocks on the door. He found them very annoying, as he was only a few stars away from completing the star pattern. He would be able to cast the spell with ease if he could spend half a day more on it. What is it? Mo Fan decided to respond after he recalled he was still a member of the group. After all, he had disappeared for 2 days. Fan Mo, are you in the room? Is everything fine? Lin Chihui's worried voice came from outside. Mo Fan rose to his feet and walked to the door. He opened the door and saw Lin Chihui standing there nervously. He had an uneasy look in his eyes. He let out a relieved sigh as soon as he saw Mo Fan. What's wrong? Mo Fan asked. Some people from our group are missing, Lin Chihui told him earnestly. Missing? What do you mean? Mo Fan asked, surprised. We went for an adventure on the mountain this morning. After all, it is important for us to gain some practical experience. Everyone except you went along. We encountered some demon creatures who forced us to split up. We agreed to part ways temporarily to ensure our safety, and regroup at the foot of the mountain later. However, we waited until evening for the other group, but they did not show up, Lin Chihui told him with a grimace. Aren't they carrying communication devices? Mo Fan asked. They are useless, the disturbance is too strong in the mountain, Lin Chihui shook his head. So who's missing? Where's Dao Jing? Mo Fan asked. Lin Chihui was silent. Dao Jing was with the other group. Mo Fan frowned. It's my fault for failing to take care of the group. I've already asked the Magic Association for help, but the Magic Association says it's too early to organize help for them. I'm worried they might be in danger, Lin Chihui sighed. Zhu Donghao came up while the two were talking. He glanced at Lin Chihui and Mo Fan before saying impatiently, Senior, there's no point wasting time on him. He doesn't even have the guts to go to the wild. We should hurry up and search for them inside the mountain again. Fan Mo is pretty strong, it will be safer if he comes with us, Lin Chihui said quickly. Lin Chihui believed having an extra person was safer for the team. He had no idea how strong Mo Fan was. He had only seen Mo Fan being chased around by the rock monster to keep it busy. I'll go with you, Mo Fan stated. He had no other choice. Saving women had always been his sacred duty. He would find himself grieving if anything happened to a pretty gentlewoman like Dao Jing. We should be glad as long as he isn't a burden to us. Zhu Donghao snorted. Mo Fan completely ignored the man and followed Lin Chihui outside. The remaining people of the group had already gathered downstairs. They were surprisingly righteous, having volunteered to help after learning the missing members might be in danger. The group did not go inside the cave. Even the military would have trouble rescuing people inside the cave, which was as complicated as a maze. The desolate mountain was rugged and craggy, so there should be no problem finding the missing group if they did a thorough sweep. What's going on? Is something serious happening? Mo Fan saw a huge army had gathered at the entrance of the city. The military is planning to eliminate the threats to the barrier core by taking the initiative to wipe out the demon creatures within 5 kilometers of the city. Otherwise, they will struggle to handle them if too many demon creatures show up at once in the next few days, Lin Chihui told him. How many days left until the barrier core is set up? Mo Fan asked. 3 or 4 days? I'm not too sure either, Lin Chihui admitted. Let's not waste our time talking and go to the mountain. The search is going to be a lot harder when it's dark. Taking advantage of the delayed sunset, the group formed a search team and quickly went over to the mountain. The mountain was like a staircase. They soon reached a tall cliff, and after they climbed to the top of it, they were immediately greeted by another. The cliffs were stacked irregularly on top of one another. They were able to jump between them at times, but for those that were too far apart, they had no choice but to climb with their hands. I'll take a look up there, the view is clearer. Are you sure this is where you split up with them? Mo Fan asked. It's so high, how are you going to get up there? The female student with glasses, Cao Wan, wondered. Yeah, it's not like you can fly. Lin Chihui looked up and realized how steep the cliff was. It was unlikely a normal person could climb up there. Mo Fan did not respond. He jumped directly onto the straight cliff. He jumped surprisingly high into the air. When he reached the highest point, a golden brown star orbit surrounded him. A rocky spar emerged from the wall like a bamboo shoot, right under Mo Fan's feet. Mo Fan kicked the rock and launched himself higher into the air once again. Another stone beam popped out from the wall, and Mo Fan launched himself higher once again. He was slowly disappearing from the other's view. More rocks popped out of the wall as Mo Fan made his way up, and he soon reached the top of the cliff. The rest of the group was dumbfounded after witnessing him. It was extremely rare to see anyone using the earth element in such a manner. More importantly, his strength and agility were comparable to a powerful demon creature. Humph, he's only good at useless tricks like that. Zhu Donghao said disdainfully, trying to break the mood. Mo Fan was able to see the mountains nearby from the top of the cliff. He looked down trying to search for Dao Jing and the missing members, and suddenly noticed something wriggling rapidly in a crack between the slopes not far away. Mo Fan tried to get a closer look at it. He was having trouble identifying it. It simply looked like mud. The problem was, the mud was moving down the mountains. It seemed to be heading for the students. Something is heading your way. Look out! Mo Fan immediately yelled at the group when he sensed something was not right. What did you say? Are they close to us? I said, something dangerous is heading your way. Hide, now. Mo Fan raised his voice. Oh, that way? Sure, we'll try searching in that direction. Lin Chihui responded. Mo Fan could hear Lin Chihui's response, but the man's hearing was obviously not as good as his own. He looked down again and noticed the wriggling mud was getting even closer to the students. Damn it, I asked you to run, run! Mo Fan jumped down from the cliff, yelling at the people below who were unaware of the situation they were in. Chapter 1763. The Wriggling Mud. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Drawing the Earth star pattern was not too difficult for Mo Fan. He expected to succeed at it after cultivating diligently for a few days, so he decided to clear his mind of the unimportant matters and dove into his golden brown world. Time passed swiftly. Mo Fan totally forgot about sleeping and eating when the thought of learning a new powerful spell crossed his mind. Knock, knock, knock. Mo Fan suddenly heard a few heavy knocks on the door. He found them very annoying, as he was only a few stars away from completing the star pattern. He would be able to cast the spell with ease if he could spend half a day more on it. What is it? Mo Fan decided to respond after he recalled he was still a member of the group. After all, he had disappeared for 2 days. Fan Mo, are you in the room? Is everything fine? Lin Chihua's worried voice came from outside. Mo Fan rose to his feet and walked to the door. He opened the door and saw Lin Chihua standing there nervously. He had an uneasy look in his eyes. He let out a relieved sigh as soon as he saw Mo Fan. What's wrong? Mo Fan asked. Some people from our group are missing, Lin Chihua told him earnestly. Missing? What do you mean? Mo Fan asked, surprised. We went for an adventure on the mountain this morning. After all, it is important for us to gain some practical experience. Everyone except you went along. We encountered some demon creatures who forced us to split up. We agreed to part ways temporarily to ensure our safety, and regroup at the foot of the mountain later. However, we waited until evening for the other group, but they did not show up, Lin Chihua told him with a grimace. Aren't they carrying communication devices? Mo Fan asked. They are useless, the disturbance is too strong in the mountain, Lin Chihua shook his head. So who's missing? Where's Dao Jing? Mo Fan asked. Lin Chihua was silent. Dao Jing was with the other group. Mo Fan frowned. It's my fault for failing to take care of the group. I've already asked the Magic Association for help, but the Magic Association says it's too early to organize help for them. I'm worried they might be in danger, Lin Chihua sighed. Zhu Donghao came up while the two were talking. He glanced at Lin Chihua and Mo Fan before saying impatiently, Senior, there's no point wasting time on him. He doesn't even have the guts to go to the wild. We should hurry up and search for them inside the mountain again. Fan Mo is pretty strong, it will be safer if he comes with us, Lin Chihua said quickly. Lin Chihua believed having an extra person was safer for the team. He had no idea how strong Mo Fan was. He had only seen Mo Fan being chased around by the rock monster to keep it busy. I'll go with you, Mo Fan stated. He had no other choice. Saving women had always been his sacred duty. He would find himself grieving if anything happened to a pretty gentlewoman like Dao Jing. We should be glad as long as he isn't a burden to us. Zhu Donghao snorted. Mo Fan completely ignored the man, and followed Lin Chihua outside. The remaining people of the group had already gathered downstairs. They were surprisingly righteous, having volunteered to help after learning the missing members might be in danger. The group did not go inside the cave. Even the military would have trouble rescuing people inside the cave, which was as complicated as a maze. The desolate mountain was rugged and craggy, so there should be no problem finding the missing group if they did a thorough sweep. What's going on? Is something serious happening? Mo Fan saw a huge army had gathered at the entrance of the city. The military is planning to eliminate the threats to the barrier core by taking the initiative to wipe out the demon creatures within 5 kilometers of the city. Otherwise, they will struggle to handle them if too many demon creatures show up at once in the next few days, Lin Chihua told him. How many days left until the barrier core is set up? Mo Fan asked. 3 or 4 days? I'm not too sure either, Lin Chihua admitted. Let's not waste our time talking and go to the mountain. The search is going to be a lot harder when it's dark. Taking advantage of the delayed sunset, the group formed a search team and quickly went over to the mountain. The mountain was like a staircase. They soon reached a tall cliff, and after they climbed to the top of it, they were immediately greeted by another. The cliffs were stacked irregularly on top of one another. They were able to jump between them at times, but for those that were too far apart, they had no choice but to climb with their hands. "I'll take a look up there, the view is clearer." "Are you sure this is where you split up with them?" Morphing asked. "It's so high, how are you going to get up there?" the female student with glasses, Councilman, wondered. "Yeah, it's not like you can fly." Lin Chihui looked up and realized how steep the cliff was. It was unlikely a normal person could climb up there. Morphing did not respond. He jumped directly onto the straight cliff. He jumped surprisingly high into the air. When he reached the highest point, a golden-brown star orbit surrounded him. A rocky spar emerged from the wall like a bamboo shoot, right under Morphing's feet. Morphing kicked the rock and launched himself higher into the air once again. Another stone beam popped out from the wall, and Morphing launched himself higher once again. He was slowly disappearing from the other's view. More rocks popped out of the wall as Morphing made his way up, and he soon reached the top of the cliff. The rest of the group was dumbfounded after witnessing him. It was extremely rare to see anyone using the earth element in such a manner. More importantly, his strength and agility were comparable to a powerful demon creature. "Humph, he's only good at useless tricks like that," Zhu Donghao said disdainfully, trying to break the mood. Morphing was able to see the mountains nearby from the top of the cliff. He looked down trying to search for Dao Jing and the missing members, and suddenly noticed something wriggling rapidly in a crack between the slopes not far away. Morphing tried to get a closer look at it. He was having trouble identifying it. It simply looked like mud. The problem was, the mud was moving down the mountains. It seemed to be heading for the students. "Something is heading your way. Look out!" Morphing immediately yelled at the group when he sensed something was not right. "What did you say? Are they close to us?" "I said, something dangerous is heading your way. Hide, now." Morphing raised his voice. "Oh, that way? Sure, we'll try searching in that direction." Lin Chihui responded. Morphing could hear Lin Chihui's response, but the man's hearing was obviously not as good as his own. He looked down again and noticed the wriggling mud was getting even closer to the students. "Damn it, I asked you to run, run!" Morphing jumped down from the cliff, yelling at the people below who were unaware of the situation they were in. Chapter 1764. Mud Morphing Monster. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lin Chihui was confused when he saw Morphing jumping down from above them. "Oh my, what is that?" Liang Juanheng exclaimed, pointing at the cracks on the ground. "Is there anything? Why can't I see it?" Councilman looked behind him and failed to notice anything. "Look out, it's under your feet!" Liang Juanheng yelled. Councilman lowered her eyes and saw a pile of mud wriggling under her feet now. Councilman did not take it too seriously at first, but her face turned extremely pale when the strange mud revealed a pair of eyes. The mud was obviously going after her. She was not able to escape in time. The strange mud suddenly leapt into the air and turned into a flexible and sticky mud man. The mud man pounced at Councilman and covered her. She did not even have time to use her magic. "Save her!" Lin Chihui said. "How are we supposed to do that? Are we going to attack her?" Liang Juanheng cried out. The mudman was completely attached to Councilman. If they tried to attack it with their magic, they might kill Councilman too. "Help, help, me!" Councilman struggled vigorously, but the mud soon entered her throat. The mud had taken over in no time. Councilman was nowhere to be seen. She had been replaced by a mud monster. The mud monster's size expanded quickly after covering Councilman. It was impossible to tell where the mud had come from. The group did not dare use their magic as they were scared of harming Cao Huan. They had no choice but to watch the mudman grow stronger. Arth! Another cry of agony came from behind while the group was starting to panic. Lin Chehui turned around and noticed another student being attacked by the same mud monster now. His situation was exactly the same as Cao Huan's. The mud soon covered him entirely. His struggles were in vain, as he was eventually covered by the mud. A furious roar was heard coming from the opposite direction. When Lin Chehui looked at where Cao Huan had been standing, he realized that the mudman who had devoured Cao Huan had transformed into a familiar creature. A rock monster! Lin Chehui exclaimed. What exactly is going on? The rock monster's eyes were filled with anger. It charged straight at the group while swinging its arms fiercely, knocking a few of the students into the air. Run to higher ground, quick! Lin Chehui yelled. The students were not very strong and did not stand a chance against the surprise attack. They quickly fled to a higher spot. Another rock monster began charging at them just as they created some distance between them and the first one. It had come from the direction of the male student who had been taken by the mud. The two rock monsters chased the students relentlessly. A few of them were injured and covered in blood. Help me, anyone, my leg is broken. A young man had fallen into a crack and twisted his knee. His face was covered in sweat from the pain. Luckily, the rock monsters were chasing after the rest of the group instead of targeting him. Otherwise, it was unlikely he would survive under the circumstances. Watch where you are going, keep an eye out for the mud monsters, Lin Chehui quickly warned the others when he realized something. Don't just keep running. Use your magic too. Do you really think you can outrun those rock monsters? Liang Juanheng said anxiously. Liang Juanheng was leading the others to fight the rock monsters. The group finally had some space to cast their spells under the protection of his earth magic. They cast their intermediate earth spells simultaneously, stacking up a huge wall in front of the rock monsters. What should we do with Su Jinju? Someone finally realized they had left one of their members behind. The two rock monsters decided to go for the man named Su Jinju after they had trouble going after the group of students. Su Jinju was terrified. He tried hobbling along on his other leg and managed to hide behind a slope. To his surprise, the two rock monsters landed right in front of him after jumping around a few times, just like huge apes. Help me! Su Jinju screamed for help from Mo Fan, who had finally come down from the mountain. Mo Fan frowned and immediately used his magic. Rock fangs emerged from the ground and stabbed the rock monsters in the feet. Luckily, Mo Fan's bright rock was a lot harder than ordinary earth magic, or it would not have posed a threat to the rock monsters. The rock fangs emerging from the ground would have broken into pieces right away trying to stab the rock monsters. Mo Fan managed to stop one of the rock monsters with the rock fangs, but he could not do anything to the other rock monster. The 4-meter-tall creature lifted Su Jinju up like he was a little chick. Su Jinju was still struggling fiercely, but the rock monster simply smacked him into its chest. The rock monster's strength was outstanding. Mo Fan had experienced it firsthand. Even if the force did not turn Su Jinju into mincemeat, it was still enough to kill an intermediate mage brutally. It was impossible for Su Jinju to survive it. To Mo Fan's surprise, Su Jinju was not smashed into pulp like he expected. The rock monster's chest turned as soft as mud when it pressed Su Jinju into its chest. It looked like Su Jinju was being eaten by the mud. The rock monster slowly forced the man into its chest. Mo Fan watched it all with a blank face. What the heck was that thing? Did it just force a man into its body? Is that how the rock monsters feed on humans? He never heard of any elemental creatures feeding on human flesh. The rock monster that ate Su Jinju suddenly let out a roar. Its body was transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was growing in size now. The rock monster had grown from 4 meters to 6 meters in just a few seconds. Its rocky muscles were full of power. Mo Fan's eyes widened once again. The mud monster at the beginning had transformed into a rock monster after devouring the girl named Caowan, and now, the rock monster had grown further after absorbing another person. Chapter 1765. Ambush of the Rock Shark. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The huge rock general had doubled its previous strength and speed. The creature fixed its eyes on Mo-Fan. It smashed every rock in its path into pieces as it charged at Mo-Fan. Mo-Fan noticed how unfavorable the situation was for him. He quickly cast Earthwave and slid down the slope. He was a lot clumsier without the help of the Shadow Element and Space Element, so the Earthwave was too slow. The 6-meter rock general was rapidly gaining on him. It slammed its fists onto the ground, flinging several waves of dirt and stones into the air. Mo-Fan was sent flying by the incredible force of the waves. As that happened, another rock monster jumped out from the side and grabbed Mo-Fan as he lost his balance in the air. Mo-Fan felt his body tightening up. The rock monster was holding him in its hand. The rock monster did not crush Mo-Fan with brute force. It was slamming him against its chest instead. Mo-Fan realized what the rock monster was trying to do, and drew a golden-brown star orbit in the nick of time. A rock fang immediately stuck out from the rock beside the rock monster and stabbed it right in the arm to hinder it. The rock monster could not feel any pain. It was furious at not being able to absorb Mo-Fan into its body. Mo-Fan broke free from the rock monster's grasp while it was struggling to move its arm. He nimbly jumped onto a rock and glanced at the huge rock general charging at him again. "Damn it, I have had enough of this." Mo-Fan cursed. He stomped the rock and dodged the massive rock general's hand like a fish weaving through a net, before landing on the rock general's head. He raised his hand before slamming it down on the rock general's head together with a golden-brown star orbit. A sharp rock fang followed. To Mo-Fan's surprise, not only did the rock fang fail to penetrate the huge rock general's defense, it even broke into pieces at the impact. Mo-Fan immediately felt awkward. He quickly backed away from the huge rock general's head before the creature smashed him to death. That thing's defense has risen significantly. Even my rock fang can't penetrate it. Mo-Fan jumped to a safe distance and stared at the annoying huge rock general. Mo-Fan's rock fangs could still penetrate a rock monster's body, yet they were useless against the stronger, larger rock general. Mo-Fan clenched his teeth when he saw the rock general charging at him like a tank again. He decided to have a showdown with the elemental creature. Star orbits appeared around Mo-Fan consecutively. The man who loved to overcome his limits in dangerous situations was focusing his attention now. Either the creature was going to knock him flying, or he was going to give the creature a taste of his intermediate spell. 6 star orbits had appeared. Only one remained. The huge rock general jumped into the air when it was around 20 meters away. It was using its momentum and gravity to maximize the damage of its explosive move. The students who were hiding in the distance, too afraid to involve themselves in the battle, started screaming. They managed to set up a rock barrier between Mo-Fan and the rock general. Mo-Fan had no idea whose spell it was, yet the defensive spell was like a mere bubble to the rock general. It simply smashed the rock barrier to pebbles with its shoulder while charging at Mo-Fan. The final stars of the earth element did not let Mo-Fan down. He finally completed the star pattern. His aura was several times stronger as he stood amid the glowing star pattern. Ambush of the rock shark. The ground below him began to loosen up. A ferocious shark made of rock leapt out of the ground just as the huge rock general was about to reach him. The rock shark had remarkable power, as if it had long accumulated its strength under the ground. Bang! The rock shark slammed into the rock general's body. The sturdiness and penetrative nature of Mo-Fan's bright rock were once again on display. The rock shark managed to leave a huge hole the size of its head on the rock general's stomach. Half the rock shark was now currently inside the rock general's body. The massive rock general fell to the ground and was smashed into pieces. Mo-Fan's rock shark dissipated and merged with the ground, too. Take that, you son of a b****ch. Mo Fan finally got to vent his frustrations, stepping on and crushing the pieces of rock scattered across the ground. His spell was a lot different after reaching the intermediate level. It was no longer just a little carp, but a ferocious shark. Even though it was still a long way from the hillock whale he had encountered, it was enough to take care of this oversized rock general. Pieces of rock started rolling down from the pile. 2 bodies covered in ashes rolled out of the remains of the huge rock general while Mo Fan was still admiring his new earth spell. The 2 people were still alive, but they were extremely weak. One of them seemed to be conscious, as he was trying to climb out of the pile of rubble. It's Su Jinju and Cao Huan. Great, they are still alive. Lin Chihui quickly came over. Mo Fan had the urge to roast Lin Chihui when he saw him. The man did not bother showing up to lend him a hand when he was fighting the rock general. However, he had shown up as soon as the battle ended. He had never seen such an unreliable senior. How could Dao Jing not be in trouble when following a leader like him? Where's the other one? Mo Fan turned around and asked. The rock monster whose arm had been pierced by Mo Fan's rock fang was still alive. The members of the group were not too weak, but their practical skills seriously hurt his eyes. They only knew to run away with their tails between their legs when they were only up against a warrior-level rock monster. It seems to have run away. Liang Juanheng pointed at a mountain. Go after it, it should lead us to Dao Jing and the others. Mo Fan ordered. Oh, right. Liang Juanheng and Zhu Donghao quickly chased after the rock monster after they realized that Dao Jing and the others had disappeared around here, hence it was very likely that they were attacked by the strange mud monsters too, taking over a human body and turning into powerful rock monsters. It's my first time seeing a creature like this. Mo Fan fell into deep thoughts while staring at Cao Huan and Su Jinju who were rescued. He had to admit that this kind of creature was rather terrifying, especially its ability to become stronger after eating a person. Chapter 1766. The Connected Caves. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Impressive, Fan Mo. It feels like the whole bunch of us are weaker than you. Liang Juanheng came up and patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. He would be dead by now if it wasn't for my rock barrier, Zhu Donghao instantly said defensively. Zhu Donghao, how shameless can you be? I wondered who ran away the quickest just now. If Fan Mo hadn't stepped forward, we wouldn't have been able to save Cao Huan and Su Jinju. We aren't blind or that stupid to not see how much Fan Mo has done to help us, yet you still have the mood to utter cynical remarks here. Liang Juanheng grunted. He's right, we would all be in danger if Fan Mo wasn't here. Brother Fan Mo, what was that spell just then? It was so cool. Everyone surrounded Mo Fan energetically. As expected of a bunch of inexperienced students, they still had the mood to chat in the dangerous situation. Lin Chihui took a few men to chase after the rock monster, but they soon returned. Mo Fan asked, why did you come back? Did you lose it? No, the rock monster went inside a burrow. We didn't dare pursue it any further, Lin Chihui answered. Bring me to it. Mo Fan ordered. Mo Fan followed Lin Chihui to the burrow that the rock monster had disappeared into. It was very deep, with uneven edges. They could not see the bottom at all. Lin Chihui and his men did not dare to go down because it was too dark, and its depth was uncertain. They could not help but wonder what kind of demon creatures they would encounter down there. It's getting dark. Why don't we head back first? We'll come again with the rescue squad. We might be in danger too if we try to do it ourselves, someone in the group spoke up uneasily. After all, the rock monsters were warrior-level creatures that could endanger their lives. They still had plenty of room to run away from the rock monsters on the spacious mountain, but going into the burrow was like a lamb entering a tiger's den. I'll go down there to take a look. If I don't find anything, we'll head back. Mo Fan was worried about Dao Jing's safety. She was such a youthful, adorable young woman. He did not want her to die just like that. Isn't that too dangerous? Lin Chihui asked. It's fine, if I don't come out in 10 minutes, you will head back to the city and send the rescue squad here, Fan said. All right. Lin Chihuey gulped. The rest of the group did not have the guts to go inside the burrow like Fan. They decided to wait on the surface. They were planning to use a rope or a vine to drop Fan down into the burrow slowly, yet he simply jumped into the burrow before anyone could react. Everyone was dumbfounded by his actions. They could not help but respect him. It was rare to see someone so brave in the world. What is there to be impressed with? Zhu Donghao grumbled when he saw everyone admiring Fan so much. Try jumping in there if you think you are so capable. Anybody can act tough with their mouth. Fan kept falling into the darkness. He finally landed at the bottom after falling between 200 and 300 meters. Luckily, the height was still bearable for his physical attributes. The body of a super mage was much stronger than an advanced mage, not to mention Fan's demon element. It was dark and wet around him. The bottom of the cave was very spacious, and Fan's vision in the dark was not too bad. He was able to see the rough appearance of the cave. Cries of agony came from above him, followed by the sound of something slamming heavily to the ground. That hurts, my ass. A dark figure rose to his feet. His eyes were glittering faintly in the dark. Zhu Donghao? Fan recognized the idiot's voice. It's me. So you think you can come down here, but I can't? You think only you care about Dao Jing? I care about her more than you. Zhu Donghao said righteously. Are you retarded? Can you please lower your voice in a place like this? Or do you want to be smashed into pulp by the rock monsters? Fan snarled. Zhu Donghao was lost for words. Fan was speechless. Why did he have to carry this burden around? Fan cited. Forget it, having another man might come in handy. My other elements are not available for now. I might be able to sacrifice this retard if necessary. Why is it so spacious down here? Zhu Donghao asked. You can see? Fan asked. Of course I can, my secondary element is the shadow element. My vision is sharper than demon creatures in a place like this, Zhu Donghao answered. It must be some kind of a secret cavern, Fan muttered. Seriously? Aren't we on a hill? Zhu Donghao exclaimed. The hill we were on was between 200 to 300 meters tall, and we have fallen 200 to 300 meters into this cave. We've basically landed in a cavern. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so spacious in here, Fan went on. The surroundings were a little wet, most likely because it had been raining recently. Fan managed to spot the fresh footsteps of a rock monster that had been left on the ground not long ago. Fan and Zhu Donghao followed the footsteps into an area with countless stalactites. They were as thick around as the pillars of a palace. Some were only half-grown and did not connect with the ceiling, but most of them had turned into pillars with a layer of fluorescent substance on the outside, giving the pitch-black cave some light. Don't move. Fan suddenly stopped Zhu Donghao, who was behind him. He seriously wondered how Zhu Donghao had practiced his shadow element. Why was he making so much noise when moving around? Even servant-class creatures with slightly better hearing could hear him easily, let alone warrior-level creatures. What did you see? Zhu Donghao asked softly. The mud monsters. Fan pointed ahead. Why do I have a feeling this place is more like an underground river? Zhu Donghao poked his head forward and glanced in the direction Fan was pointing in. He immediately shivered upon getting a clearer look. He could see the mud monsters that had attacked them, just as Fan had mentioned. He had only described the place as an underground river because he saw the mud monsters wriggling across the ground. Their numbers were so high that they had formed a flowing river. Isn't that going in the direction of the city? Zhu Donghao whispered. It seems like the barrier core has indeed attracted a bunch of troublesome monsters to the city. They can pounce on humans and turn them into those rock monsters. It's my heavens, weren't the soldiers gathering to clear the cave of demon creatures before we left the city? If the soldiers end up stumbling into these mud monsters Zhu Donghao was not completely brainless and immediately thought of a terrifying possibility. Chapter 1767. Courting Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was worried about the same thing, but judging from the looks of it, the army should have encountered the mud morphing monsters by now. Hopefully, they were able to perceive the threat these strange elemental creatures posed and eliminate them in time. There are bloodstains here. It should be theirs. Mo Fan was able to pick up a faint scent of blood. Mo Fan and Zhu Donghao waited for the mud morphing monsters to leave before following the trail of blood. The rock monsters were elemental creatures, so they would never bleed. Therefore, Dao Jing and the others must have left the bloodstains. It seemed like they were only injured by the rock monsters, instead of having their bodies being taken over by the creatures. After passing through the area with stalactites, the path began to narrow, not in terms of its width, but its height. Mo Fan and Zhu Donghao had to bend forward to keep going. They could not help but feel pressured as they ventured deeper. "Who's there?" An alert voice suddenly came from ahead. "It's me, Fan Mo." "Dao Jing, is that you?" Mo Fan had already noticed the fragrance of the shampoo which Dao Jing always used. She seemed to be fond of it. Mo Fan's nose was quite sensitive after hanging around the old wolf for so long. "I'm here too, Dao Jing. I'm Zhu Donghao. I've risked my life to save you." Zhu Donghao blurted out excitedly. "Shush!" Dao Jing immediately stopped him from talking. Zhu Donghao's voice immediately attracted some attention. A black shadow flickered past in the darkness and smashed the rocks recklessly, as if it was trying to break the short ceiling and make its way over to them. Mo Fan glanced at the rock monster and studied the area. He was impressed by how smart Dao Jing was, hiding in a spot where the rock monsters could not reach to guarantee her safety. "Where are the others?" Mo Fan asked. "The seniors said they would look for an exit, but they haven't returned," Dao Jing said gloomily. Dao Jing was touched that Mo Fan had come to save her, her nose tingling as she spoke. She had only met Mo Fan not long ago, yet the guy was willing to risk his life and jump into the cave because of her. "Was something chasing you?" Mo Fan asked. "A rock monster, the same creature that we encountered on the street previously. We had no choice but to jump into the cave to avoid it. We've been hiding here all along, as the rock monster stayed at the entrance. We came up with a plan together. I'd keep the rock monster distracted while the others would look for an exit in the other direction. I have no idea if they have reached safety," Dao Jing said. "I doubt it. Didn't you notice how many rock monsters are in this area?" Mo Fan pointed at a few figures roaming nearby. "Yeah, there are 4 of them nearby. If it wasn't for my shadow element, we wouldn't even have made it here," Zhu Donghao said. He suddenly realized something and looked at Mo Fan doubtfully. "Strange, I'm able to conceal my presence with my shadow element, but why didn't they notice you?" Mo Fan was seriously speechless, staring at the brainless man. Did he really think his shadow element was enough to conceal his presence from the warrior-level creatures? If Mo Fan hadn't lent him a hand with his shadow element, the Ferocious monsters would have beaten him up by now. "What were you trying to say? How are the rock monsters related to my seniors?" Dao Jing asked when she noticed something. "Did you encounter something like a mud monster?" Mo Fan asked. "I did. That thing tried to pounce on me, but I blocked it with my magic," Dao Jing said. "The rock monsters we saw were part of their transformation. They have the ability to take over living humans' bodies. They strike every human they stumble into, regardless of their gender. If they successfully land their attack, they transform the person into a rock monster with outstanding strength and a sturdy defense," Mo Fan informed her. "Who?" Dao Jing had never heard of such a strange creature. She subconsciously looked at the violent creatures roaming nearby and said, "So you're saying those rock monsters are actually my seniors? Are they going to be all right? Based on the woman whom we saved in the city, these mud morphing monsters are merely possessing their victims. They will recover after we defeat the rock monsters. Their lives aren't in danger, as far as I know," Mo Fan said. Cao Huan and Su Jinju were still alive, but they were in a feeble state. In other words, they could rescue the people who had fallen victim to the mud morphing monsters by defeating the rock monsters they became. However, it did not necessarily mean these creatures would never kill a human. "We'll bring you out of this place first," Zhu Donghao said. "What about them?" Dao Jing was too kind to leave on her own. "We have no time for them. We can't afford to fight the rock monsters here since we have no idea how many rock monsters and mud morphing monsters we would attract. We'll bring you out of here first and tell the military and the Magic Association what we have discovered. They will handle the rest," Mo Fan said. "Oh, all right." The rock monsters were not very intelligent. Mo Fan was able to lure them away with a little trick. He then brought Dao Jing away from the area. When they returned to the area with stalactites, Mo Fan noticed the mud morphing monsters had already left. There was no sign of any rock monsters nearby, either. He used the outstanding concealing ability of the shadow element and successfully brought Dao Jing to the entrance. "Damn it, those unreliable pricks, they actually left us behind after 10 minutes. How are we going to get up there now?" Zhu Donghao cursed when he saw no one had stayed to receive them. "I'll alter the shape of the walls." "We'll climb up slowly," Mo Fan said. "Sure." Mo Fan used Earth Wave to create folds along the walls, allowing them to climb up the rocks. Even though the height of 200 meters was a little tricky, they could still make it by climbing up slowly. They heard a furious cry from below when they reached a height of 50 meters. They saw a rock monster jumping around like an ape while climbing up the walls. It jumped to the opposite wall with a strong kick, approaching them rapidly. A rock monster!" Zhu Donghao screamed. He quickly moved his limbs and sped himself up. "So eager for his death?" "Humph!" Mo Fan scoffed when he saw the rock monster coming after them. Mo Fan might have struggled against these rock monsters a few days ago, but he had already learned his star pattern now. The creature was simply courting death by approaching him directly. Chapter 1768. Dingcheng is under attack. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ambush of the Rock Shark. Mo Fan was able to complete the star pattern more quickly every time he cast the spell. He no longer had to wait until the rock monster was close enough before summoning his powerful bright rock. A golden-brown rock sprang out of the wall fiercely and intercepted the rock monster in mid-jump. The golden-brown bright rock's penetrating power had obviously improved. A rock general was already struggling against it, let alone a rock monster. The rock monster's body immediately broke into pieces in midair after it was struck by the spell. An instant kill. Normally, when two heavy objects collided with one another, the sturdier one would remain while the other would break. Mo Fan might struggle against the rock monsters without the bright rock, but the rock monsters were no longer a threat with the combined power of the bright rock and his intermediate earth spell. A feeble man appeared amid the falling rocks. Mo Fan had been expecting it. He quickly jumped down after defeating the rock monster to catch the young man who was covered in ash. "It's Senior Kang!" Dao Jing exclaimed in joy. "Time to go. The rest of them will soon catch up to us." Mo Fan held the guy with the surname Kang with one arm while cursing in his heart. "Damn it, why the hell is this guy so heavy? He's almost 100 kilograms. What if I happen to loosen my grip? He shouldn't bother going on a dangerous adventure if he's so fat. He couldn't even outrun the demon creatures if anything happens." Mo Fan was panting heavily after carrying the man to the surface. Lin Chihui and the others had obviously left. It was indeed quite infuriating. Indeed, why couldn't there be a little more trust between people? He had only asked them to leave after 10 minutes as a rough estimation. Couldn't they stay for another 5 minutes? Who was going to carry the fatty who weighed almost 100 kilograms back? Mo Fan dragged the fatty along the ground. The guy happened to be covered in ash, which acted as a layer of protection around him. Dusk had come, and the lights of the city were visible in the distance. Mo Fan, Dao Jing, and Zhu Donghao descended the mountain tiredly, dragging the fatty with them. "How long is it going to take them to set up the goddamn barrier core?" Mo Fan grumbled. Fan was so annoyed by the fact that he could not use his other elements. Even dragging a man down the mountain was so tiring for him. They should be done pretty soon. Did you hear the noise? Dao Jing listened carefully. No, what noise? It seems to be coming from the city. The land between the ravine and the city wall was covered in clouds of dust. Thunderous roars were echoing in the sky. Countless huge rocks were being tossed at the rampart like there were a few hundred catapults at work. The rampart was an important part of the city's defense, yet it was already in ruins from the damage dealt by the rocks. Where did so many rock monsters come from? Didn't we already send people to investigate the ravine? Where's our troop? Why haven't they returned yet? Lu Bin of the Magic Association asked, perplexed. They had expected the barrier core to attract demon creatures to it. After all, the barrier core contained a ridiculous amount of the energy the demon creatures were fond of. On the other hand, they also would not want humans to set up a defensive perimeter in their territory. The Magic Association and the military had already taken all this into account. They had checked thoroughly and remained on alert throughout the process, yet the city was still invaded by a strange type of creature. They were caught unprepared by this catapult strategy. It's the rock monsters that have been showing up recently, Wenxia said. I know that, these cunning creatures are staying out of our soldiers' range. They just kept tossing boulders at us to destroy our defenses. They must be after the barrier core, we can't let them come any closer. Lu Bin shouted. Behind Lu Bin stood a group of mags in light brown outfits who seemed well trained. They emitted a strong presence of the earth element even when they were not casting any spells. They were the brown rock mags of the city's magic association, whose primary element was the earth element. They were the people whom Fan and the students were planning to learn from, yet a tricky species had shown up before the students even had a chance to learn from them. The roars were suddenly coming in sync, like rolling drums. The rock monsters finally lost their patience, giving up on the catapult strategy. They began to charge at the city like tanks. There were around 300 of the creatures. The defenders were put under great pressure when they saw the bulky creatures sprinting across the land. The battle mages and the brown rock mags holding their positions on the rampart subconsciously took a step back. Don't be intimidated by their aura. The city is about to become the greatest inland capital of the earth element. It's going to provide your family and future generations the safest home ever. When the city achieves greatness in the future, the people will be praising your names. Everyone is going to remember your names. Lu Bin stood on the command post on the rampart and motivated the battle mages with a loud voice. The battle was too important. An elemental capital was at stake, and its destiny was tied to even more few headquarters cities along the coast. It was supplying the coastline with stones, so if the city were successfully constructed, it would guarantee the coastline a stronger defense. Prepare to engage the enemy, no retreat. Wenxia was the person in charge of the military. The battle mages straightened up after receiving his order. They showed no signs of fear when facing the rock monsters that were charging at them. Prepare the rock barriers. Wenxia lifted her arm and swung it when the rock monsters reached a certain distance. The battle mages on different levels of the ramparts cast intermediate earth spells simultaneously. Brown lights began to spread across the rampart like fireworks. The star patterns gathered their energy at the sunken land in front of the rampart. The ground underwent tremendous changes under the influence of over 100 earth mags. Huge ravines appeared together with tall emerging walls. Powerful spikes also stuck out from the ground and stabbed at the earth monsters. The ground shook vigorously. Fan, who just descended from the mountain, happened to witness the spectacular sight. He could feel the strong impact as the magic and the elemental creatures crashed into one another, even though the land was covered in darkness. Chapter 1769. Get rid of it. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Holy crap, it was only dusk when we left. How come everything went out of control as soon as night fell? Zhu Donghao was absolutely terrified after looking down the mountain. The student had never seen anything like it. His legs were already trembling. Did you see something flowing down the mountain in that direction? Dao Jing said, pointing in another direction. Mo Fan saw it too. It was flowing slower than water, as if it was more viscous. He immediately associated it with something else. It's not looking good. The rock monsters are attacking the front to distract the soldiers while the mud morphing monsters are sneaking into the city. Mo Fan said. This is bad. Those mud morphing monsters will turn the people into more rock monsters. There are so many basic mags in the city, Dao Jing said worriedly. We are too far away, and the communication device isn't working. I think we should leave the city as soon as possible. Something bad is going to happen. Zhu Donghao suggested. They were far away from the city and the battlefield. It was unlikely they could make it in time. No way. We have to warn the military and tell everyone to look out for the mud-morphing monsters, Dao Jing immediately refuted. Mo Fan did not expect Dao Jing to have such a strong sense of justice. It was also impossible for him to leave. He had to reach the ramparts as soon as possible. Let's part ways. I'll head to the military while you two go to the areas where the mud-morphing monsters are sneaking in to evacuate the people and prevent them from getting devoured, Mo Fan said. If it was only the rock monsters, Mo Fan would not be so worried, but after witnessing how the rock monster had absorbed Su Jinju into its chest and evolved into the rock general, he realized how dangerous the mud-morphing monsters were. Not everyone stood a chance against a rock general. Its sturdy skin could protect itself from basic and intermediate spells, not to mention that the city was still in the magic sealing period. Got it. Dao Jing nodded. She immediately headed off in the direction of the areas the mud-morphing monsters were stealthily sneaking to. Zhu Donghao could only clench his teeth and go all out just to win his goddess affection. He followed Dao Jing closely to protect her. Fan Mo, you should look out since I'm no longer by your side. It'll be troublesome if we have to hold a memorial service for you if you didn't make it back to school, Zhu Donghao told Mo Fan before they split ways. He's a lot stronger than you. You should worry about yourself instead. Dao Jing rolled her eyes. Mo Fan was seriously speechless at how brainless this Zhu Donghao was. Mo Fan continued to drag the fatty with the surname Kang toward the rampart. The ash-covered man woke up when they were almost in the city. He was able to regain consciousness fairly quickly. Can you walk yet? Mo Fan asked. I think so, the fatty groaned. You will have to get up and find a safe place to hide. The mud-morphing monsters have invaded the city. You should alert the others if you still have some energy left, Mo Fan told the man. All right, I got it, the man said gratefully. It's nothing, don't mind it, Mo Fan waved his hand. However, he suddenly stopped the man when he recalled something. Oh, please go on a diet, I'm worn out just from dragging you, carrying you down the mountain. The fatty scratched his head in embarrassment. He had a sincere expression, even though his face was covered in ash. Mo Fan ran to the rampart. The fatty yelled at his back when he suddenly remembered something. You are Mo Fan, not Fan Mo, right? You're the guy who won the World College Tournament for our school. I'm your idol. Ah wait, you are my idol. I already knew on the first day, after we arrived in the city. Mo Fan did not respond after hearing the man shout, but it seemed like his efforts to save the fatty were not in vain. Mo Fan could not move around with blink and fleeing shadow, and so felt far too slow since he could only run with his feet. The rampart was already a great mess by the time he arrived. The rock monsters had bunched up like apes, and were smashing through the buildings and chasing the mags. The situation was not looking good at all. The magic sealing order had significantly weakened the strength of the army. The earth mags who were allocated to the city could only hold the line. How could they possibly use spells of a single element to fend off these strong and sturdy warrior-level elemental creatures? It's her. She seems to be commanding the army. Mo Fan saw a battle maga fending off 7 rock monsters alone on a building. Mo Fan only noticed her because of the mountain drill spinning top that was her specialty. Mo Fan happened to see a rock monster that was interested in joining the show between the 7 rock monsters and the beautiful female soldier. He decisively hopped onto the rock monster's back. The rock monster was indeed clumsy, with low intelligence. It only noticed Mo Fan's existence after reaching the top of the building. It immediately reached its hands out to grab Mo Fan. Down you go! Mo Fan jumped onto the building while breaking the platform extending out of it with a stomp. The rock monster had nothing left to hold onto. It fell from the top of the building and slammed into a huge pit. It's you! Wenxia was surprised to see Mo Fan. The rock monsters have broken through so easily. It seems like you're not that good of a commander, Mo Fan scoffed haughtily. Enough with your cynical remarks. Just piss off if you are just being an eyesore, instead of trying to help. Wenxia shot right back. I'm here to help, of course. You are being tricked by these rock monsters. This is only a bunch of cannon fodder meant to distract you. The real force has already snuck into the city. Mo Fan said righteously. Are you referring to those mud monsters that pounce on their targets? Wenxia asked while fending off the rock monsters. Yeah, I saw a whole bunch of them heading to the center of the city, Mo Fan said. Are you sure? Wenxia was almost hit by a rock monster in the face from being distracted. I'm sure. Mo Fan swore. Damn it, these cunning pricks. Wenxia cursed. Is the barrier core at the center of the city? Mo Fan asked. Obviously, they are clearly heading for the barrier core, Wenxia forcibly broke free from the encircling rock monsters and jumped to a shorter building. Mo Fan watched Wenxia leave. He turned around and immediately felt like cursing when he saw the rock monsters coming at him. Don't go, get rid of my seal first. Mo Fan chased after Wenxia. Mo Fan seriously had enough of the magic seal. Only Wenxia was able to get rid of it for him. Chapter 1770. Black Silver Rock Demo. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Wenxia was surprisingly quick and adept at using the earth wave. She could manipulate flat and angled terrain to increase her speed, like she had put on a pair of boots that had zero friction with the ground. It felt like she was riding the wind as she surfed across the waves. Mo Fan's control was outstanding, and he was learning from the more experienced Earth Mage on the spot to catch up to her. He was also skidding across the surfaces, but unlike Wenxia, who was nimbly dodging the attacks of the rock monsters and jumping around, Mo Fan was more like a rookie who had put on ice skates for the first time. Not only was he waving his hands wildly, trying to balance himself, he kept crashing into trash cans, electric poles, advertising boards, and stalls along the way. Mo Fan pursued the woman relentlessly, immediately putting the skills he had learned into practice. He was badly battered before he even reached the center of the city. A rock monster that had just formed suddenly rushed out of an alley. It was a mud morphing monster that had just ambushed its prey successfully. He could see mud still flowing on the rock monster's body and solidifying in reaction to the air. However, the impatient creature was already attacking pedestrians on the street. I have no time to waste on you. Mo Fan ducked and slid past between the rock monster's legs in style. The rock monster was a little slow with its reaction. Mo Fan was already nowhere to be seen by the time it bent forward. He was already 100 meters away by the time it turned and saw him. Turn, 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 F*** king turn. The street had a 90-degree turn in front of a mountain wall. Mo Fan tried to manipulate the ground with his control of the earth magic so he could drift perfectly at the corner like Wenxia did. Unfortunately, there were things that were impossible to learn just by observing someone doing it, nor was yelling going to make any difference. The dramatic move required great experience in using the earth wave. Bang! Mo Fan failed to step on the brakes in time and slammed right into the wall. Golden stars were spinning above his head. The rock monsters were still chasing after him. Mo Fan quickly wiped the blood gushing from his nose and quickly used another earth wave to leave the area. Mo Fan had learned how to travel in a straight line with the earth wave, but he was still struggling to turn the corners, let alone running along the walls and drifting around a 90-degree turn like Wenxia. Wenxia frowned after she arrived at the center of the city. There were a lot of buildings at the city's center, most of them were built with stone. To the south was a busy marketplace, and to the north were some ordinary commercial streets. A modern city would normally consist of steel, concrete, and reinforced glass, but the city center of Dingcheng only had concrete. There was not even any greenery nearby. The buildings had blocked off most of the view as she looked ahead, but she could still see strange mud creatures wriggling in different locations. Several rock monsters were destroying everything about them recklessly. It felt like a bunch of bandits had found their way into a rich mansion. They were overturning trunks and boxes, searching for the barrier core. It was dangerous for demon creatures to invade a city. Luckily, the city was more like a battle fortress that only allowed mags to enter it. Otherwise, there would be a lot more innocent lives lost. Fan was panting heavily. A lot of strange things were hanging off of him. He already lost count of the things he bumped into along the way. "Get rid of the seal, and I'll eliminate these creatures for you," Fang gasped. Getting rid of the seal is no different from giving the barrier core to these creatures. No non-earth element energy is allowed, especially so close to the barrier core. Wenxia replied instantly. "Then what are you going to do? Do you think you can take them all out with your earth element? There are large numbers of mud morphing monsters hunting their prey in the city now. The number of the rock monsters are only going to increase, and these creatures don't just stop there, they can also." Fan suddenly paused in the middle of his sentence. Wenxia was confused. She asked, "What were you trying to say?" Fan did not answer her. He pointed ahead with a stern face. Since it was dark, Wenxia and Fan subconsciously assumed the two black shadows before them were some tall commercial buildings when they looked down from a great height. To their surprise, the buildings suddenly started moving by raising their thick and strong legs. Their steps left huge cracks on the ground, and even knocked the houses nearby to the ground. Wenxia was dazed for a moment. A rock monster over 50 meters tall? The tallest rock monster they had encountered so far was only 4 meters, which was about the height of a single-story building. How did such enormous creatures show up in the well-protected city center? How did they make their way past the rampart? How could the soldiers and brown earth mags possibly let them pass? You saw it, they can evolve continuously. Not only can the mud morphing monsters transform into rock monsters after pouncing on humans, these rock monsters are attacking mags to devour them, too. Every mage they devour will increase their size and strength. Damn it, how many mags did those two black-silver rock demons even devour to reach their current size? The people inside them are probably enough to stack up into a human pyramid. Fan said. These dangerous and destructive creatures were born in such a short time. Heaven knew what they would do if they were left alone. They are turning the energy of the mags into their own. The Research Union has done some research on them, but we didn't discover the mud morphing monsters until it was too late, Wenxia admitted. I thought so too. The people we rescued were very weak, as if all their energy was drawn away, Fan said. Come with me, we can't let those two monsters reach the barrier core. Wenxia seemed to know of a hidden passage, and Fan off to a remote area. Hey, don't you dare drag me into a mess. I'm just being kind-hearted trying to remind you of the threat so the military won't be taken by surprise, so hurry up and get rid of the seal. I promise you that I won't use my other elements before the barrier core is done setting up. Besides, if those things do find the barrier core, who knows if they can evolve any further with the energy of the barrier core. It won't be just the rock monsters we have to worry about, but a rock demon emperor. I still need my other elements to flee for my life, to protect the vulnerable residents of the city. Fan corrected himself. Chapter 1771. Saving the world wherever he goes. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. No way, I will not remove the seal before the barrier is fully established. Wenxia said firmly. Don't be so stubborn. If you don't get rid of the seal, how are you going to take care of these rock monsters? What if everyone in the city is devoured by those monsters? Fan said. Look up, Wenxia pointed at the night sky and said, the moon will reach its peak at midnight, and the same time the barrier is finished. After that, the barrier will no longer prohibit the mags in the city from using other elements. It's only a few hours from now. Morphing glanced at the moon hanging in the sky and scratched his head. A few hours. It might sound easy, but the military and the Magic Association had not expected the mud morphing monsters to sneak into the city. They had placed all their attention on the rampart, which was currently under attack by the rock monsters. The city was in a complete mess now. It was impossible for the city to hold on for another few hours. On top of that, the people in the city were both more concentrated and unorganized. They were easy targets for the mud morphing monsters to increase their experience bars. More rock monsters and rock generals were going to appear, in addition to the 2 black-silver rock demons, not to mention the civilians were already struggling against the rock monsters, even though they were the weakest kind. If we fail to protect the barrier core, there's no way we can rebuild the city for 10 years. The defense of the headquarters cities along the coastline will fall a level without enough stone. If a purple-level disaster occurred, the headquarters cities which we spent so many resources on will cease to exist. The eastern part of our country will be as good as gone, Wenxia said. Morphing was startled by her words. What the heck? Why did she sound like the fate of an elemental capital deep in the mountains was tied to the survival of mankind? Was she exaggerating something? Wenxia retained her righteous bearing as a soldier when she saw Morphing's doubtful face. Perhaps you might think that the odds of a purple-level disaster are extremely low, but that's no excuse to not care about it. If it does happen, the consequences are unimaginable. Morphing was left speechless. It was a moment before Morphing finally remembered what he was trying to say. He sounded even less confident, so there's no way you will get rid of the seal before midnight. Exactly. Wenxia said firmly. Morphing knew he had no chance of convincing Wenxia after seeing her attitude toward the fate of the world. He had no choice but to wait until midnight, which meant he had to make sure the barrier core stayed intact until then. However, the mud-morphing monsters seemed to have picked up the scent of the barrier core. They began making their way toward an old structure with a clock tower at the center of the city. Please don't tell me that's where the barrier core is, Morphing sighed. Wenxia did not respond to his question, but her reaction had already told Morphing the answer. Damn it, wait for me. Morphing cursed. Morphing slid down the stairs and followed Wenxia towards the clock tower. Brown lights were flickering along the streets at times. The city was different since only the earth magic was allowed in it. There was no sign of the brilliance of other elements. The only problem was, not every earth mage spells could be used to attack. However, it was too passive for them to keep defending against the rock monster's outstanding strength. If the tall buildings and the complicated streets had not been providing them some cover, the rock monsters would have long broken down the clock tower. Wenxia quickly jumped up the clock tower. A battlemaga in a noble's magic coat stood at the top. It was easy to tell she was a super mage by her aura alone. A bunch of rock generals were naively approaching the clock tower, but the super mage was constantly manipulating the layout of the city to keep them away. Wenxia, my gravitational ring can last until midnight. They won't be able to climb up the barrier as long as it's still working. They can only roam around the building, but the 2 black-silver rock demons can use powerful earth magic, too. They are weakening my gravitational ring, so you will have to take care of them, the woman stated grimly. Teacher, can you hold your ground until midnight? Wenxia asked, concerned. It's not like I have a choice. Don't worry about me, just do as I say, the woman answered. All right, I'll be going. Your men will have to stay here. You have to do it on your own, the woman said. Leave it to me. A special troop of battle mages was also stationed up on the clock tower, advanced mags on average. Their numbers were not high, but they were quite strong. The place was still intact because of them. A lot of rock monsters had shown up in the city center. The people had finally seen the unusual behavior of the mud-morphing monsters. The woman in a magic robe had quickly gathered the majority of the mags at the clock tower before Wenxia and Morphing had shown up. It was better for the mags to stick together, and most importantly, to protect the barrier core. The civilian mags knew there were advanced battle mages at the clock tower, and were quick to hang around the clock tower knowing the experts of the Magic Association were there. They managed to form a strong defensive perimeter. You, come with me. Wenxia did not bring anyone else, but ordered Mo Fan to accompany her instead. Are you kidding me now? I'm no different from an intermediate mage if you don't take the seal off, yet you're asking me to take care of the black silver rock demons with you. Mo Fan protested. You just need to provide me with some support, I'll take care of the fight. You wouldn't want the barrier core to fall into these monsters' hands either, right? You still won't be able to use your other elements, and the city is going to fall. Once that happens, if the city falls, the eastern part of our country is done for, and the rest of our country will follow too. The entire Earth will be in danger? Fine, I got it. I simply have the destiny to save the world wherever I go, Mo Fan scoffed by mimicking Wenxia's righteous words. The truth was, even if the city did fall, the country would still stand and endure through the difficult times. The Earth would still spin as usual. They could easily say every incident was tied to the fate of the country. Wenxia was angry. She glared at Mo Fan and snapped, "Are you going or not?" "Of course I'm going. These little creatures have no place in my eyes even when I can't use my main elements." Mo Fan continued in the same righteous vein. Chapter 1772. Are You a Man? Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan followed Wenxia and slowly wove through a chaotic street with fallen buildings and houses. They noticed a few young mags fleeing for their lives, and experienced hunters taking on the rock generals. They would hear cries of agony at times, before a new rock monster was born in an alley somewhere. These mud-morphing monsters have the ability to conceal themselves. They will change their color to match their surroundings when they are crawling on the streets or the walls, making it difficult to sense them. Mo Fan had noticed the mud-morphing monster's strange ability along the way. We weren't prepared for these creatures because we knew too little about them. Those idiots of the Research Union. I seriously wonder why the Magic Association even bothers paying them when they never do anything useful. Wenxia grumbled. They had already encountered the rock monsters prior to the invasion. They had even saved a few mags that went missing. The Research Union should have been able to figure out the traits of these creatures with the information they had, yet they did not learn anything useful. Otherwise, with such tight security, the city would not be so passive now. As she thought, the local Research Union was not reliable at all. They were completely useless for practical matters. How are the two of us going to deal with those black-silver rock demons? Mo Fan was not planning to use his brain, since he was only tagging along. Besides, he was just a weak intermediate mage if the woman did not get rid of the seal. Look ahead, Wenxia pointed. Mo Fan looked at the black-silver rock demon and noticed it had caught another young mage. The young man looked a little familiar to Mo Fan. He recognized the young man was Liang Juanheng from the group after taking a closer look, the person who kept arguing with Zhu Donghao. You know him? Wenxia asked with a frown. Oh, I'm not close with him, Mo Fan said dismissively. Wenxia gave Mo Fan a disdainful look. She pointed out, these rock monsters will turn into mud briefly to devour people. I know that. Mo Fan observed the black-silver rock demon quietly. He did not have any intention to save the young man. Going out there was no different from killing himself. My magic will have trouble breaking through its defense, but if its body turns into mud, I should be able to deliver a deadly blow to it. Wenxia declared confidently. Oh, that's really a good idea. We'll wait until the black-silver rock demon strikes again. I'll keep it distracted while you ambush it. I seriously didn't expect you to be so smart despite your solemn and inflexible attitude, Mo Fan complimented her backhandedly, earning him another scowl. Wenxia's plan was quite effective. These rock monsters' strength was their defense, especially since earth magic was not destructive enough. The rock monsters might even remain unharmed when being struck by an earth attack. However, the rock monsters would be vulnerable when they were eating in their mud form. We can't wait for someone else. If I attack it when it's devouring somebody, won't I kill the person too? Wenxia grit her teeth. Oh, that's true. There's a high chance you will hurt the person too, but I think it's reasonable since the fate of the country and the earth is at stake here. Mo Fan bobbed his head. Wenxia rolled her eyes at Mo Fan's mockery. I'll never do anything like that. What should we do, then? The black silver rock demon will only enter its mud form when it is eating someone. The person is going to be caught by your attack regardless, Mo Fan said. Which is why I brought you here, Wenxia said. What do you mean? You want me to save the person right before you attack? That's very difficult with the spells I currently have, Mo Fan noticed Wenxia staring him in the eyes while he was talking. His voice softened before he snarled all of a sudden, F***K me, are you asking me to be the bait? Wenxia nodded sternly. Girl, it's your duty as a soldier to protect the country. It has nothing to do with an insignificant citizen like me. We'll meet again if it's our destiny. Don't worry about the seal. I'll just leave the city and leave the barrier core's coverage. Mo Fan turned and left after finishing the sentence. What kind of F***king joke is this? The woman's asking him to present himself to the black silver rock demon and let it devour him. Was she out of her goddamned mind? There was no need for Mo Fan to risk his life like that when he was merely a visitor to the city. Are you a man or not? Wenxia snapped. Of course I'm a F***king man. If it weren't for the grim situation now, I dare you to ask the same question in the middle of the night. I'll teach you the true meaning of firm and indestructible. Get rid of my seal, and I'll eliminate that black silver rock demon right away. There's no way I'm doing it if you don't take out the seal. Mo Fan said. You should have more confidence in me. I won't let it devour you. Wenxia swore. I'm more confident in myself. I'm telling you, the barrier core is going to fall into the hands of the demon creatures. You should just undo the seal now. I can at least get rid of all the rock monsters in the city center and protect the city. If you don't undo the seal, not only are you going to lose the barrier core, we are all going to die too. Mo Fan promised. Let's switch roles, then. I'll be the bait, and you will defeat it, Wenxia compromised. Girl, are you out of your mind? How is my magic going to inflict any serious damage on those black silver rock demons? Mo Fan said. What do you want, then? Wenxia's face reddened with rage. It was the only method she could think of. They would not be able to defeat the black silver rock demons with just the earth element if they were to fight them head-on. They might end up being eaten if they lost, allowing the black silver rock demons to grow even stronger. Let's be reasonable. I'm only here to lend a hand, not to get myself killed. Mo Fan said. Then do as I say. Wenxia said. Screw you, other people's lives are important, but mine isn't. You won't die, since you are strong enough. You are really thinking highly of me. Mo Fan did not argue with Wenxia any further. He had no intention of following her plan. He waved his hand to say goodbye and began packing his stuff. Wenxia did not urge him to stay, either. Mo Fan did turn around a few times, but he retained his cold attitude. He had gone less than 2 streets away when he heard a woman scream. Mo Fan turned around and saw the black silver rock demon grabbing a battle magger. It was obviously going to devour her to get stronger. Dao Jing. Mo Fan frowned when he happened to see her face. Chapter 1773. Being the Bait. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. How inhumane was that Wenxia? How could she ask a female student to do something so dangerous? Mo Fan let out a sigh. If Dao Jing was going to risk her life, chances were she was going to die because of it. After all, she was only an intermediate mage. Her physical traits and ability to react according to circumstances were inferior to his. I'm F***king doing everything for my country. Mo Fan cursed. He decided to turn back in the end. Wenxia was overjoyed when she saw Mo Fan. You changed your mind. You're seriously crossing the line. How could you ask that girl to sacrifice herself? Mo Fan said angrily. I don't know her. She was bringing a group of people to the clock tower to seek shelter, but the black silver rock demon found her. Everyone began to flee for their lives, but she was caught by the black silver rock demon after being cornered, when she immediately refuted him. The black silver rock demon was extremely greedy. It was planning to capture a few more mags before feasting on them, giving Dao Jing some extra time. Save the woman, I'll be the bait, Mo Fan said. Not a problem, you're acting more like a man now. Wenxia agreed happily. Wenxia did not waste any more time, and quickly jumped onto a building, a brown star constellation rapidly forming around her. From the strange glow of her magic and the unique aura of rocks circling her, Mo Fan could tell that she had a soul-grade earth seed, one with a powerful domain. Her eyes glowed brilliantly, increasing the number of rocks circling her. These jagged rocks sprang at the black silver rock demon after Wenxia waved her hand. Wenxia was targeting the arm that was holding Dao Jing. A huge area on the arm began to crack apart. Dao Jing was also sent flying like a leaf drifting in the wind. The black silver rock demon completely ignored the little prey it had lost. Its glittering eye stared at Wenxia. The strength of the mud morphing monsters not only increased with the number of humans they absorbed, but the energy level of the mags, too. Their strength would improve greatly after absorbing high-level mags. The research union did conclude that these mud morphing monsters were draining the energy inside the mags' bodies. The energy of an advanced mage was obviously greater than that of an intermediate mage. This black silver rock demon was born after a mud morphing monster absorbed an advanced mage. Therefore, it could only grow stronger and bigger by devouring mags at the advanced level or higher. A mage like Wenxia was the real main dish for the black silver rock demon. An intermediate mage like Dao Jing was less filling than an intree. The black silver rock demon was capable of using earth magic. It lifted its other arm and swung it at Wenxia fiercely, despite the distance between them. The black silver rock demon's arm grew longer and thicker in the process. Its body had a black luster, and was sturdier than metal. Its extending arm was strong enough to smash a building into dust. Wenxia did not stay to fight the creature. She withdrew from the scene and hid among the buildings. To her surprise, the creature kept smashing through the buildings with its arm. Several buildings nearby had already collapsed, like some toy building blocks. On the other hand, Mo Fan carefully caught the half-conscious Dao Jing as she was falling from the sky. Mo Fan woke her and roughly checked her injuries. Her condition was not too serious, with only some bruises and cuts from splinters. Fan Mo! Dao Jing exclaimed in disbelief when she saw Mo Fan. Yeah, it's me, I've saved your life once again. If I didn't already have 2 wives, I'm afraid you would have to marry me to repay me, Mo Fan answered promptly. Dao Jing was a little confused. What did he mean by he has 2 wives? Find somewhere safe, I'm about to be bait, Mo Fan sighed. Oh, all right, I can still walk. Dao Jing was a tough girl. Mo Fan turned to look at the black silver rock demon. The creature was as tall as a building, and its width was quite shocking. Even if he had his elements, it would not be as easy for him to defeat an elemental creature with such an outstanding defense as he had boasted. The lightning element was weak against the earth element. Mo Fan was not really fond of these creatures, since his strongest element was not as effective against them. Since he had agreed to be the bait, however, he would do his best. Mo Fan chased after the black silver rock demon that was trampling the buildings. He jumped between the remains of the buildings that were still standing to reach the black silver rock demon's height. Falling rock. Mo Fan completed a star pattern and summoned a huge rock the size of a room above the black silver rock demon's head. The rock fell and hit the black silver rock demon right on the head. As Mo Fan thought, the falling rock was completely useless against the massive creature. It was like a kid throwing a pebble at the back of a heavyweight boxer's head. The black silver rock demon turned its head around and fixed its eyes on Mo Fan, who was standing there on a broken-down building. The tiny Mo Fan gave the huge creature a middle finger. The black silver rock demon might not know what the gesture meant, but it could sense a strong provocation from the human. Super level. Even though Mo Fan's other elements were sealed away, it did not change the fact that he was a super mage. Besides, Mo Fan had 8 elements in total, which meant his body had a lot more energy stored up than normal mags. Mo Fan was like a fine delicacy in the black-silver rock demon's eyes. The black-silver rock demon was very straightforward. It immediately gave up on pursuing Wen Xie, who had provoked it first. Its eyes were staring at Mo Fan like a pair of spotlights. It might evolve into a rock tyrant after absorbing the human. Mo Fan was not in a rush to run away when he saw the black-silver rock demon charging at him. He was planning to be caught by the creature, after all. He could resist a little to put up a better act, or he could just stand still and let the creature catch him. Forget it, why did he even bother to make it look real? The black-silver rock demon did not look smart at all. He glanced at Wen Xie and saw her signaling him that she was ready. He immediately stopped moving and let the black-silver rock demon grab him. It even saved him the part of having to get injured. These rock monsters were after the energy of the mags. Only mags who were alive could provide them with energy, hence these creatures would not kill the mags before absorbing them. They would only break their legs or arms at most. Chapter 1774. 9-Layered Scorpion Tail. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyr'Zid. Edited by Aelrianth. As long as Mo Fan did not struggle, he would not have to suffer a broken leg or arm. When the black-silver rock demon grabbed Mo Fan's legs and lifted him off the ground upside down, he was beginning to regret his decision. What if Wen Xie was not reliable? What if she missed the attack? The black-silver rock demon lifted Mo Fan to its chest, where its absorption system was. The black-silver rock demon's chest began to move and soften. It gradually turned slimy as it transformed into mud. It was not like the usual black mud in a swamp, but a cluster of monsters that lacked the support of bones. They were bunched up together, their arms and tongues trying to drag Mo Fan into them. Mo Fan had been through a lot, so he was still able to retain his calm. In the mud, Mo Fan saw a weird face with a cunning and evil grin. It was like a starving demon trapped in a cage. It had a strong urge to drain away a living human's energy as soon as it saw one. An evil elemental spirit. Mo Fan recalled reading about the rare species in some books. But if it's an evil elemental spirit, how did it become stronger by draining the energy of mags? Mo Fan was confused, but he no longer had time for it when he was being forced into the mud by the black-silver rock demon. His mind was full of foul words instead. What the heck was that woman waiting for? Half of his body had already been dragged into the mud. When was she even going to attack? 9-Layered Scorpion Sting. With a loud chant, a tall slender figure emitting a brilliant brown light appeared on top of a tower. The star orbits, star patterns, and star constellations were combining into a spectacular star palace, setting off Wen Xie's alluring body and imperious stance. Mo Fan was hanging upside down. He realized how special the world was when he was viewing it from such a special position. The buildings in the city were severely damaged, but had remained standing at different heights. The ground began to rise from the intertwining streets under the tower Wen Xie was standing on. It rose over 10 meters into the air, as if something was breaking out of it. An enormous scorpion tail emerged from the sand in the air like a dragon. The cracks on the streets resembled the shape of a scorpion too. Only the spectacular scorpion tail, made of some kind of special stone, was emerging from the ground. The tail reached higher than the building as it coiled and struck. The sting at its end was just as long and sharp as the top of the tower. The sting went right through the black-silver rock demon's hand, only 5 centimeters away from Mo Fan's groin. The black-silver rock demon was pushing Mo Fan into its chest, so the scorpion sting nailed its hand on its chest. It even went through the evil face in the mud and pierced right through the creature's back. F***K, F***K, F***K me. Mo Fan felt his groin twitching. 5 centimeters. Only 5 centimeters. Mo Fan could normally reach 15 centimeters during a normal erection. That madwoman, was she trying to stop him from being a man anymore or what? The creature's hand was so huge, yet she had to aim so close to his important body part. Mo Fan's balls, so closely missed by the sting, were still recovering from the fright. Mo Fan immediately yelled at Wenxia with a pale face, "You should have just killed me too." Wenxia did not respond to Mo Fan. She had a stern face as she uttered slowly, "The second layer." "What second layer? Holy shit, stop it at once." Mo Fan yelled at the top of his lungs. The ground began to shake again. A bigger scorpion tail rose from the ground and stabbed the black silver rock demon's hand and chest. "Can you please aim a little lower? No, a bit higher. F***K me." Mo Fan's voice echoed in the air. It was no longer just a matter of 5 centimeters. That woman obviously had no idea where Mo Fan was, nor did she understand that there was something more important than being alive for a man. Mo Fan almost broke his joints when he tried to reposition himself. Meanwhile, a scorpion sting went between his legs and struck the black silver rock demon in the chest once again. It had left an even more obvious hole on the creature's chest this time. "Damn it, I swear I'm going to remind her how it feels to be a woman once I get down there." Mo Fan exploded after the scorpion sting barely missed him again. The third layer. Wenxia had no clue what Mo Fan was saying. She remained focused in a battle stance. 9 layers, don't tell me there are 7 more of them. "Brother, put me down, I'll kill her for you." Mo Fan was on the verge of losing his mind. He would rather be absorbed by the black silver rock demon, at least it would only drain his energy instead of threatening his life. Meanwhile, Wenxia was not only trying to take his life, she was taking the lives of his children and grandchildren. The 9 layers indeed represented the total number of scorpion stingers. The huge outline of a scorpion remained throughout the duration of the spell. 9 scorpion tails struck the black silver rock demon and left its chest filled with holes. They also completely destroyed Mo Fan's dignity. Mo Fan totally forgot to balance himself as he fell from the air. He landed on the ground and quickly checked his groin. His legs felt numb, on top of the mental paralysis he was under. As he thought, the little thing was given a huge fright. It had shrunk like a little loach. Mo Fan was extremely down, like a petite wife who had been messed up roughly by her muscular husband. His legs were even clutched inward when he rose to his feet. The black silver rock demon collapsed to the ground like a skyscraper after a deafening blast. Its body began to break into pieces. Several mags wrapped in cocoons of ashes fell out of its remains. The black silver rock demon had indeed absorbed a lot of people. It felt like its massive body was stacked up with a high number of mags. "Are you all right?" Wenxia came down from the tower and patted Mo Fan on the shoulder when she saw the empty look in his eyes. "You must be held responsible if it's somehow traumatized. You must resurrect it and reinstate its vigor. Do you understand?" Mo Fan said. Wenxia lowered her head and said with a serious face, "I will take responsibility for it, after the barrier core and the city are safe." Chapter 1775. The final 3 hours. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. After the black silver rock demon was defeated, the gravitational ring surrounding the clock tower regained its brilliance. The rock monsters and rock generals were struggling even more to break through the defensive perimeter. However, some granite beasts were still giving the defenders a huge headache. These beasts, which were resistant to the gravitational ring, were still approaching the barrier core. The second black silver rock demon took over as the leader of the rock monsters after the first black silver rock demon had fallen. It kept giving orders to the rock monsters. The granite beasts began to damage the defensive barrier recklessly, while the rest of the rock monsters and rock generals went searching for mags in the city. They immediately absorbed every mage they found. Since they were unable to break through the barrier, they would focus on attacking mags and evolve into granite beasts to overcome the suppression from the gravitational ring. Their ultimate goal was to reach the barrier core. They had to take advantage of their numbers and the fact that the human army was busy fending off their comrades. They had to break into the clock tower with a rush and claim the barrier core. These rock monsters aren't completely brainless. The city has an abundant supply of humans for them to help them evolve. If no strong mags step forward to eliminate the rock generals soon, the number of the granite beasts will double in less than an hour, and quadruple in 2 hours. The barrier won't hold until then, Morphing pointed out. The defense must stand at all costs. We have at least bought an extra hour. It's almost midnight. Wenxia was more optimistic. You have every right to think that, but I must remind you that the other black-silver rock demon size and strength have surpassed the one we just took out. If you are planning to get rid of it, too, I must ask you to find someone else to lend you a hand. I won't be risking my children and grandchildren for it again. Morphing swore. Wenxia was aware of the problem. There were 2 black-silver rock demons. The one they took out was the smaller of the 2. The difference between them was like a youth and an adult. On top of that, the adult black-silver rock demon seemed more intelligent, considering how it was sending its rock monsters and rock demons after more mags instead of trying to break through the barrier. It would be several times more difficult to eliminate the second black-silver rock demon. Wenxia had been trying to figure out a solution, but the black-silver rock demon was too cunning. It only focused on ordering the granite beasts around instead of involving itself in the battle. It even asked its lackeys to feed the higher-level mags to it so it could grow stronger. The granite beasts would stay and guard their leader whenever it was feasting. The same plan was obviously not going to work, even if Morphing was willing to be the bait. A rock that can fight is less scary than a rock that can think. You will have to make a decision. Either you remove the seal so everyone can join hands to defeat it and save the people that are absorbed by it and protect the city, or summon the army at the rampart back to the city center and try your best to defend the barrier core. But there's a problem if you choose the second approach, as more mud morphing monsters and rock monsters are going to invade the city. Even if the barrier core is successfully established, the people in the city will be replaced with rocks, so it's meaningless to even set up an elemental capital. Morphing pointed out. We won't abandon the people unless it's the last resort, Wenxia said firmly. It was obviously going to be a tough battle, especially since they were not familiar with what they were going up against in the first place. However, almost every elemental capital was bathed in blood when it was first established. How could they possibly enjoy a peace that might last for a few dozen years if they did not secure the victory here? The soldiers that were stationed in the city were already prepared for the worst outcome. This city might only be a random city you're visiting as a traveler, so its fate has nothing to do with you once you turn around and leave. Even if it turns into an elemental capital or is overrun by demon creatures, you will only lament it briefly when you see the news. But to us, it's more important than our lives. All the troops inland were allocated to the coastline, so we only have half our men here defending the city. Even so, we still want to do this. If the coastline falls one day and the headquarters cities are drowned, this city on the mountain can still provide shelter to the people. The barrier core will ensure they can sleep peacefully, and the soldiers who only want their families to have a safe place to stay will fight bravely for their sake. Wenxia knew what Morphing was thinking. It was necessary to put up with grim situations. She still had a great cause to fight for. She would not bother thinking about the last resort until the final moment. They needed the elemental capital desperately. They already knew the prices they might have to pay just to ensure it was built. Fine, I'd make the same call too, if I were you. Morphing understood where Wenxia was coming from after seeing her firm attitude. We'll wait for an hour and make the call if we can make it through. Just say it if you need any help. Wenxia nodded. She could recover some of her energy in the meantime. She had consumed a huge amount of her energy since she could only use the earth element. The mags defending the barrier core were facing the same problem, and there were still 3 hours until midnight. They had just eliminated a black-silver rock demon, so the barrier core would still be safe for another hour. However, as the number of granite beasts continued to increase, since the mud morphing monsters were still attacking the mags, the situation would get more dangerous the closer it was to midnight. Morphing could not say for sure how dangerous it was going to be. It was his first time facing such a unique species that could increase in numbers and evolve by absorbing their enemies. You're a super mage too, aren't you? Wenxia asked him, sitting on a pile of debris. I only became one recently. Mo Fan found a can of Sprite among the debris. He opened it and saw it was still fizzy. He took a mouthful. In spite of it all, it was still cool and refreshing. Then I guess you aren't just a nobody. What's your real name? Your identity in the system is obviously just a disguise. It's pretty common for the high rankers among us to have a second identity, Wen Xie said. Mo Fan said. The Mo Fan who won the World College Tournament. Wen Xie exclaimed. She immediately looked Mo Fan up and down again. That's me. Mo Fan took off the glasses that gave him a nerdy look and smiled. No wonder it took me such a great effort to seal your magic. You have so many elements, Wen Xie murmured. Chapter 1776. A Little Spark. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Time gradually passed. Cries of agony kept rising from all directions. Not many of the mags could fight the demon creatures in the city center on their own now. Meanwhile, the rock monsters and rock generals continued to increase in number. They were targeting the lone mags to evolve into granite beasts. Their height was between 15 and 30 meters, equivalent to a range from a 3-story building to nearly a 10-story building. The granite beasts were surprisingly tough. Their grey-white skin had the glitter of some kind of ore, while their arms, legs, and back had jagged rocks which made them look even more dangerous. The granite beasts' numbers had grown rapidly within the hour. They were starting to put the clock tower under great pressure. There's no other way, we'll have to withdraw our men from the rampart in half an hour. We must hold the line during the remaining time. Xie Qinghua said. Wen Xie and Mo Fan were standing beside the commander-in-chief of the city. Xie Qinghua was not just a commander of the military, but also an elder of the Magic Association, thus both the soldiers and the Brown Earth Mags were following her orders. The order basically meant they were giving up on the rest of the city and focusing on the city center. The rock monsters and mud morphing monsters had never stopped coming from the ravine. If the line of defense at the rampart was withdrawn, it meant the rock monsters and the mud morphing monsters could hunt freely throughout the city. The city had mags from many other organizations, but they were not as disciplined or as strong as the military or the Magic Association. Most of them were mags like Dao Jing, Zhu Donghao, and Lin Chihui, who all lacked practical experience. There were even a lot of basic mags who were even weaker. If they gave up defending the perimeter around the city, those defenseless people were surely going to end up as food to the rock monsters. It would no longer be a human city, but a city of rock monsters. You're bringing fire to the woods to save the village. The village might be safe for now, but it will soon be surrounded by flames once the whole woods are on fire. Mo Fan was strongly against the plan. The city might be a battle fortress, so they did not have to protect the civilians. The buildings in the city could be rebuilt in a short amount of time too, but what about the mags who were absorbed by the creatures? If the tribe of rock monsters was strong enough to overpower the barrier, everyone was going to turn into one of them. Who was going to save the mags who were absorbed? Who are you? A high schooler like you who knows nothing has no right to speak here. Xie Qinghua frowned when someone dared to oppose her orders directly, when she was the commander here. It doesn't matter who I am, your decision is driving everyone to the ocean of flames, and they are all going to die if you fail to put out the flames, Mo Fan warned her. Teacher, I also think we can't afford to let the monsters outside the city in. The mud morphing monsters will keep growing by taking more people. There are so many, Wen Xie tried to support him. Silence. Do you think you have time to come up with a better plan now? Do I need you to tell me the plan is inappropriate and unwise? If you have a better plan, feel free to spill it out now, and I'll immediately change my mind, but keep your mouth shut if you don't. The Research Union has already confirmed that the people who were absorbed are not in danger of losing their lives. We are only focusing our firepower on defending the barrier core. Once the barrier is fully constructed, we'll rescue them immediately. Xie Qinghua grunted. Wen Xie did not dare speak again. She looked at Mo Fan, who opened his mouth, but did not say anything, either. It was true that they did not have a better plan, but they both knew there was no turning back once the plan was put into motion. Wenxia, you should avoid hanging around an alarmist like him. They are only going to trip themselves with their lack of concern. You should be more confident in the barrier core. Once the barrier is established, these rock monsters will no longer be a problem for us. The captain of the Brown Rock Mags, Lu Bin, spoke up. Mo Fan had the urge to give Lu Bin the middle finger. Was the man seriously showing off his superiority at a time like this? Mo Fan knew he had no right to make the call for them. His speculation about the species being some kind of an evil elemental spirit was not proven either. He could only wait and observe the situation. Wenxia was dismissed. She apologized when she noticed Mo Fan's dark expression. They just want to make sure the city is built properly, like I do. Wenxia believed they had to try their best to defend the barrier core, even if they were lacking in numbers in the center of the city, but Se Qinghua and Lu Bin's approach was even more extreme. They were allocating the battle mages and the brown earth mags to the city center, even though the rest of the city was going to suffer from losing the support of the battle mages and the magic association. Even though everyone in the city was prepared for the battle, they mostly consisted of hunters, students, rogue mags, and members of renowned clans and organizations. Without the support of the military and the magic association, they would only end up as food to the rock monsters. Let's hope my instincts are wrong, that those rock monsters aren't as much of a threat as I think, and the barrier is strong enough to protect us, Mo Fan sighed. Mo Fan never wanted to be involved in the first place. Why did he have to be so concerned about the outcome? It was these authorities' job to make the call. He just needed to act within his area of expertise. They are all hoping to hold on until midnight. Once the barrier is activated at midnight, they will go from defending to attacking and save the victims. Don't you worry, the seal will be lifted at that time, too, Wenxia said. I understand. Let's wait for midnight, then Mo Fan could only nod agreement. Mo Fan did not leave. He sat at a spot where he was able to see a good deal into the distance. He could see massive figures running around in the dark. The loud noises coming from all directions never ceased. Mo Fan had been through many battles, including those that were grimmer and those that were less intense. Therefore, he was roughly able to tell how the situation of a battle was going to be. Would there be troubles ahead? Would they find themselves at a critical juncture? Or would the light of dawn finally rise upon them? Mo Fan was not trying to curse the special elemental capital, nor was he so stubborn that he only believed in his own ideas. It was just what his instincts had been hinting to him after he fought the evil elemental spirits in person, and assessed the situation after comparing the strength of the two sides. A little spark was enough to set an entire valley on fire, let alone a fierce, blazing flame. Chapter 1777. Eliminate them. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The moon was cold, like frost hanging above the mountain and the city. As midnight approached, Mo Fan looked around the city. It was initially surrounded by buildings of different heights, and it looked more or less the same now, but the tall figures standing in the city were no longer buildings, but huge rock demons whose eyes were scanning the destroyed city like spotlights, searching for the food that would make them stronger. The mags were shivering in fear in hiding places between the buildings. They did not dare even breathe heavily. The only advantage they had was that the huge rock demons were struggling to spot them when they were in cover. Luckily, they didn't have any magical ways to pick up our presence. If it was any other warrior-level beast or demon, they could easily pick up our scent. Lin Chihui was hidden behind a half-collapsed market. The beams of the building had happened to form a cave. Lin Chihui and the other members of the group were hiding there, waiting for the rock generals nearby to leave. Huge blasts were approaching. Dust and tiny pieces of rocks began to fall inside the cave. Don't make a sound. Lin Chihui signaled the others. Only a massive creature could possibly make such a huge noise when moving. Lin Chihui peeked at the opening through the crack. A 30-meter-tall creature veined with lines of ore stood there and scanned its surroundings. It was obviously searching for weaker mags. Lin Chihui's face went pale. The rock generals were already troublesome to deal with for them, let alone the granite beasts. It was so close to him that his heart almost stopped beating. It can't see us, it can't see us, it can't see us, Lin Chehui chanted in his heart. These elemental creatures did not have sharp senses, hence they would be safe as long as they avoided stepping into view. Their spot was secured. They had managed to hide from a few groups of rock monsters. Senior! Cao Huan suddenly cried out softly. Be quiet! Lin Chehui hissed. Look below you, Cao Huan whispered. Lin Chehui finally lowered his head and saw ripples surfacing on the ground covered in ash under his feet. The ripples were like wind blowing at the dust. It was difficult to notice them without taking a closer look. However, it was obviously magic, since it was impossible for the dust to be rippling when there was no wind. The granite beast initially had its back to the market, but it suddenly turned around and glanced down at the half-collapsed building. Bang! The granite beast swung its arm and knocked the debris away. The people underneath were staring at the granite beast in fear, like a bunch of dwarfs when the roof of their house was flung open. How could this be? Lin Chehui gasped in a trembling voice. The granite beast grinned as if it was mocking them. It did not grab the humans. It simply turned around and left. It was obvious that these weak mags had no place in its eyes. However, a few rock generals immediately surrounded them as soon as the granite beast left. The rock generals were clearly going to split the food among themselves. Lin Chehui and the others were no longer able to fight. The rock generals grabbed them like majestic demon eagles hunting chicks and absorbed the humans one by one into their bodies. The granite beast is able to use earth magic. They can use tiny ripples across surfaces to sense the mags hiding across the city. The number of rock generals has increased significantly, and the number of granite beasts has tripled, too, when Xia came and whispered to Mo Fan. Do you think the soldiers and the Magic Association can eliminate them all once their seals are lifted? Mo Fan asked. There were only 20 minutes left until the barrier core was activated, yet no one was feeling optimistic about it. The fire was already too strong to be put out. I'm afraid not, Wen Xia said. Get rid of my seal first, Mo Fan said. Well, Wen Xia hesitated for a moment. She glanced at Xie Qinghua and Lu Bin on the other side and whispered, come with me. Wen Xia brought Mo Fan to the side after agreeing to lift the seal for him. I can get rid of the seal for you, but you must promise me that you won't use other elements until the barrier is activated, Wen Xia said seriously. Don't worry, you guys have sacrificed so much. I won't ruin it unless the worst happens, Mo Fan promised. The seal was like a lock on Mo Fan's soul. Mo Fan would have no problem breaking it forcibly with his current cultivation and mental strength, it would only injure his soul slightly. But there was no reason for him to take the blame for obstructing the plan to establish the elemental capital for nothing. A deafening roar came from the ravine. A shocking figure, which made the signal towers look like little kids, began heading toward the city center. They could already feel its terrifying presence from a fair distance away. Another black-silver rock demon has shown up, and it's such a huge one. Mo Fan muttered. Wen Xia's face turned pale. The black-silver rock demons were their biggest threat. The barrier might be able to stop the rock monsters, rock generals, and the granite beasts, but it was nowhere strong enough to stop the black-silver rock demons. There are for black-silver rock demons now. They are going to break the barrier down, Wen Xia said in low spirits. You guys have underestimated these evil elemental spirits, Mo Fan agreed. Wen Xia clenched her fists, staring at the black-silver rock demons. Either way, we are fighting until the very end, Wen Xia said. She looked at Mo Fan and begged sincerely, you are strong, I know that, so I ask you to lend me a hand and help me kill another black-silver rock demon, please. Mo Fan shook his head. Wen Xia was still staring at Mo Fan. She was not willing to move her gaze away. Her face was trembling slightly. Just one. Wen Xia had an urge to do everything she could to kill a black-silver rock demon. It was all she could do for the city. Mo Fan rose to his feet and dusted off his shoulders. You'll be helping me this time. I'm going to eliminate the 4 black-silver rock demons, Mo Fan said. Killing the 4 black-silver rock demons would not necessarily turn the tide around, but it would not stop Mo Fan from killing them all. Chapter 1778. Killing Until Daybreak. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sky was dark, without any stars. The only source of light was the moon. Its frosty brilliance was pouring down on the city, outlining many huge shadows that were roaming, trampling, and roaring throughout the city. A bright light suddenly rose from the clock tower like a towering pillar connecting the night sky and the city. It split into several light arcs, encapsulating the city like the light of the heavens. It was the barrier. It was the lifeline that humans had relied on the most since the era of magic began. It had guaranteed the safety of cities, which allowed the humans to endure. With it, they no longer had to compete with demon creatures for land and resources. The faint brown-yellow barrier looked like the light of paradise when it was finally activated. It stood firmly above the city. The mud-morphing monsters and rock monsters that were flowing into the city were immediately blocked from it by a strong repulsive force. The scariest things about the demon creatures were their numbers and how they were able to keep showing up. It was not like the Mags were not able to kill the demon creatures, but they were eventually going to lose the will to fight against their endless numbers. If only the barrier had gone up an hour earlier. It would have reduced these creatures' numbers by half, even if it was only an hour difference. The whole city is full of rock monsters. Us soldiers might join them at any second. How long do we have to fight to eliminate them all? A captain sighed. The commanding officers and the authorities of the Magic Association had all gathered in the clock tower. They had witnessed the establishment of the barrier's sacred light and its strength, but the difference in numbers between them and the rock monsters was just too huge. The barrier was indeed able to hold off the demon creatures, but the Mags still needed to drive out the demon creatures that had already invaded the city. The problem was exactly what Mo Fan had predicted in the first place. The huge flames had already reached the walls. It was too late to put them out. I won't let these disgusting monsters get their way. All brown earth Mags, come with me and eliminate these demon creatures to return peace to the city. Lu Bin yelled. The average strength of the brown earth Mags was the advanced level. Since the barrier had been established, the seal on other elements had been lifted, too. Now that these Mags had reclaimed the energy of the other two elements, how could they possibly admit defeat so easily? Lu Bin led the brown earth Mags and jumped out of the clock tower to go after the granite beasts surrounding the building. The rock generals and the granite beasts were currently the biggest threats to the city, since they could easily crush a whole group of Mags on their own and give the Mags in the city a huge blow to morale. Lu Bin had to eliminate the demon creatures to help everyone regain their morale. He had to fight and convince everyone to fight the rock monsters with everything they had. It was the only way to save the city. Working as one. Working as one. The brown earth Mags devoted themselves to be the vanguards, since they were the most respected Mags in the city. That's right, we will work as one. We have held on for so long. It might be a long night, but dawn is just ahead. We will surely overcome this difficult situation by working together. The whole country will be proud of warriors like us, the Commander-in-Chief Xie Qinghua declared. Xie Qinghua had a dozen generals and captains with her. They began to shout their determination while leading their men to carry out counterattacks. The defensive war had ended. It was time for them to eliminate the mud-morphing monsters and rock monsters in the city, returning peace to it and transforming it into a real elemental capital. Otherwise, the city would only end up as a city of monsters. The hope and efforts of so many people would have been in vain. They were resisting the invasion of darkness for the first half of the night. It was time for them to fight for the daybreak in the second half. As matters stood, Mo Fan could no longer judge if the authorities had made the right decision. He was quite touched by their determination. The situation in the ancient capital was 100 times worse when the dark abyss was approaching the inner city, yet the people's determination allowed them to fight for the dawn. The city had not lost hope yet. As long as someone was still fighting back, they had not lost the fight to build the elemental capital. The people will easily lose determination from their fear of the enormous black-silver rock demons. I shall help them preserve their determination a little longer. Let's hope there's a miracle. Come, we'll start with the black silver rock demon that just evolved. Mo Fan told Wenxia. Wait, if you're seriously doing this, I will bring my men along too. They are all advanced mags, Wenxia said. Sure, having a few more men as bait might save us time, Mo Fan agreed. They are fighting too. Wenxia protested. Wenxia had her own squad. The rest of the army was taking orders from Xie Qinghua. The squad had 5 members in total who had reached the peak advanced level. Deputy Lieutenant Hu immediately asked when they followed Wenxia to a street in complete disorder, Captain, are we a special squad entrusted with the mission to eliminate the black silver rock demons? Is this a special order from the Commander-in-Chief? More like the Suicide Squad, Vice Captain Jin said. So what if we are the Suicide Squad? If we succeed, the city will record our names in its history. I've had enough looking after the miners and driving away weak demon creatures every day. I finally have a chance to make a huge contribution, ha ha ha. Among the 5 members, 4 of them were men with rough features. Only one was a quiet battle magger. She was petite and skinny with an ordinary face. If she was not wearing a military coat, it would be hard to imagine she was a lieutenant. It seemed her rank was the highest among Wenxia's subordinates. It's my own decision. The 5 of you and I will be giving him full support to kill the black silver rock demons. Wenxia pointed at Mo Fan who was leading the way. What? We are assisting that kid. Madam, I would have thought he was just a scout if you didn't say so, the kind that would flee for his life instantly as soon as a battle broke out. Deputy Lieutenant Hu burst out laughing. The others were amused too. The guy was obviously a student who came to the city for training. He was obviously a burden to the team. Why would they be assisting him instead? Were they really going to let such a weak student mage take on the brutal black silver rock demons? Chapter 1779. Just a fiery fist. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Reporting, a few granite beasts are blocking the path ahead. They are staying close to the black silver rock demon. We can only engage the black silver rock demon after taking them out, Vice Captain Jin said. Wenxia glanced at Mo Fan. He asked, how long will it take for you and your men to deal with them? 10 minutes at most. Wenxia was very confident in her men. All right, you will engage the granite beasts to distract the black silver rock demon while I find a way to its back to deliver a serious blow to it. This black silver rock demon is the weakest among them, so we shouldn't waste too much time on it, Mo Fan said. The most annoying thing about these monsters was their ability to absorb humans, so if they were unable to eliminate the monsters quicker than they were absorbing humans, the city was done for. Therefore, they had to pick up their pace of eliminating the creatures. They could not allow these creatures to keep evolving by absorbing the mags in the city. All right, we'll engage it from the front 10 minutes from now. Please inflict some serious damage on it, Wenxia nodded. Wenxia had yet to witness Mo Fan's true strength, but she still had lingering fear of almost being injured by Mo Fan's magic when she was sealing his elements. This Mo Fan might be stronger than the rumors had mentioned. Mo Fan took a different route and left. Deputy Lieutenant Hu harumphed and said, he indeed ran away when the situation didn't favor us. We can never rely on these young mags. It's not like we are relying on him in the first place. Come, let's not waste our time here. Mo Fan followed the stairs down and crossed a street that was at a lower level to find his way to the back of the black silver rock demon. A figure suddenly appeared as soon as he entered the debris-covered street while trying to find a way to avoid the rock generals and granite beasts. The figure immediately dragged him into an alley. Fan Mo, I finally found you. Did you manage to save Dao Jing? How are the others? Lin Chihui was so nervous that he was speaking incoherently. Senior Lin. It took Mo Fan a while to recognize Lin Chihui's face. Shush! Lin Chihui immediately told him to keep his voice down with a gesture. He quickly scanned the surroundings and said, I barely escaped from a granite beast. Don't you set me up. Oh, where are the others? Mo Fan asked. Lin Chehui briefly explained what happened to the group after they returned to the city. They were able to help at first by taking out 1 or 2 rock monsters, but the numbers of the creatures kept increasing rapidly. The students had no choice but to hide and run for their lives. However, Lin Chehui did not expect the granite beasts to have the ability to pick up slight movements from vibrations on the ground, enabling them to hunt down the mags that were hiding. You're saying that the granite beasts are able to locate where the mags are hiding by sensing the vibrations from the ground? Mo Fan was surprised. Yeah, it's so terrifying. These creatures are deadlier than we thought. I was lucky enough to sneak into an underground passage, or else I would have been eaten by now too. The others, I'm such a coward, I abandoned them and ran away on my own. Lin Chehui started to get emotional as he spoke. Tears were running down his cheeks. Senior, you shouldn't blame yourself too hard. You should be relieved that you were able to save yourself in that situation, Mo Fan consoled him. If the granite beasts had the ability to pick up movements from the ground, the black silver rock demon most likely had the same ability. Therefore, his plan to ambush the black silver rock demon from behind was definitely not going to work. Luckily, he had stumbled into Lin Chehui. Otherwise, he would waste his time, and might even give the black silver rock demon an opening to attack him. Heavy footsteps were audible as Lin Chehui burst into tears. He quickly covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound, but his eyes were filled with fear. It's coming for me, it's looking for the fish that has escaped the net. Lin Chehui blurted out. Don't be scared, Mo Fan said. Lin Chehui gathered his courage and said, Fan Mo, I've already let the others down. You should run, now, it will soon feel your footsteps, but I can still buy some time for you. Just go, and help me take care of the rest of the group. He realized he had no chance of successfully running away because of the granite beast's ability. Mo Fan patted Lin Chehui on the shoulder, seeing his unusual behavior. Lin Chehui was going to ask Mo Fan to leave again when a figure taller than a 10-story building showed up at the entrance of the alley. Lin Chehui could not even see the whole creature at the first glance. He had to lift his head to do so. Be behind you, Lin Chehui pointed at the creature with a trembling hand. He was struggling to speak properly. The granite beast grinned. It was scornful of how weak and tiny the humans were. The granite beast reached its hand into the alley. It was going to lift Mo Fan and Lin Chehui up like they were just some tiny mice. Behind you, run! Lin Chehui finally blurted out in fear, but his legs were shaking so much that he could not move at all. Mo Fan finally withdrew his hand and said, I know, it should be the one running. The creature's hand was within inches. Mo Fan suddenly turned around. His right hand, which had been patting Lin Chehui on the shoulder, suddenly burst into flames, unleashing a strong wave of heat for a few hundred meters as he threw a punch. He merely turned around and threw a punch, and a ferocious dragon appeared in the dark alley. Its bones were made of high-temperature lava, with tongues of fire erupting from its skin. The huge creature seemed tiny compared to the fiery dragon. The granite beast's arm was burned into ashes, and its huge and sturdy body was knocked to the ground by the wave of flames. Its body cracked rapidly, and eventually broke into pieces. Lin Chehui stood still. He was already on the edge, worried a granite beast would show up at any second, but the creature traumatizing him was already gone, leaving just his junior, whose fist had left scorched trails in the shape of a fan across the street. It was a granite beast, 10 times stronger than a rock general. Yet, it had died to a single fiery fist. Chapter 1780. Straight Ahead. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The fiery sparkles danced like butterflies. Mo Fan left the alley and looked down the street that had been razed to the ground. He noticed the granite beast was completely destroyed. Its body had shattered into pieces. There were a dozen people covered in ash there, scattered from its chest to its stomach. They were the mags that had been absorbed by the granite beast. A few of them were advanced mags. The ash served as a layer of protection for the mags. Otherwise, their lives might have been in danger when they rolled into the flames. Morphing also noticed something else. These rock monsters were only interested in mags with full energy. They were unable to see those whose energy had been drained away and were no longer fit for battle. Morphing even suspected these creatures were only after energy they could use, and normal people and mags whose energy had dried out were like stones by the side of the road to them. Lin Chehui could not find any word after some time. This Fanmo was no human. He was a monster. My earth element isn't impressive, but my fire element is pretty strong. Senior, you should hurry up and hide in the clock tower. I'll try my best to find the others, Morphing said. No way, I might be too weak to fight these creatures, but I can still carry the unconscious, Lin Chehui suddenly said righteously, as if he was being influenced by something. He kept seeing victims falling out of the remains of the rock monsters. These people were obviously going to struggle to reach safety on their own. Someone had stepped forward to save them. Lin Chehui felt like he had to do something. All right, get these people to safety then, Morphing nodded. A few buildings with only 2 floors were lined up along the street to a junction. It was the city's marketplace. Some magic tools the merchants had failed to bring away in time scattered across the ground. Magic ores of the earth element were scattered like pebbles everywhere, too. The granite beasts were quite intelligent. They discovered the earth magic ores had energy similar to the energy of mags, so they were collecting the magic ores and digesting them. The city was rich in earth magic ores, so the granite beasts had reaped a lot of benefits from the marketplace. The ones here did not bother searching for the human mags that were avoiding them like loaches. The street was quite wide, for times as broad as the main road in a city. The tents that had been set up still remained. The place would very be bustling if it was not deserted and messy. Wen Xia and her subordinates had already split up at the marketplace's junction, using the stalls as their cover. They secretly snuck up on a granite beast that was collecting the earth magic ores. The granite beast did not seem to notice them. Vice Captain Jin was the first to make his move, trying to deal a deadly blow to the monster. However, the granite beast's hand suddenly enlarged, as if it was long prepared. It smashed its hands fiercely, like a pair of gongs. Vice Captain Jin did not expect the monster to be expecting his attack. The rock gongs almost smashed him into pulp. Vice Captain Jin! Wen Xia immediately jumped forward when she saw Vice Captain Jin, whose bones had almost flattened, falling through the air. The granite beast caught him and absorbed him directly. The granite beast was extremely quick. The others did not even have time to save the man. They could only watch Vice Captain Jin being absorbed into the granite beast's body. The metallic gloss on the granite beast soon brightened slightly. Bones began to stick out where its joints were like swords, ghastly and terrifying. That **** absorbed old Jin, I'm going to smash it into pieces. Deputy Lieutenant Hu yelled angrily. Damn it, we were so careful when sneaking up here. How did it notice us? Wen Xia had the same question too. They had snuck up on the granite beast without making any mistake along the way. Even commander-level creatures with sensitive smell and hearing would not notice them, let alone the granite beast. Wen Xia's other Ferocious were already making their moves. They initially thought the 5 of them could easily take out the granite beast, but the creature had grown significantly stronger after absorbing Vice Captain Jin's energy. It took the 4 of them almost 5 minutes just to defeat it. It seemed like they were going to struggle to keep their word by taking out the granite beasts in 10 minutes. Keep going. Wen Xia decided to engage the enemy too, as she could not wait any longer. Wen Xia took out a granite beast at lightning speed, while her Ferocious were handling another granite beast at the junction. Wen Xia was a super mage. Her cultivation had been suppressed slightly to comply with the magic sealing order necessary to set up the barrier core, thus it felt like she was only an advanced mage. She had disregarded the suppression on her cultivation to draw the Star Palace when she and Morphing were killing the first black-silver rock demon. Otherwise, she would not have had to rest up for so long after casting a single super spell. The barrier was now activated, meaning that the magic sealing order was lifted. It had freed up her mental strength with it. She was finally able to fight with her full strength after reclaiming her 3 other elements and full will. When she cleanly took out a strong granite beast, but her outstanding strength immediately attracted the Black-Silver Rock Demon's attention. The Black-Silver Rock Demon's level was extremely high. It had a greedy look when it noticed Wenshia's cultivation. It would be one step closer to evolving to the next level once it absorbed a super mage. The Black-Silver Rock Demon was enlightened by Wenshia's appearance. After all, most super mags were surrounded by a huge group of subordinates, but the battle maga was almost fighting alone. Wenshia was not afraid of the monster. She had already killed one of them recently. She was confident that she could eliminate this leader of the rock monsters, too. I'll fight it while Mo Fan is searching for an opportunity for his sneak attack. We should be able to eliminate it quickly, Wenshia mumbled to herself. There was more than one Black-Silver Rock Demon, thus they had to eliminate the leader of the rock monsters before them as quickly as possible. Wenshia was just about to move when she suddenly saw a black lightning bolt sweep across the night sky. A figure stood on the end of the lightning bolt, engulfed in wild lightning arcs. Mo Fan. Wenshia was puzzled when she saw him. Wasn't he supposed to ambush the target? Why did he show himself first? These creatures are able to detect our presence through the ground's vibrations. There's no use trying to trick them. Let's fight them head-on. Mo Fan told Wenshia. Mo Fan landed less than 50 meters away from the Black-Silver Rock Demon. He did not show any sign of fear, despite facing the monster that was as tall as a skyscraper. Chapter 1781. He can do everything. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Black-Silver Rock Demon's roar swept the dust into the air like a strong wind, capable of destroying the sturdy buildings on the street. Mo Fan was knocked a few hundred meters back. A huge blast came from the wind before it calmed down. The Black-Silver Rock Demon appeared right in front of Mo Fan after knocking a hole in the screen of dust. The Black-Silver Rock Demon was covered in a layer of dark golden sand, like it was wearing a suit of armor. The force felt like a mountain was about to crash into him. Every possible escape was already sealed up by the creature's massive body. Blink! With a flicker of silver light, Mo Fan was already gone from the spot even as the Black-Silver Rock Demon suddenly stomped down. He reappeared in his previous location, now behind it, instantly. The Black-Silver Rock Demon seemed to know where Mo Fan was going to show up. It immediately charged at Mo Fan again after missing its first attempt. Since you like to charge around, let's see who's stronger between us. Mo Fan yelled. He began to run at the Black-Silver Rock Demon, too. The faster his speed, the fiercer the flames engulfing him grew. Flame Bell's shadow emerged from his back, allowing his flames to reach their maximum strength. The 3 soul-grade flames combined into one. Mo Fan's flames enlarged continuously, to the extent that the Black-Silver Rock Demon's huge body was no longer as imposing as it used to be. Rocket wings, propulsion. A fiery dragon charged forward as the fiery feathers drifting in the wind quickly formed a pair of spectacular burning wings. Mo Fan never used the fiery wings to fly. He only detonated his fiery feathers and used the force of the explosions to propel himself. The fiery feathers were combusted like fuel in an instant. Mo Fan's momentum was simply unstoppable. The Black-Silver Rock Demon had tried to use its sturdy body to crush its tiny enemy with brute force, but to its surprise, the human was charging at it with even greater force instead. The Black-Silver Rock Demon had a dark sandstorm behind it, but Mo Fan's back had raging flames. The two crashed into one another on the street of the marketplace. The clash between the fire element and the earth element exploded into a tornado of fire and sand over 500 meters wide. Inside the tornado, Mo Fan was still having a showdown with the Black-Silver Rock Demon. The creature's armor began to crack. The tornado eventually reached its limit. With a huge explosion, the sand scattered across the place, while flames poured down like rain. The marketplace was beyond recognition. A huge hole was left at the spot where Mo Fan had collided with the Black-Silver Rock Demon. Fan was still standing in the hole, but the black-silver rock demon had slid over a few hundred meters down the destroyed street. The huge monster was still standing, but its body was covered with cracks. The proud leader of the evil elemental spirits was enraged. A rock giant like it had lost to a weak human in a head-on showdown. It was struggling to believe that a human was able to face it so fearlessly. The black-silver rock demon was very angry. It spread its arms and roared into the sky. The ground began to shake. The black-silver rock demon seemed to wield a strong magic, capable of controlling the sand and the ground. A huge crack appeared across the street and headed straight in Fan's direction. Fan began to lose his balance when the ground started rocking so violently. He quickly jumped to a nearby building when he saw the crack. The building split in half as soon as he landed on top of it. Luckily, Fan's reflexes were quick. He turned into a shadow and dodged the attack. Otherwise, he might have been sliced in half by the invisible force, too. Ground slash. It was like an invisible sword. The powerful blow had sliced the ground in half, despite the lack of physical contact. The ground slash was a strong tearing force surging forward as the ground was cracking apart. Therefore, preventing oneself from falling into the crack was not enough to dodge the ground slash. Fan also had to evade the force as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would end up just like the building that had been cut in half. That was the ability that the black-silver rock demon was using. Fan took note of how the creature was using the earth element. He quickly backed away to a certain distance to guarantee his own safety. The black-silver rock demon chased after him relentlessly. It waved its hand again, executing another ground slash. It remained on Fan's trail even when he jumped to higher ground. The ground slash missed Fan by only half a meter. The street was brutally chopped in half. Fan immediately jumped to a higher spot after dodging the attack. He was at the black-silver rock demon's eye level at his current height. The black-silver rock demon took a huge step forward. It needed a bit of time before it could execute the ground slash again. Fan took hold of the opportunity to draw a fire star constellation. Sky Flame Funeral. Fan's eyes burned like torches during the loud chant. The flames rose into the sky and set the clouds looming over the city center ablaze. Long fiery swords began to descend from the burning clouds. They immediately spread wildly after stabbing into the black-silver rock demon. Small tongues of flames merged immediately after coming into contact with one another. After the first few dozen fiery swords fell from the sky, the black-silver rock demon was completely on fire. Even its sturdy body was unable to withstand the heat of the 3 soul-grade flames. The whole place was blazing red, the area was lit up dazzlingly. When Xia was standing not too far away, staring at the black-silver rock demon being devoured by the huge flames with a blank face. She was planning to lend Fan a hand with her 9-layered scorpion tail, but was dumbfounded when she saw Fan had inflicted serious injuries on the black-silver rock demon without using a single super spell. What the heck was with his Sky Flame Funeral, which was comparable to the strength of a super spell? Oh madam, who exactly is he? Deputy Lieutenant Hu asked, equally stunned. He can do everything. When Xia's subordinates had finally taken care of the granite beasts after more than 10 minutes. They were planning to help when Xia eliminate the black-silver rock demon, even if it meant risking their lives, but the black-silver rock demon was already cracking apart. Their superior did not even have any chance to attack the creature. The kid had defeated the black-silver rock demon alone. How insane was his strength? Even soldiers had to rely on their numbers to fend off demon creatures. Not many were able to take on high-level demon creatures on their own. Chapter 1782. The Godly Strength of the Strange Rock Creature. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. That man is crazily strong. When Xia's subordinates were dumbfounded. It turned out that they were indeed here just to provide the man with some support. They did not have to cast a spell to defeat the black-silver rock demon. The young man had defeated it on his own. The black-silver rock demon was struggling to remain intact amid the fierce flames. Wenxia simply followed up with a strong mountain drill spinning top to disintegrate it. The creature's remains fell into a pile. One mage after another covered in ash was rolling down the little hill. Wenxia's men were unsure what to do, seeing the huge number of feeble victims. Fang I'll leave them to you. We'll head over to the next location, Wenxia ordered, leaving one of her men behind. Affirmative. Time was running short. There were still 3 black-silver rock demons throwing a tantrum in the city. They had realized the barrier was stopping their lackeys from advancing, so they were ramming into the barrier with their powerful bodies. Those creatures are serious about wiping us out, Wenxia said angrily when she saw the black-silver rock demon on the other side of the barrier. It's so big. Deputy Lieutenant Hu blurted out in shock. The black-silver rock demon that was attacking the barrier was around 10 meters taller than the black-silver rock demon they had just defeated. It no longer felt like a rock creature, given the hue and luster it had. It was more like a black metal demon with a strong mechanical vibe to it. What is it doing? Wenxia asked. The black-silver rock demon suddenly walked toward a park around 5 hectares in size. It was built on a higher ground than the city streets. It even had a rockery with trees and flowers and a small waterfall. It was a fine little park. To everyone's surprise, the black-silver rock demon suddenly pulled the cement park right out of the ground with its insane strength. A huge hole was left behind. The terrifying black-silver rock demon lifted the whole park and used it to beat on the barrier. The park had somehow become the black-silver rock demon's weapon. The park would shatter a little every time it slammed into the barrier. The scene had left the whole city center in awe. How could they possibly stand a chance against a creature with such godly strength? That's insane. Can we really beat that thing? The aides de camp immediately lost their courage when they realized how weak they were compared to the black-silver rock demon. Wenxia clenched her teeth. This black-silver rock demon was a lot stronger than the others they had encountered. It would be impressive if they could survive it, let alone defeat it. Mo Fan, should we try and take out the other 2 first? Wenxia was a little intimidated. It will do. Once we defeat it, the other 2 will no longer be a problem for us. Mo Fan rubbed his palms together. He went ahead and engaged the creature without bothering to discuss things. Wenxia was thinking of coming up with a plan with Mo Fan, yet the man was bolder than everyone imagined. He immediately engaged the black-silver rock demon while everyone else was intimidated by its overwhelming strength. I would like to see how long you're going to be able to lift that. Mo Fan blinked onto the park that was being raised into the air. The black-silver rock demon was swinging the park at the barrier when a silver light encapsulated the entire thing and applied enormous pressure to it. The black-silver rock demon even sank half a meter into the ground. The mountain trail was not too sturdy in the first place, and almost collapsed under the weight. The black-silver rock demon finally realized someone was standing on the park. It was confused as to why the park was twice as heavy when the human was only around the size of a small bush. The park gradually became even heavier. The black-silver rock demon had no choice but to drop it to the ground with a boom. It quickly scanned its surroundings, searching for the tiny human that had shown up to mess with its plan as it angrily pulled a long rocky spear out from thin air. The creature tossed the long spear at Mo Fan once it spotted him. He immediately turned into a shadow bird and disappeared into the darkness. The long spear flew over a kilometer, sweeping dust into the air along its trail. It eventually landed in the street of a business district, quivering there like a new flagpole. Mo Fan's eyes emitted a silver glow after he landed on a transmission tower. Rise! An invisible aura began to spread into his surroundings as his will split into different streams, scattered across the remains of the fallen buildings. The debris slowly rose into the air under Mo Fan's control. Go! Mo Fan swung his hand. The debris, pillars, and beams accelerated as they were fired at the black-silver rock demon. The projectiles were quite heavy. The black-silver rock demon had to struggle to withstand the impacts. The black-silver rock demon slammed its fist into the ground. A sand dune suddenly emerged there, forming a shield standing firmly in front of the black-silver rock demon. Most of the projectiles Mo Fan was controlling ended up smashing into dust. The black-silver rock demon lifted its leg and stomped the ground. A fan-shaped quake blew forward rapidly, almost like a herd of sprinting wild beasts, destroying and knocking aside everything along its path, including Mo Fan. The fan-shaped wave covered a wide area, and Mo Fan had nowhere to hide from it. He had no choice but to use Blink to distance himself from the black-silver rock demon. Mo Fan initially planned to damage the outer shell of the black-silver rock demon and focus his spells on the same wound to inflict serious damage on it. However, the creature's earth magic was so strong that he had no choice but to back away instead. His spells were obviously out of range with the current distance between him and the black-silver rock demon. However, the black-silver rock demon's attacks could still reach Mo Fan placing him in a very passive situation. The presence of the earth element is very strong here, so its attacks are a lot stronger too, when Xia called out to him. I know that. I wouldn't be at such a disadvantage if my earth element was stronger, Mo Fan said angrily. He was considered an earth mage too, but his basic and intermediate earth spells were useless in the fight against the high-level creature. I'll help you, Wen Xia said. Chapter 1783. The Vacuum Zone. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Its earth magic is so annoying, especially that mountain shield. I won't be able to hurt it if it keeps using that shield against my destructive spells, Mo Fan fumed. Mo Fan had always hated fighting tough creatures with sturdy defenses. Even if the black-silver rock demon stood there without defending itself, it would take Mo Fan some time to take it down, but if it was using the earth magic, he highly doubted he could kill it before the sun rose at dawn. I can help you create an earth element vacuum zone to weaken the presence of the earth element. That way, it will have difficulties using its earth magic, Wen Xia said. Is it like a magic formation? Mo Fan asked. Yes. Wen Xia nodded. Great, without the earth magic, the fight should be a lot easier, Mo Fan said enthusiastically. It was a time-lapse formation, meaning it would take some time for the formation to be established. Wen Xia was actually good at setting up magic formations. Otherwise, she would not have been picked to implement the magic sealing order. However, the earth element vacuum zone was slightly different from the magic sealing zone. She would be working with a few earth mags to set up a magical pentagram with her energy and some magic tools to swiftly draw away the energy of a certain element from the area. The magic formation was similar to an exhaust fan. It would draw the energy out of the air and turn it into a vacuum zone. That being said, it was difficult to set up a perfect vacuum zone, but it was still possible for a few powerful earth mags to draw away the energy of a specific element from an area. Wen Xia happened to have Dingcheng still available. The Mage Fang Di had regrouped with them after he brought in the rescue team from the Magic Association to treat the victims whom they had rescued. The 5 of them stood at 5 different points of a pentagram. Mo Fan was luring the black-silver rock demon into the vacuum zone inside the pentagram. It was a trap designed specifically for the creature. The black-silver rock demon completely disregarded the humans nearby. It set its foot into the vacuum zone while trying to grab Mo Fan. Earth Element Vacuum Zone. Wen Xia led her Dingcheng in empowering the magic formation. A dark line extended from Wen Xia's arms and connected with Deputy Lieutenant Hu and Fang Di. The two spread their arms just like Wen Xia, forming vertices of the pentagon. When the ray reached them, it extended from their arms across to the other 2 soldiers. When the last 2 soldiers' arms were connected by the light, like star orbits being combined into a star pattern, the pentagram began to emit a strange glow, isolating the area. There was no wind, but it felt like they were stepping into the middle of a tornado. Mo Fan was an earth mage too, so he could feel the earth magic in the zone thinning out. The black-silver rock demon noticed something fishy, too. The earth magic was like a domain under its control at all times, but it could feel its power plummeting. Mo Fan, the vacuum zone won't last long. You must defeat it as quickly as possible. Remember, don't let it escape from the pentagram. when she had told Mo Fan, "Don't worry, I won't give the Vandal any chance." Mo Fan assured her. The black-silver rock demon was not a stupid creature. It immediately turned around when it realized it had walked into a trap. The vacuum zone in the pentagram did not restrict its movement, it was hard enough just weakening the presence of an element in the area. The rest was up to Mo Fan now. "You think you can run away?" Mo Fan was long prepared for this. He had been releasing his dark material into the ground and the black-silver rock demon's body throughout the battle. "It has been a while since I last used my dark magic. It's time to see how strong the fiendish knight has grown," Mo Fan murmured. It was already late at night. The darkness helped the fiendish knight spread even faster. As Mo Fan went around in a circle, the street that was already under his control was further encapsulated by a layer of dark energy. The darkness continued to spread like a shadowy mist. The ground turned into a huge black swamp. The pentagram had already drawn away the earth magic, and the ground the black-silver rock demon was standing on was replaced by a bottomless swamp. It had completely cut the black-silver rock demon off from the actual ground. "Stop!" Mo Fan swung his arm. A pair of shadowy enormous hands rose from the shadowy morass and grabbed onto the black-silver rock demon's legs tightly. The black-silver rock demon struggled fiercely, but it felt like its legs were nailed to the spot. When it turned around, it was shocked to see its legs being held by its own shadow. The whole place was in complete darkness. Why were there still shadows? Why did its shadow have the power to bind it down? Mere brute force was not enough to break free from the fiendish knight. Mo Fan did recall some people mentioning that the earth element's defense was vulnerable to the shadow element. Mo Fan had all the time he needed to cast a real shadow spell once the black-silver rock demon was unable to rely on its earth magic. Treason of the rebelling shadow. It would have been difficult for Mo Fan to summon a shadow the same size as the massive creature with his fiendish knight before. However, the improved version of the fiendish knight did not let him down. A huge shadow demon resembling the black-silver rock demon rose from the swamp of darkness just a few seconds after the black-silver rock demon was unable to move. The black-silver rock demon stiffened. Its eyes filled with fear when it saw the shadow demon with its own appearance rising before it. The rebelling shadow was just as big as the black-silver rock demon, the only difference was, its body was made of the dark material. The shadow demon had a menacing aura. It took a step forward and stabbed the black-silver rock demon with a long shadow spear before Mo Fan even gave the order. The black-silver rock demon started to panic instantly. It finally broke free from the binding on its feet. The shadow demon that looked exactly the same as it did had stabbed it in the chest. The black-silver rock demon did not suffer any physical injuries, but was staggering from the pain inflicted on its mind and soul. Chapter 1784. I have the numbers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What's that? Commander-in-Chief Xie Qinghua stared at the distant area covered in darkness from the top of the clock tower. She could barely see two huge shadows moving. It seemed like one black-silver rock demon was killing the other. Cries of agony were constantly echoing over the city. A scout came over and blurted out, reporting, 2 black-silver rock demons have been eliminated. The 100 people who were sent here just now were rescued after one of the black-silver rock demons was taken out, an advisor spoke up. There are only a few people in our city who are strong enough to kill a black-silver rock demon, but Lu Bin is leading the brown rock mags, who are surrounded by a large group of granite beasts. I wonder who stepped forward to lend us a hand this time. Xie Qinghua wondered. Sir, it's the student who was with Lieutenant Wenxia, Fan Mo, the scout informed her. That young man. Xie Qinghua faintly recalled the young man. She remembered he was the one who was strongly against her decision. That's impossible. How is he so strong? Xie Qinghua had barely finished her sentence when the screen of darkness dissipated, and the black swamp faded away like a falling tide. Xie Qinghua picked up her magic glasses and glanced at the edge of the magic formation. She happened to see the black-silver rock demon collapsing to the ground. An unusual dark aura was flowing out of its body. It was obviously killed by some dark magic. Meanwhile, a young man with the same dark energy was standing beside the black silver rock demon's remains. It was the young man the scout had mentioned. It's really him, but Xie Qinghua was stunned. Most people who had developed such impressive strength were at least in their 30s. She had never seen anyone able to kill a black silver rock demon in their 20s. Commander, there are only 2 black silver rock demons left. There's still hope, the advisor blurted out excitedly. Yes, there's still hope, Xie Qinghua agreed quietly. The only super mags in the city were her, Wenxia, and Lu Bin, but there was now another mage with outstanding strength who had killed 2 black silver rock demons in a row. It was important if they had an extra super mage defending the city. Xie Qinghua's heart was racing now. Yes, there was still hope indeed. Commander, Wenxia and the young man seemed to be heading to the next black silver rock demon, the advisor said. Is that young man possessed by a deity or something? The troop of advanced mags we sent out couldn't even kill a black silver rock demon, yet it feels like he can eliminate all of them on his own. Mo Fan was like an angel from heaven for the military and the city. He was so used to situations like this after going through his previous battles. He was a true warrior as he defeated the black silver rock demons looming over the city like huge black mountains. The army's morale rose rapidly as a result. These high-level creatures had been giving the battle mages huge pressure during the fighting. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the rock monsters, it felt like dawn was right before them when the black silver rock demons all fell to the ground. Sir, our soldiers have cleaned up the rock monsters at the marketplace. Deputy Lieutenant Hu reported. Very good. It seems like the soldiers are much braver after the black silver rock demons have fallen. Isn't that obvious? If I saw such a huge monster in a battle, I might fail to assemble my star patterns and star constellations properly because of the pressure it gave me. It's all thanks to Brother Mo Fan. Sir, where did you find such a reliable expert? Fang Di asked. Wenxia's men were hugely relieved after 2 of the black silver rock demons were taken out, and feeling a lot more confident. He claimed to have come here for training with a bunch of students. He only awakened the earth element recently. Wenxia grinned when she saw Mo Fan sprinting around. Wenxia had discovered Mo Fan was strong when he first came to the city, yet his performance was still beyond what she had expected. She was amused when she recalled how he had agreed to help her, being used as bait to kill the first black silver rock demon, with such a close call. It's just ahead, I'll deal with it alone. The rest of you should head to the next location and clean up the granite beasts. I'll be there soon, Mo Fan told the people behind him. Mo Fan quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed a huge bunch of granite beasts accompanying the last black silver rock demon in the residential area. Mo Fan did not want to waste his time on the granite beasts, so he asked Wenxia and her men to deal with them first. The black silver rock demon in front of them was a loner. It had occupied the central plaza and was fighting against a few of the brown rock mags. The brown rock mags were too weak to take on the black silver rock demon. Their spells only managed to scratch the black silver rock demon's itch. A few rounds later, 2 brown rock mags ended up falling into the creature's mouth and were used to increase its strength. Are you going to be fine on your own? Wenxia said. On my own? No, I have the numbers, Mo Fan replied. Wenxia was puzzled by his words. Wenxia brought her men to the residential area. The buildings in the area were not as tall as the busier districts, so it was more difficult for the mags to conceal their presence. In addition to that, the number of the granite beasts was so high that almost every junction had a granite beast on duty. It seemed like the last black silver rock demon was their boss. Wenxia could not help but turn around while making her way to the residential area. Didn't he say he wasn't alone? What did he mean by that? A woo! Howls suddenly echoed above the central plaza where Mo Fan was. Wenxia looked towards the noises, and was shocked to see dazzlingly white wolves running around in amazing numbers under the moonlight. Where did so many demon wolves come from? Their ranks aren't low, either. Deputy Lieutenant Hu blurted out in astonishment. Commander level, they are all at the commander level. Where did they? I just saw the light of a dimensional summoning gate. The summoning element. When Xia suddenly recalled. When Xia had watched the World College tournament, she suddenly recalled Mo Fan had another outstanding element too, the summoning element. He had summoned a pack of demon wolves there, too. When Xia looked back after reaching higher ground, she was shocked to see several hundred white wolves filling up the central plaza. The higher-ranked moon-devouring white wolves were surrounding the black-silver rock demon while flanking it from all directions. Chapter 1785. A man equivalent to half an army. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan stood amid the pack of wolves on the central plaza, smiling at the black-silver rock demon. The black-silver rock demon was enraged. It thought it was in a one-on-one duel, yet the man had summoned more than 10 trucks full of wolves out of nowhere. Shouldn't he be more sincere as a human when challenging a demon creature to a duel? Apers, come out! Mo Fan used his contract summoning to summon Apers, who had been sleeping in her contract space for a long time. Apers walked out of the lunar white summoning gate. She subconsciously stretched to loosen herself after inhaling the fresh air filled with the smell of mud and rocks after waking up from her deep slumber. Apers looked like a young teenager, yet her body was more alluring than most women. If it wasn't for the circumstances they were in, Mo Fan would have seriously pounced on the little snake beauty who was purposely displaying her charm coquettishly in front of him and teach her a lesson. Pa! Mo Fan smacked the stretching little snake beauty on her butt. He was quite surprised by the bounce. You ******, I'm going to skin you and use it to make me a pair of boots. Apers blushed. She had never seen such a perverted master, and why the hell was he using such great force? The right half of her buttock must have reddened. Enough playing around, do you see that huge rock monster? I'll leave it to you. I have something urgent to handle. If you do a nice job, I'll buy you the goose-feathered down jacket you've always wanted. Mo Fan promised. Are you serious? Apers' round eyes glittered immediately. If you let me smack you on the left side too, Mo Fan went on. Why don't you just die, you filth? I'll be going. Don't let me down, or you aren't getting anything, Mo Fan replied, completely unmoved. Mo Fan left after placing Apers in charge. He now had 11 moon-devouring white wolves, all at the commander level. In addition to them, the number of the white-marked wolves and enormous white wolves had reached 270. If he let them fight on their own, over half of them would die before dawn arrived. However, with Apers here, she would preserve the numbers of his summoned creatures with a master's touch, allowing him to deal with the last black-silver rock demon with peace of mind. Apers was quite bored after staying inside the contract space, but she was not allowed to come out while the magic sealing order had been in place. The city was now in chaos after it was overrun by the rock monsters, and she had a bunch of wolves under her command now. She could easily slaughter the rock monsters to relieve her boredom. Apers was a natural leader. Her eyes were already emitting the strong brilliance of one of Medusa's descendants before she glanced at the black-silver rock demon looming like a mountain before her. A creature that absorbs humans to strengthen itself? That means it must have the soul-merging pieces in its body, Apers mumbled to herself. 2 attractive dimples slowly surfaced on her face. I can't let that greedy Mo Fan know about them. The black-silver rock demon might be strong, but it could not handle 11 commander-level moon-devouring white wolves at once. Besides, these moon-devouring white wolves also had an outstanding power from their lineage, the moon-gathering power. It was similar to the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's lineage of the Flying Creek. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's strength would increase significantly when his surroundings were covered in ice. It would also grant the Flying Creek Snow Wolf access to more ice spells and abilities. The moon-devouring white wolves were the same. The cold moon hanging in the night sky was able to make them stronger. The stars were dim, but moonlight was shining down upon the city coldly. It had granted the moon-devouring white wolves great strength, especially their moon-devouring claws. Once they accumulated enough moonlight energy, they could even tear through the thick armor of the black-silver rock demon with a swipe. The battle was straightforward and simple once they were able to break through the black-silver rock demon's defense. The simple-minded black-silver rock demon was like a juicy meat rock waiting to be slaughtered. When Xia and her men were intercepted outside the residential area, they were struggling to get any closer to the black-silver rock demon. "How's the situation?" A dark figure suddenly showed up behind Wenxia, giving the woman who was fully focused on the situation ahead a huge fright. Why did you come here?" Wenxia asked. "The creature at the central plaza is dead for sure. I'm here to deal with the fourth one. Didn't I promise you that I'd eliminate them all?" Mo Fan smiled. "Are those white wolves your summoned beasts?" Deputy Lieutenant Hu had to ask. "Brother Mo Fan, did you move an entire wolf valley here? Why do I feel like your summoning tide is comparable to half an army?" Fang Di spoke up. It was not exaggerating to describe the pack of wolves as being as strong as half an army, since an army did not fully consist of intermediate mags. The numbers of advanced mags were limited, too. The commander-level moon-devouring white wolves were already equivalent to a few dozen advanced mags, not to mention the white-marked wolves in the hundreds. The intermediate mags and the warrior-level creatures were not equally matched, and it was the same for the advanced mags and the commander-level creatures. Comparing them to the quality of the city's army, the ratio between them was around 1 to 5. Almost 5 intermediate mags were needed to fight a rock monster, but Mo Fan's white-marked wolves were able to take on the rock monsters on their own. Therefore, Mo Fan's summoning tide was indeed just as strong as half an army. However, everyone knew the summoning tide would consume a mage's energy rapidly, thus its duration was not too long. The dawn would really arrive if these summoned creatures could keep fighting. "I'm merely doing my best," Mo Fan replied. "Brother Mo Fan, I'm very impressed by you," Deputy Lieutenant Hu admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed. He had even mocked Mo Fan to be just a young kid, yet it turned out that he himself was just an insignificant lackey compared to Mo Fan. He was weaker than the man-summoned creature. "We'll talk later. How is everything going? I bet this thing is the trickiest among them, right?" Mo Fan stared at the black-silver rock demon in the residential area. The black-silver rock demon was not particularly huge, but its lustrous black shell was truly indestructible. It was a pity that Mo Fan did not take the skill path of corrupting darkness, or his shadow magic might have been able to break down the black-silver rock demon's defense. "Can't you use the same shadow magic to kill it?" Wenxia asked. Mo Fan shook his head and answered, "It's going to be difficult. My dark material needs some time to penetrate its target, similar to plant magic, which requires the mage to plant the seeds and let them take root before they can spread in an area. My shadow magic works the same way. Do you think those creatures will give me the chance to do so, under these circumstances?" Chapter 1786. The Black-Silver Armored Rock Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. There was no better option than fighting the creature head-on. It was not like they had enough time to think of anything else. They wove through the residential buildings. Mo Fan snuck closer to the black-silver armored rock demon with his shadow element. He was going to probe the creature first. Cries were rising everywhere. Mo Fan was intercepted by a bunch of granite beasts before he had moved 500 meters closer to the black-silver armored rock demon. The granite beasts stood in a line, like a wall of stone, not giving Mo Fan any chance to approach their leader. The truth was that they were having trouble pinpointing Mo Fan's location precisely with their hearing, but when they simply stood in a line to seal up the area, even Mo Fan did not have a chance to get past them. "There's no way through," Wenxia said anxiously. "We have to figure out a way." Mo Fan did not overthink it. He used blink right after he came out of the shadow. Silver rays intertwined before Mo Fan and constructed a dazzling star constellation. Mo Fan glanced at the others behind him and said, "What are you waiting for? Get in." Wenxia and her men had not reacted quickly enough. Embarrassed, they quickly stepped into the star constellation Mo Fan constructed right before it disappeared. "Exchanging heaven and earth," Mo Fan yelled casually before executing the jump. TL note. A reference to a famous ability in one of Jin Yong's novels. The 6 people vanished into thin air with a flash of silver light. The granite beasts initially tried to stop them, but they could not help but scratch their heads when the humans suddenly disappeared. What the heck were those humans doing? Around 100 meters away from the granite beasts, Morphing, Wenxia, and her men came out of the dimensional space following another silver flash. Did we teleport right into the nest of those rock monsters? Fang Di cried out in a panic. The granite beasts were not just an immobile wall. Even if they managed to teleport past them, they still had to fight the creatures eventually. However, they were no longer able to retreat with the black-silver armored rock demon in front and the granite beasts behind them. Their ride was going straight to the gates of hell. It was a magical hearse. Are we going to make it out alive? Deputy Lieutenant Hu blurted out in a trembling voice. Didn't you already make up your mind to cut off your means of retreat in the first place? Morphing asked when he saw their reaction, raising his brows. Isn't it normal for people to act tough once in a while? How are we going to fight them if we are completely surrounded? Yeah, no one could possibly fight with their full strength when being surrounded by demon creatures. It's fine, just focus on those behind us. I'll take care of the creature in front. If you are struggling, he will lend you all a hand, Morphing said. Morphing cast his dimensional summoning and summoned the Flying Creek Snow Wolf to his side. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's role among the wolves had been replaced by Queen Aber's. Therefore, he had kept the simple-minded creature with him to handle some manual labor instead. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf howled scornfully, declaring battle against the creatures without even looking at his surroundings. The cry was a declaration of ownership over the territory of demon creatures, thus the Flying Creek Snow Wolf enjoyed howling for no reason other than to tell others that this land belonged to him. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was merely trying to display his imposing bearing and warn the weak creatures nearby to back away. However, the violent granite beasts all roared back at the same time, even before the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was done. The deafening roars immediately overwhelmed the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's howl. His howl was supposed to have a long note at the end, yet it somehow turned into a soft bark in the end. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf had no choice but to swallow his own voice. Why do I feel like you always embarrass me? Why did you even howl without looking at the situation first? Morphing swore, rolling his eyes in disgust. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf did not dare howl anymore. It would only provoke the creatures even further. Who among you is an ice mage? Morphing asked. My tertiary element is ice. Wenxia piped up. Has it reached the super level? Morphing said. Not yet, but I have a soul grade seed for it, Wenxia replied. Morphing nodded. He smacked the Flying Creek Snow Wolf on the head and said, Did you hear that? Stick with her, or else those rock monsters are going to mess you up. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf nodded. He felt more confident having an ice mage around. The stronger the ice element, the more his strength would increase. He might be able to take on these granite beasts if his strength of a commander-level creature in the advancing period rose higher. Morphing approached the black-silver armored rock demon after leaving the granite beasts in the hands of Wenxia and the others. Morphing used one of his strongest lightning spells, even though he was only probing the creature. A dark sky lightning claw appeared above the black-silver armored rock demon out of nowhere and tore at it, leaving a lot of sparkles behind. The black-silver armored rock demon didn't bother to move. It was examining the tiny human before it. The sky lightning claw had left only a tiny scratch on its gleaming black-silver armor. It was as insignificant as the scratch left by someone's nail on a tree. Damn it, the lightning element is really useless against them. Morphing exclaimed in annoyance. His lightning element was very ineffective against these stinking rock-hard creatures. The outstanding penetration power of the lightning element did not have any effect on the earth element. Therefore, even Morphing's enhanced lightning element was useless against the creature. The paralyzing effect and the spreading effect aren't working either. Do I really have to use fire? Morphing mumbled helplessly. The fire element was not particularly effective against the creature, either. It seemed like the shadow element was his only chance. I'll keep it busy and slowly spread the fiendish night in the surroundings. Let's hope this huge rock is just as dumb as its brothers, Morphing murmured. The spreading of the dark material was going to take some time. The longer it took for him to spread the dark material, the stronger the attack was going to be, especially if the dark material could take root and spread inside the black-silver armored rock demon's body. Chapter 1787. The City-Chopping Axe. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The black-silver armored rock demon suddenly stomped the ground. An orange-yellow wave surged rapidly across the ground, like a strong wall of wind. The buildings in its way were crushed into pieces. If anyone had been looking down from above, they would have noticed a new ring with a diameter of over 700 meters in the residential area of densely packed houses. There was nothing but dust and sand left inside the ring. Morphing was puzzled as he stared at the cloud of dust along the edge of the ring. What was the creature thinking? Did it just stomp the ground for no reason? He was clearly out of the range of the attack, and even if he was in range, he could easily dodge the spreading ring of the stomp. Morphing soon realized where the problem was. Damn it, it drove the dark material away. Just a moment ago, Morphing's dark material had spread across the residential area. He would have been able to establish the swamp of darkness once the dark material grew a little bit more. He would then have been able to use the NYX regime to suppress the creature's earth magic. To his surprise, the black-silver armored rock demon was so alert that it had completely driven Morphing's fiendish night away after all the efforts he had put in. This is getting a little tricky. Morphing was getting a headache now. The black-silver armored rock demon walked toward Morphing. Its glowing red eyes were staring down at Morphing, as if it was expressing its disdain for Morphing's petty tricks. The black-silver armored rock demon slowly lifted its hands above its head. As its body shuddered, the dust that had yet to settle down started gathering toward its hands rapidly, like a huge number of insects returning to their nest. The dust particles formed a long handle in the black-silver armored rock demon's hands. The creature grabbed onto the handle tightly, as a polished battle axe appeared on the other end of the handle. The black-silver armored rock demon lifted the axe. It felt like the huge axe was going to slice the city in half under the cold brilliance of the moon. The battle mages and the mags of the Magic Association were stunned by the sight. The black-silver armored rock demon was obviously not targeting the battle mages or the brown rock mags. An annoying pest was standing right in front of it. It would get rid of him before deciding on its next move. The creature's strength was absolutely shocking. It swung the axe with immeasurable power. The force poured down like a tsunami from the sky together with the axe. Morphing tried to dodge it, but had no clue where to go. This was different from being suppressed mentally, making him feel like he was being attacked from all directions. His mind had simply gone blank under the enormous pressure that had exceeded his threshold. He felt like there was nothing he could do, apart from standing there to receive it. The swing was utterly shocking. Morphing was already prepared for it, yet the black-silver armored rock demon was a lot stronger than he thought. It was a true ruler-level creature. The axe landed on the ground like a godly weapon. The whole city could only withstand a few hits like that, at most. The enormous axe had sliced the residential area in the same area as Morphing in half, forming an astoundingly deep ravine. The ravine kept expanding, extending from the residential area to the business district. The skyscrapers there began to fall in succession. The terrifying ravine almost devoured everything on the surface in its path. Even the stars in the sky had to clear a path for the ferocious slash. Morphing had nowhere to escape to, caught by the formidable force of the axe. The defensive equipment he activated had all dissipated after the strike. The axe might be swung in a straight line, but its force had further split into thousands of ferocious gusts of wind. Morphing used everything he had to barely dodge the slash itself, but the winds were free to attack him. His clothes were shredded and his skin was torn, with shallow and deep cuts all over his body. His bones were now exposed from some of the deep cuts, his blood pouring out endlessly from the rest of the cuts. The attack did not knock Morphing too far away, but he was covered in blood before he fell to the ground. He caught a glimpse of the spectacular ravine left by the axe out of the corner of his eye. It was similar to the ravine outside the city, but this one had happened right in the city's center. Mo Fan slammed onto the ground. His eyes widened as he sensed the burning pain all over his body. This creature was absolutely terrifying. Unlike the black-silver rock demon, the black-silver armored rock demon did not evolve from a mud-morphing monster. It had been a ruler-level creature all along. It was the real commander of the rock monsters. It was intelligent, and possessed a terrifying strength unmatched among the black-silver rock demons. Mo Fan slightly regretted his decision to engage the creature so recklessly. It was too difficult to take on a ruler-level creature without Zhao Manyan's outstanding defense. No matter how well prepared he was, he still ended up in his current circumstances against the absolute strength of a ruler-level creature. He had only managed to defeat a ruler level in the past by working with the others. Mo Fan was mainly in charge attacking since his destructive spells were capable of hurting a ruler-level creature. Meanwhile, Zhao Manyang would handle the defense, as he had no problem defending against the strongest attacks of a ruler-level creature if he had fully set up his defenses. The others would focus on suppressing the ruler-level creature, preventing it from using any destructive moves. In addition to all that, the black-silver armored rock demon was very cunning. It made itself look exactly the same as the other black-silver rock demons, so when it suddenly revealed its terrifying strength it took Mo Fan and the others by surprise when it felt threatened. That son of a b****ch. Mo Fan slowly crawled his way out of the gouge in the earth. He opened his space pocket and gulped down the whole sack of sacred potions Xinxia had given him. He did not care if the potions were used to stop bleeding, for rejuvenation, rapid healing, or slow recovery. He simply tossed them all into his mouth. He only remembered everything in the sack was edible. In the past, Mo Fan's injuries would heal at a rate visible to the eye after drinking such potions. Their effects were only slightly weaker than the spells of a healer. However, he was up against a ruler-level creature now. Such spells were usually enhanced with extra elemental damage that was incurable with normal methods. Only a professional healer was capable of truly healing these wounds. Chapter 1788. The Disobedient Contracted Beast. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Luckily, the axe didn't hit me right in the face. Otherwise, the injuries alone would have tortured me to death even if I managed to survive them. Mo Fan muttered in relief. The potions were healing him slowly, but the burning pain was getting worse. Mo Fan was already feeling lightheaded from excessive loss of blood. It was going to affect his concentration. Mo Fan used the fleeing shadow to escape to a safe distance. The black-silver armored rock demon seemed to know where Mo Fan was. It calmly looked in his direction, but did not chase after him. The black-silver armored rock demon was obviously after the barrier core. If Mo Fan kept running away with the shadow element and space element, it would only be wasting his time. Now that it had inflicted serious injuries on him, it no longer had to worry about him. Mo Fan, are you all right? Wenxia asked when she found Mo Fan covered in wounds. Still alive. It seems your intention to build a city here has provoked that king of the mountain. You will need at least 3 times the size of the army here to defend the city, Mo Fan replied, panting heavily. Mo Fan had been to the west. He knew the efforts that Li Man's sister, the stubborn general, had put in to build a safe city. Even though this city was a fortress with a certain level of defense and its own troop, the demon creatures in the mountains were obviously not going to stand still and watch this fortress being upgraded into an elemental capital with such a powerful barrier. The demon creatures had obviously planned this invasion. It was impossible to defend the city without 7 to 8 super mags and over 5,000 elite soldiers. We would like to have triple the number of troops too, but Wenxia could not help but grimace when she heard Mo Fan's words. They had already allocated as many men they could. Every fortress along the coastline was short on men, and the headquarters cities desperately needed patrols since battles were taking place everywhere. They could only assign so many men to defend the city. They knew how dangerous the situation was going to be when the barrier core was being established, yet they had no choice but to take a huge leap of faith. "Don't cry, I'm not dead yet," Mo Fan blurted out when he saw Wenxia tearing up with a wronged and discontented face. "I'm not crying because of you. I was just thinking how useless I am when I think how the city is going to be overrun by the monsters, and the higher-ups will have to send more backup to rescue us," Wenxia said. "There's always a chance to lose a fight. If we win every battle, we would have conquered the world by now. Why would we be striving to survive in a little crack between the kingdoms of demon creatures? This loss is just one of many. Don't let it bother you too much," Mo Fan said. "I would rather die than lose the battle," Wenxia shouted. "Hey, don't be so hot-tempered." Mo Fan was surprised. He quickly said, "Look at you, you are still so young, a pretty lady with huge, there are a lot of wonderful things about life you haven't enjoyed yet. Why must you be so stubborn and sacrifice yourself for a difficult battle? As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't have to worry about not having woods to burn. Besides, you are responsible for the trauma you caused to my groin, too. You can't just go and sacrifice yourself." Wenxia was amused by Mo Fan's silly talk, even though she was not in a good mood. Why did the man still have the mood to utter such nonsense when he was covered in injuries? "You shouldn't be in a rush to get yourself killed. Let me see if I can convince someone to help us. We might have a chance if she's willing to lend a hand." Mo Fan let out a sigh. He knew Wenxia was going to defend the city with her life by the look in her eyes. The only way he could think of to defeat the black silver armored rock demon was to ask the little thick beauty, little apers, to help them. Mo Fan was not feeling too confident either, knowing how superior the snake beauty felt. She only ended up with Mo Fan because she had fallen into a cunning trap. She was still patiently waiting for her chance to get her revenge. Wenxia followed Mo Fan's instructions and went to the central plaza to look for a pretty girl. She did find a girl by the fountain wearing a short tee. The t-shirt was too short, revealing her slim and pale waist, complementing her low-cut jeans. Wenxia was dazzled by her curves. The area around the fountain was in a mess. The remains of a black-silver rock demon were scattered across the ground nearby, together with a few hundred mags covered in ash cocoons. The young woman did not bother checking on them. She had casually placed her shoes aside and was soaking her legs in the cool water while humming a happy tune. The young woman had an otherworldly presence, like the daughter of a deity out of a painting. It did not even feel like she was in the middle of a battlefield covered in debris. Wenxia brought Apers to Mo Fan's side. She immediately put on a concerned look when she saw Mo Fan covered in blood and wounds. She said softly, "Big brother, how did you get so badly wounded? Are you all right? You're not going to die, aren't you? We are bound by the contract, and you're telling me you had no idea I was injured? You're such a hypocrite. Were you only willing to show up after that thing chopped me in half?" Mo Fan snarled. "I wasn't aware at all. I was taking care of the ugly creature like you told me to. I've taken good care of your wolves, too. What else do you want from me?" Apers immediately put on a wronged expression. Wenxia might actually have believed that if she had not seen the young woman casually taking a foot bath at the fountain in a battle zone. "Enough with your acting, I can't stand it anymore. Go take care of that black silver armored rock demon, and I'll buy you as many kilos of crayfish as you want," Mo Fan said. "First of all, I'm not a 3-year-old. You can't use a few kilos of crayfish to trick me into doing something so dangerous. Second, I can't do anything about that thing. Do you really think of me as such a crappy contracted beast? I will definitely do my best if I have the ability to lift the burden from your shoulder, but there are things I can't do no matter how hard I try. If you think I'm useless, feel free to terminate the contract with me peacefully," Apers rebutted. Mo Fan's head hurt after hearing Apers' argument. Apers' true strength was comparable to the Queen of the Netherworld, who was one of the 8 undead rulers under the King of Undead's command, a battle machine among the ruler-level creatures. It could not be easier for Apers to take out the black-silver armored rock demon. The only time Mo Fan would believe Apers' words was when the sun was rising in all 4 directions at the same time. The contract did limit Apa's strength when Mo Fan was still in the advanced level, but he had already reached the super level. It might still limit Apa's strength a little, since she was a true Medusa with a pure lineage. But still, to think that a powerful and noble Medusa was unable to take care of a stinky rock monster? Chapter 1789. Not a Decoy again. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm just speaking the truth. My strongest power is petrify, but look at that thing. It's already a rock, how am I going to turn it into a rock again? My psychic magic is useless against elemental spirits too. Apis explained helplessly. She knew Mo Fan did not believe her at all. The two reasons Apis gave were not completely unreasonable. Even if Mo Fan used the contract to force her to fight when she was unwilling to do so, she would only do so half-heartedly. Not only would it fail to make any difference, it might damage the contract, too. Apis might even be hoping Mo Fan would use the contract to force her to obey his words. It would damage the contract, which meant her soul would not suffer serious injury even if she forcibly broke the contract in the future. Mo Fan, my master can't hold on for any longer, Wenxia reminded Mo Fan urgently. Give me some time, Mo Fan scratched his head. How could he possibly fail to let the little demon follow his instructions? It seemed like he had been too kind to her in the past, and she now lacked some manners. Let's not waste our time here. Say, how can I convince you to lend us a hand? Terminate the contract. Apis answered instantly. Wenxia, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Let's hope we'll meet again. I'm going to say the same thing again, as long as the mountains are still around, Mo Fan let out a sigh. It's fine, you've already done a lot for us. Wenxia did not force it either. Even though she had no clue how powerful the young woman was, the city could only accept its fate since Mo Fan had failed to convince her to help. Wenxia did not stay around any longer. The black-silver armored rock demon had already left for the clock tower. Her master Xie Qinghua was guarding the clock tower, and was obviously struggling to fend off the fierce tide of demon creatures. Apis saw Wenxia leaving in disappointment before glancing at Mo Fan, who was now lying on the ground and resting. She twisted her lips and said, Where is your sense of justice? Isn't it worth it to trade the contract for an elemental capital? Didn't you say you had no idea how to deal with the black-silver armored rock demon too? Mo Fan asked in return. Apis snarled, I might not be able to deal with it myself, but I do have a plan. What is it? Mo Fan asked. The city is the least of my concerns. I won't feel sad even if it's destroyed. Apis replied. Well, since there's nothing we can do, we should leave this place first. Mo Fan rose to his feet. He found that he was still trembling. He had indeed done his best. He was suffering from serious injuries. If he was hit by the black-silver armored rock demon again, he was going to die for sure. Even if he wanted to risk his life, Apis would surely be against the idea. If her master died, her soul would be severely damaged, no different from dying herself. Therefore, Apis was in a difficult spot. She wanted Mo Fan to suffer serious injuries, since it served him right for treating her like a slave, yet she did not want him to die. Aren't you going to negotiate with me a little more, or observe the situation a little longer? Apis began to panic when she saw Mo Fan was serious about leaving. There's nothing to see here, Mo Fan signaled Apis to lend him a hand. Oh. Apis automatically helped Mo Fan to stand up properly. At that instant, Mo Fan quickly reached his hand toward Apis. Apis cried out in shock. She thought Mo Fan was going to harass her again, but instead noticed Mo Fan was holding a glowing brown object when she glared at him. You! Apis pointed at Mo Fan angrily, her finger twitching. In our country, parents will keep their children's red packets. I'm going to take these crystals you have collected. I bet I can sell them for a very high price if the noble successor of the Medusa is treating them so preciously. Mo Fan squinted and placed the pieces of crystals into his space pocket. You ******, I'm going to poison you to death. Apers pounced forward and bit Mo-Fan on the arm. Mo-Fan was not bothered at all, as if he was being bitten by a puppy. Speaking of which, what exactly are those things? You were asking my wolves to collect them. Do they have anything to do with the mud morphing monster's ability to evolve so quickly after absorbing mags? Mo-Fan asked Apers idly, while she was still hanging onto his arm. Apers seriously had an urge to bite Mo-Fan's arm off, yet the contract was already giving her a warning. She had no choice but to swallow her grudge. Her eyes began to emit a golden, icy light. It was part of Apers' nature as a Medusa. However, her snake's eyes soon disappeared, since her power was completely useless against this man. Apers seriously regretted things now. Why did she have to hang around Mo-Fan in the first place? He might be an interesting man, but he was more poisonous than the Medusae. Give them back! Apers demanded after she finally collected her thoughts. You were being naughty in the first place. I'm taking them as a punishment, Mo-Fan replied casually. They are very important to me. Apers stated. Great. Go take care of that black silver armored rock demon, and I'll consider giving them back, Mo-Fan said. Apers almost broke her teeth from biting down too hard. She had finally gained the upper hand for once. Mo-Fan had no way of forcing her to fight on his behalf, yet she was caught with her tail between her legs so soon. I told you I can't do it. You can use the contract to check if I'm lying, Apers declared. You can control its lackeys, Mo-Fan said. It's difficult to control elemental spirits. Apers refuted. I don't believe you don't have other tricks up in your sleeves, Mo-Fan sniffed. I can't use them yet, unless your cultivation improves further. You're only at the early stage of the super level. You're weaker than an infant among the ruler level creatures. The contract is still restricting my power. What do you want me to do? Apers harumphed coldly. You said you had a plan, Mo-Fan reminded her. I did. Apers was extremely unwilling to admit it, yet she still spoke up when she recalled the crystals Mo-Fan had taken away. The elemental creatures have souls too, especially those at the higher levels. My psychic magic isn't necessarily ineffective against them, but I need a medium for my psychic magic to reach its magic crystal. How are you going to do that? Mo-Fan inquired lightly. It's very simple. These creatures will absorb every strong mage they come upon. We just need it to absorb the medium. Apers said. I see. That's great, you should let it absorb you now. Once you go inside its body, you'll be able to use the psychic magic on it, Mo-Fan exclaimed. Apers looked at Mo-Fan coldly, like she was looking at a retard. I can't let it absorb me. The energy in my body is too overwhelming. Once it absorbs me, it will turn into a terrifying monster that could easily raise half a province to the ground. Besides, I would only be half conscious if I was stuck in its mud, so I might not be able to use my magic freely, Apers snarled, shutting down that thought. What should we do, then? What you said is good for nothing. Mo-Fan humphed. Apers kept staring at Mo-Fan. Mo-Fan was confused, but suddenly realized something after a while. He pointed at himself with wide eyes. Are you asking me to be the bait? You're not baiting it, you will actually let it absorb you. Our minds are connected, so once you are absorbed, I'll be inserted into the black silver armored rock demon's body like a computer chip, too. It's fine if you fall unconscious, I'll take control and crush its mind. Apers promised. Chapter 1790. Golden Armored Wolframite Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The battle mages in their brown and blue outfits were gradually retreating towards the clock tower, while the rock monsters, rock generals, and granite beasts pushed ahead. It turned out that Xie Qinghua's gravitational ring had lost its effect. An overwhelming number of rock monsters were going after the barrier core now, creating a devastating scene when looking down from a certain height. It felt like the number of the rock creatures had not gone down at all, despite the prolonged battle. The rock monsters had the ability to absorb the mags they captured, meaning that those who made a mistake or were injured would eventually be captured by the rock monsters and strengthen them, Therefore, it was difficult to tell if their determination had helped to thin out the enemy's numbers, or give the enemy a pat on the back. It seems like there's no hope left, Xie Qinghua sighed. That black-silver armored rock demon is just too strong. None of us can stop it, her advisor agreed. I initially thought Deputy Lieutenant Hu wanted to say something, but also ended up letting out a sigh. He glanced at the black-silver armored rock demon and suddenly saw a figure approaching it rapidly. The black-silver armored rock demon was currently standing in front of the clock tower. The granite beasts that were previously escorting it were launching a full assault on their defense. They were obviously trying to break through the defense together. The illusionary dark figure managed to sneak up to the black-silver armored rock demon without alerting them. "Is that Mo Fan?" Wenxia exclaimed when she looked down from the tower. "What is he doing? He's in such a bad shape." Fang Di said. The black-silver armored rock demon noticed him. The black-silver armored rock demon turned around. Its eyes emitted an evil glow, looking down at Mo Fan in an aloof manner. This human seriously did not know his place. The black-silver armored rock demon senses were insanely good. It could easily detect the presence of shadow mags, so Mo Fan's attempt to sneak up on it was meaningless. The black-silver armored rock demon's gaze sharpened. It immediately locked onto the actual spot where Mo Fan was standing at. It swung its hand at it like it was smashing a little cockroach. Over 100 meters of the ground cracked apart. Mo Fan could feel his head spinning when the hand loomed over him. The black-silver armored rock demon did not smash Mo Fan into pieces. It grabbed Mo Fan after knocking him unconscious and lifted him into the sky. The black-silver armored rock demon was well aware of Mo Fan's strength. The man was able to kill 3 of its powerful subordinates in a short period of time. If it absorbed the man's energy, it would be able to push through the defense easily. "Crap, Mo Fan is caught!" Wenxia yelled with a pale face. "Shit, we are done for!" Fang Di screamed. "Why are you two panicking for?" the chief of the Brown Rock Mags, Lu Bin, demanded impatiently. "Lu Bin, you have no idea of Mo Fan's strength. If he wasn't injured because of underestimating the black-silver armored rock demon, I believe he would be able to take on the black-silver armored rock demon. However, the black-silver armored rock demon has now caught Mo Fan. Once it absorbs Mo Fan's energy, who knows how strong the black-silver armored rock demon is going to be?" Deputy Lieutenant Hu said. "Humph, he seriously knows how to add to the trouble, but there's nothing to be afraid of. It's not like the black-silver armored rock demon can flip the sky upside down after absorbing him. We just need to stand our ground. Even if we can't defeat those rock monsters, there's no way they can break through the castle's defense," Lu Bin stated arrogantly. A deafening roar came from below the tower while Lu Bin was talking. The terrifying noise knocked a bunch of battle mages to the ground, especially those in the basic and intermediate levels. "It's evolving!" Xie Qinghua could no longer stay calm. So many basic and intermediate mags had lost their ability to fight because of the roar. How were they supposed to defend the castle? They initially thought the young man was a helper from heaven, yet he had now become a part of the black-silver armored rock demon in the blink of an eye, and made that creature even stronger. It was better if he had not intervened in the first place. "Look at what he has done!" Lu Bin gulped anxiously. On the 5th defensive platform of the castle, Dao Jing, Zhu Donghao, Lin Chihui, and the rest of their group were staring at the black-silver armored rock demon too. They were able to see the black-silver armored rock demon's head, and happened to witness it swallow Mo Fan. "Isn't that guy Fan Mo?" Dao Jing said uncertainly. "It's him," Lin Chihui sounded quite confident. "That idiot, I told him to be careful, he's so unreliable. Strange, why is that creature evolving? Can it still evolve after absorbing such a weak mage, who only has impressive looks, but is actually useless?" Zhu Donghao wondered. Dao Jing and Lin Chihui did not speak. They had noticed a golden light start to form on the black-silver armored rock demon's armor. The black-silver armored rock demon roared into the sky. Its cries echoed continuously in the night sky. Everyone within dozens of kilometers was able to hear it clearly. Its armor and body were transforming. The armor covering its shoulders, chest, legs, and arms had turned golden. Even though its height and size did not change by much, its imposing aura was strong enough to overwhelm the minds of advanced mags. How is this possible? Lu Bin flew into the sky. He was intending to fend off the creature with his super spell, but he was now struggling to breathe under the enormous pressure from the ruler-level creature as he drew closer to it. He even failed to channel his spells properly. A huge hand swung at Lu Bin as soon as he moved a little closer. The hand enlarged significantly while it was swinging through the air. Lu Bin quickly summoned a rock barrier to defend himself. Lu Bin wrapped himself up like a ball of rocks, but completely failed to resist the force of the attack. The ball of rocks went through the side of the mountain nearby and slammed into a residential area several kilometers away. The people froze when they saw Lu Bin being knocked flying. If a super mage was already so weak against it, what was the point of them staying to defend the place? Chapter 1791. Warm-up. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The black-silver armored rock demon was already unstoppable, but Mo Fan had basically added oil to the fire. It felt like the whole city was going to collapse under the enormous pressure from the massive creature now clad in dazzling gold. Its overwhelming ruler-level presence surged like a wild storm, turning the clock tower into a stranded island that might be devoured by fierce waves at any second. The people defending it no longer had a say in their lives. "Let's take the barrier core and run away," Xie Qinghua ordered with a pale face. It was all meaningless. The little spark had set the whole valley on fire. There was now no chance of putting it out. Xie Qinghua no longer had any hope of defending the elemental capital. She only hoped the barrier core did not fall into the terrifying creature's hands. If the creature absorbed the barrier core, they would have basically created a terrifying rock demon that would bring even greater calamities to the country. "Master," Wenxia was dismayed. "Wenxia, deactivate the barrier. You must bring the barrier core to safety, do you understand?" Xie Qinghua said sternly. "Master, Wenxia isn't afraid of dying," Wenxia said. "It has nothing to do with your resolve. Do you really want to see a terrifying rock demon be born? We have already lost the fight. Are you going to let the monster absorb the barrier core and flatten our province? We will never forgive ourselves if we let that happen," Xie Qinghua said. Wenxia bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. She did not expect it to come down to this. Perhaps if they chose to give up on establishing the barrier and focused on fending off the demon creatures, the city and their men might still be standing now, even if they had failed to set up the elemental capital. But now, those mags had all become part of the rock monsters. Their city was destroyed, and they were still struggling to figure out a way to save the mags trapped inside the bodies of the rock monsters. The unstoppable fire had spread across the valley. The city was about to become history. Apers, wearing a short t-shirt with her midriff bared, stood on top of a building that was relatively intact. The cold moon was right above her, its icy brilliance setting off her noble, alluring figure. Her golden dust eyes made her look even more mysterious. "These monsters don't have a fixed leader. Even if I force that thing to detonate itself, the rock monsters will still attack the clock tower," Apers said, as if she was mumbling to herself. "You can't let it detonate itself, Apers." Mo Fan's voice came out of the contract. "What are you doing?" Apers said. "Cut the crap, use everything you have to help me. Otherwise, you're screwed if I die." "You lunatic!" Apers snapped. Apers gathered her focus. Her golden dust eyes reflected the cold brilliance of the moon, like it was the only source of light in a city devoured by darkness, looming over the golden-armored Wolframite demon. The golden-armored Wolframite demon grabbed its head and let out a painful screech, as if its soul had just received a serious blow. Its bloodshot eyes suddenly shifted. As Apers' stare gradually became more menacing, the ruler-level creature's ferocious aura dissipated suddenly. Its body turned cold and lifeless. It suddenly stiffened as its arms fell to the side. The people on the clock tower were confused when they saw the golden-armored Wolframite demon suddenly fall still, like a soulless creature. What had just happened? Why did the golden-armored Wolframite demon, whose aura alone was enough to destroy the city, fall dead all of a sudden? The golden-armored Wolframite demon's eyes suddenly sprang open. A terrifying dark red light burst out of them. Its eyes did not have the same savage look as before. They surprisingly displayed some kind of emotion, like the pride and ruthlessness of a powerful human. It slowly raised its hand. As someone with the power of the demon element, Fan was familiar with the feeling of being imbued with overwhelming strength, but it was his first time taking control of a 100 meters tall body. His eyes were on the same level as the top of the skyscrapers. The buildings and streets were like toys to him. The humans were as tiny as ants. What exactly is this evil power in your blood and your soul? Apa's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. She sounded a little uneasy. Apa's was shivering in fear on top of the building she was standing on. She had encountered something inside Fan's body that sent chills down her spine, as if she had accidentally entered an underworld where a demon was about to break free of its chains. Fan knew what Apa's was referring to. However, if he knew the demon in his body would not have allowed anyone to take over his body in the first place, he would not have had to inject himself into the creature's body like a microchip. The demon element. Fan initially thought Apa's was going to take over his consciousness, or the black-silver armored rock demon would absorb him, but when he went into the black-silver armored rock demon's body, not only did he retain his consciousness, but the black-silver armored rock demon's attempt to absorb him backfired too. Apa's Medusa's gaze and the wrath of the demon element simply tore the black-silver armored rock demon's soul into pieces, leaving behind only an unusually strong body that was now under Fan's control. Fan felt like he had just entered a huge mecha warrior. The golden-armored Wolframite demon was him, and he was the golden-armored Wolframite demon. Fan grinned. The stiff face of the black-silver armored rock demon grinned too. The people on the clock tower were bewildered. They wondered if they were imagining things. The rock demon turned around and faced the huge army of rock monsters. Its gaze greedily scanned the rock monsters. The golden-armored Wolframite demon wrapped one hand over the other fist and cracked its knuckles. It extended its neck to the sides and rotated it in a circle, producing huge cracking sounds too. Its body parts felt a little stiff still after the recent evolution. The soldiers and mags on the clock tower were absolutely dumbfounded when they saw the golden-armored Wolframite demon's hijinks. Was the terrifying ruler-level creature seriously warming up with its back to them before it started to destroy the city? The golden-armored Wolframite demon let out a deafening roar. It took a step forward and extended its arms before swinging its huge fist at the rock generals. A huge gust of wind swept forward with the blow. Everything in front of the fist was smashed into pieces, leaving a ravine over half the city's length along the trail. Countless rock generals were killed and turned into dust instantly. Chapter 1792. The Trampling by the Ruler-Level Rock Creature. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The wind began to blow on the mountain, sweeping the dust from the ravine into the air. Cocoons of ash were scattered on both sides of the ravine. The onlookers had yet to recover from the astonishment of witnessing the destructive punch, just like the rock monsters. Zhu Donghao almost dropped his jaw on the ground. He finally blurted out after some time, "Is that thing retarded?" It was punching the wrong way. The defenders of the clock tower were dumbfounded too, not just because they had witnessed the power which the punch possessed, but the target it was after. "Is it messing with us?" Wenxia blurted out, staring at the golden-armored Wolframite demon. The brown rock mags were arranged in lines, their bodies encapsulated in brown light. However, the barrier they set up stood alone in front of the tower. The defensive spell was meant to defend them from the enemy's attack, and they had braced themselves for the attack in advance to stop the golden-armored Wolframite demon's push with everything they had. They were even prepared to be injured from the impact, but the outcome was completely outside their expectations. The attack never came, the defensive spell was basically a waste. In terms of shock, the rock monsters and the granite beasts were definitely more dumbfounded than the humans. The granite beasts were standing on both sides of the ravine. They were raising their arms like apes and cheering for their king while it was about to destroy the tiny but tenacious humans. However, they froze like statues and even forgot to put their arms down. They were staring at the end of the ravine in disbelief. Words could not even describe how traumatized they were. Even the servant-class creatures would not make such a stupid mistake. How could their ruler-level leader possibly do such? The mags defending the clock tower were dazed with disbelief, while the rock monsters were terrified. The golden-armored Wolframite demon took a few steps forward. It lifted its leg and kicked forward. The rock monsters began to wonder if they were dreaming after seeing their leader's strange behavior. The kick sent a fierce wave of sand across the ground. The rock generals and granite beasts planning to attack the clock tower immediately fled for their lives. The wave of sand was not insanely fast, since it was covered an area over a kilometer wide. Even the clock tower was not a kilometer across. The golden-armored Wolframite demon was obviously not giving the rock monsters any chance to survive. The wave of sand was traveling slowly, but it was only slow relative to the golden-armored Wolframite demon's size. It was similar to a huge storm. One might see it appearing in the distance and slowly head toward their city, but regardless of where they went, the storm would still be looming over their head and their surroundings. The wave of sand was the same. It was huge but slow, and it was not only devouring a single building or a street, but an entire city and mountain. Rocks of various sizes were bouncing around wildly. The rock monsters were not only in the middle of raining bullets, but deadly blasts, too. The rock monsters with weaker defenses did not stand a chance at all. Meanwhile, the higher-level rock generals were only able to survive with pure luck, since even the granite beasts would be left with holes if they were not making the right moves. The wave of sand swept forward like a terrifying storm. The lives of the rock monsters were solely dependent on their luck. The noisy battlefield soon fell quiet, leaving only the scattered remains of the rock monsters behind. I kept praying to heavens to bring us a miracle, but a miracle like this, Commander-in-Chief Sle Qinghua admitted after a long silence. The miracle she imagined was a glimpse of light in a hopeless situation, but she had received 3 scorching suns in return, instead. Did the Creator happen to be passing by the city, and casually modify the logic of the world, turning the golden-armored Wolframite demon against its people after seeing how pitiful the humans in the city were? The wisest of the granite beasts finally realized what was going on after their army suffered heavy losses twice. They began crying to alert the rock monsters that the golden-armored Wolframite demon was no longer their leader. The human it had absorbed had taken over its body. It was now their enemy. The trembling rock monsters finally understood. They were not a sheet of loose sand after all. They started to regroup and form a strong resistance army under the leadership of the granite beasts to take on the golden-armored Wolframite demon. They are finally showing their temper now. It's time for me to teach them how to behave themselves. Fang was amused when he saw the granite beasts revolting against him. The granite beasts and a huge number of rock generals were standing a kilometer away from Fang. They were undisciplined and disordered a moment ago, but they had no choice but to come together against a greater foe. The granite beasts used their earth magic, summoning huge boulders out of nowhere and tossing them at Fang. Countless rocks began to pour down at Fang's location. Some were the size of small hills, others merely the size of small cars. It's just a drizzle. Fang took a huge step forward. How could his shiny armor be afraid of these little bricks? He might have had to run away with his tail between his legs from the rain of rocks before, or rely on Zhao Manyan's defense, but he could not feel any better when he was now able to ignore the attacks and charge forward recklessly. Fang was only 500 meters away from the granite beasts after taking a single step. They were just a bunch of granite beasts, after all. Their strength was nowhere close to the black-silver rock demons, yet Fang had already taken out 3 of the black-silver rock demons, and taken over the last and strongest one. You finally realize you should be running? Weren't you having fun tossing the boulders at me? Try running away from this. Rising ground cage. Fang stomped the ground heavily with his right foot. A surge of energy swept forward rapidly and reached the spot where the granite beasts had gathered. The ground suddenly rose 50 meters. The walls were forming a huge circle, corralling the rebelling granite beasts in the middle like a huge pen. Chapter 1793. Atrophy. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Even though many commander-level creatures could easily jump to a height of over 50 meters, meaning that a wall of 50 meters was nowhere near high enough to trap the commander-level rock demons inside, the spell obviously had other suppressive effects. Within the rising ground cage, tiny motes of dust, like some sticky sand particles, were present. When the creatures trapped inside the cage tried to jump out, the sand swiftly clung to the creatures like gum. The granite beasts were able to use earth magic too, so they could also set up a similar cage, but their cages did not have the sticky sand. They had no chance of leaving the pen without getting rid of the sand. Didn't you like throwing rocks around? I'll give you a big one. Fan bent forward and stuck his hands into the ground. The surface was made up of sand, dirt, and tiny stones. It did not have a huge boulder that Fan was looking for, but it did not bother him. The golden-armored Wolframite demon could easily harden the rock with its earth magic. When Fan straightened back up, he had lifted a huge boulder from the ground. The golden-armored Wolframite demon lifted the boulder over its head. The golden-armored Wolframite demon was already enormous, but the boulder was several times bigger than the creature. It was literally carrying a small mountain. Fan let out a roar and tossed the mountain at the cage. The huge boulder swept past the sky above the central plaza. The granite beasts in the cage noticed the shadow looming over them growing bigger, before it completely shrouded the sky above them. The whole city shook hard when it landed. The granite beasts were only born in this world not long ago, yet they were already shedding tears of utter despair. The force of the boulder swept the dust into the air. To guarantee the safety of the mags that were trapped inside the granite beasts, Fan purposely softened the soil in the cage so the ash cocoons would sink into the soil when the granite beasts were smashed into pieces. That way, the boulder would not smash the mags into pieces, too. Fan was attentive to the details, he had everything under control. A huge number of granite beasts were killed. These commanders of the rock demons were as vulnerable as women and children now, unable to put up any resistance on the battlefield, let alone the rock monsters and rock generals that were only at the warrior level. They were like a sheet of loose sand before the ruler-level creature. Most importantly, despite the overwhelming number of the rock monsters and rock generals which were impossible to exterminate within a short period of time, the pressure that the golden-armored Wolframite demon was putting them under had stopped them from advancing. The rock demons couldn't move. They had lost the courage to fight the golden-armored Wolframite demon. They had no choice but to submit to it, whether it was going to attack the humans or turn against its own people. Even the black-silver rock demons were significantly weaker than the golden-armored Wolframite demon, let alone the granite beasts. How could the rest of the rock demons possibly find any courage to face it? What now? What are you all doing? Who asked you to stand still? I haven't had enough yet. K me, come, let's hurt one another. Fan had yet to fully enjoy himself when he saw the rock monsters and rock generals were standing there like lifeless rocks after losing their will to fight. Why were they afraid when they had such a huge advantage in numbers? Where was their integrity? Was that seriously all they had as rocks? He had only killed a bunch of their superiors. How were they intimidated so easily? Shouldn't they be revolting against the tyrant that was killing their own people? They aren't that intelligent to begin with, so they will naturally submit to whoever is the strongest among them, Apis sniffed. In Apis' eyes, the rock monsters were just a bunch of simple-minded soldiers. They never had a strong grudge against human, they were merely following their instincts to acquire more energy. If the city had not been emitting a strong energy when it was being upgraded to an elemental capital, these elemental creatures hiding deep in the caves would not have bothered invading the city. Fan looked at the rock monsters and rock generals, and shook his head helplessly. It was meaningless to attack the creatures any further, since he would merely be attacking a bunch of rocks. Didn't you notice something? Apis pointed out. Notice what? Fan was confused. They need energy to maintain their forms. Look at the rock generals that stopped attacking, Apis said. Mo Fan looked down and fixed his eyes on the rock generals Apis was referring to. The rock generals were scattered across the land. They were standing there like soldiers, especially when Mo Fan's gaze was directed at them. A moment later, the rock generals began to feel uneasy. They were even sweating. The sweats eventually melted the outer layer of the rock general's body, like someone had just poured a bucket of water over a clay figurine. The mud increased in volume and flowed off the rock generals. In less than a minute, the rock generals shrank to half their size and reverted to rock monsters around 4 meters tall, the first form the mud morphing monsters evolved into. Atrophying? Mo Fan guessed curiously. Yeah, they will degenerate if they don't absorb more energy within a certain period, and will no longer be able to maintain their form. In simpler words, if we can stop them from acquiring energy by capturing mags, they will turn back into the mud-morphing monsters after expending all the energy they gained, Apis said. I see, that means Mo Fan was just about to say something when he noticed his golden armor turning muddy, too. Holy crap! Mo Fan cursed when he saw the golden armor degenerating and reverting to its previous color. He was degrading into a black-silver armored rock demon. They are pretty dumb, so you should order them to transform into the mud-morphing monsters and return to their caves while you still have the authority. Otherwise, you will have to absorb other mags to retain your form. Apis said. So that means they aren't as terrifying as we thought. We just weren't familiar with their ability, Mo Fan muttered. If these creatures didn't have a weakness, they would have conquered the world by now. Why do you think they were hiding in the deepest, darkest caves? Apis scoffed at him. Chapter 1794. Honorable Guardian. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyrsid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan followed Apis' suggestion and tried to order the rock monsters to stop invading the city and retreat to their caves. Mo Fan let out a few roars, reaching every rock monster in the city. The rock monsters stood there to listen. The slow-witted creatures exchanged glances with one another. What was their king up to? Apis rolled her eyes when she heard Mo Fan's roars. How did she end up with such a retarded master? He had no clue how to speak the rock demon's language. He was simply roaring like an ape. Who would know what he was trying to convey? I'll communicate with them instead. Apis seriously could not stand seeing Mo Fan embarrassing himself like a total fool. She took over the golden-armored Wolframite demon's voice and gave the proper orders to the rock monsters. The rock monsters finally understood their king's commands, and began to withdraw from the city. Remember to ask them to leave the mags they absorbed behind, instead of bringing them to the caves. Otherwise, we will need to send someone to retrieve them. Mo Fan said. The rock monsters retreated from the city. Their bodies degenerated as they reached the ramparts. The numbers of the rock demons were absolutely shocking. They were lined up in rows when they shed their thick rock armor to reveal their true appearance. The creatures were just some mud-morphing monsters. As the rock monsters, rock generals, and granite beasts fully degraded, it felt like the rampart was being splashed with waves of mud. The mudslide fell like a tide, leaving unconscious mags glittering like shells along the rampart. The dawn the city was looking for finally arrived. The battle mages and the rest of the people in the city remained still. They did not understand what had just happened. Did the battle end already? Did it just end like that? They were already expecting the worst outcome, but everything was reversed in the blink of an eye. The barrier, the elemental capital, the mags that were absorbed, excluding the complete mess in the city. Everything changed after Mo Fan was absorbed by the black-silver armored rock demon, Deputy Lieutenant Hu said. That's right, it's Mo Fan. Fang Di said. He must have done something. Otherwise, it didn't make sense for him to engage the creature after he was already severely injured. He must have let the black-silver armored rock demon absorb him on purpose. Awesome! When Xia thought the same. Xie Qinghua went up to her and said, let's get closer. Xie Qinghua brought a group of people over to the golden-armored Wolframite demon. It was moving away from the city, but it did not leave the city center. The people saw its body degrading rapidly. Mud kept falling to the ground, turning into mud morphing monsters along its trail. The golden-armored Wolframite demon had completely melted away by the time it reached the edge of the barrier. Fan was left behind, covered in ashes and standing there feebly. He was surrounded by a lot of mud, which was oozing through the cracks and darkness nearby like parasites without a host. "It really is Fan," Wenxia exclaimed. Everyone immediately surrounded him in joy. Fan felt like he was full of power just a moment ago, like he could smash a mountain in half and split the sea with a stomp. However, he was now just like the mags that had been rescued from the rock monsters, the strength of his body completely depleted. Fan saw the others coming up to him while he was still barely conscious. He soon fell to the ground and fainted. After all, it was a huge mental burden to control such a huge body. Luckily, the burden was not as insane as when he was using the power of the demon element. He would recover after resting for a few days. Why isn't he awake yet? How about this? You'll accept it on his behalf, Wenxia said. I can't make the decision. You should wait until he's awake, Apis said. Fan gradually regained consciousness while the two were talking. What are you two gossiping about? Did the rock demons all leave? Fan opened his eyes. He seemed to be in good spirits. Fan, you're finally awake. Wenxia exclaimed joyfully. I only took a little nap. Why are you behaving like I wasn't going to wake up again? Fan shook his head. It felt like he had a serious hangover. His head was heavy and spinning, but he should be fine after inhaling some fresh air and eating breakfast. Do your naps usually last for 10 days? Many people are looking for you. I told them you were dead. Apis sniffed coldly. 10 days. Fan was startled. He thought he had only slept for half an hour. He could still remember the thrill he felt when he was destroying the enemy after taking over the golden-armored Wolframite demon's body. How could he possibly be asleep for more than a week? That was insane. It has indeed been 10 days. The others have already woken up. You are the only one still unconscious. We were going to move you to the capital to be treated, but your sister says you're going to be fine. She told us to just let you sleep, Wenxia said. Even Fan was dumbfounded. How did time pass by like it had been fast-forwarded? Why was he unaware of it? It turned out that he could not just take over a ruler-level creature's body as he pleased. He might not be able to wake up again if he did it a few more times. Fine, whatever you say. Anyway, how's the situation? Fan asked. The demon creatures have retreated. The city is now an elemental capital. It's supposed to be rebuilt first. With the barrier in place, even if it's so close to the bottomless ravine, it will still develop quickly. Anyway, we are really grateful for what you did. My master Lu Bin and I were discussing you the other day. My master even requested that her superior make you the honorable guardian of the city, the most valuable guest of the city, Wenxia said cheerfully. Forget about the title, and don't look for me again if the city needs any help. I'm a busy man. Fan quickly rejected the offer. As I thought, you were not after any benefits. I thought you were only helping us because you wanted to buy the resources provided by the city at the original prices since you are the owner of the Fanshui Mountain, and it's very close to the East Maritime battlefield. It seems like Lu Bin overthought it, Wenxia went on cunningly. Original prices? Fan was confused. Yes. Even though the military is mining the resources, we are still selling them to the city along the coastline for a margin of profit. We need some funds for the city and transportation, Wenxia said. Since you insist on making me the honorable guardian, I shall accept it reluctantly, Fan sighed shamelessly. Wenxia was startled for a moment. She was not insisting on it. He clearly had the option to decline the offer. He could choose not to accept it, and they would still be fine with his decision. Chapter 1795. Dingcheng's Councilman. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Wenxia, can you please elaborate on the benefits of being an honorable guardian? Mo Fan asked. It's mainly an honorable title to represent the contributions you've done for the city. My master and I are in charge of the army here. We are soldiers, not merchants, so we can't promise you any benefits. However, if your Fanshui Mountain needs anything, we'll do our best to help, Wenxia promised him. We recently found a ward rock, so we are thinking of building a defensive dam along the coast. Can you provide us with the necessary resources? Mo Fan asked. A ward rock? Why do you have something so valuable? Wenxia was surprised. A ward rock was similar to an earth pistol, but an earth pistol was normally used to establish a barrier around a city to prevent demon creatures from coming closer. A ward rock's power was significantly weaker, yet even the defense of some Tier 2 cities was weaker than one. Fanshui Mountain was only a subsidiary of Feiniao City, and was privately owned too. To think a private land had the defense of a Tier 2 city. How luxurious was that? That won't be a problem, we would have lost this city without your help. I can even provide you with the materials you need instead of just the ores we mine. This city is actually in a similar spot to your Fanshui Mountain. It needs to be rebuilt, so we will need many years to turn it into a true elemental capital. You do know the prospects and the significant role of an elemental capital. Officials who will come to reap the harvest when they did not have any part in the sowing process will soon intervene, so you should register yourself as a councilman of this city while it's still untainted. You already have your own land, so you are qualified to become a councilman. Once you become a councilman of the city, you will have a certain say in the development and the future of the city, Wenxia suggested. Mo Fan looked out the window. The city Wenxia mentioned was nothing but a pile of debris for now in Mo Fan's eyes. It was no different from a city filled with junk, but the barrier was standing firmly, and knowing the unlimited earth element resources in the caves, it was difficult to predict how the city would turn out in the future. There were only a few elemental capitals in the whole country. Councilman, everyone keeps asking me to become one, but I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to be bound in one place. Once I became a councilman, I would be held responsible for the city's welfare, but I'm quite a stubborn man. I like disappearing all of a sudden. Fanshui Mountain might be my possession, but I have never really managed it. I have zero experience in this field. Mo Fan scratched his head. It was not easy to become the Junkyard City's councilman. When the news begins to spread, councilmen across the country will do everything to get a piece of the city, but you're resenting how troublesome it's going to be for you. Are you really that pessimistic about our city? Or perhaps our city isn't as worthy in your eyes, considering the fame you received from the ancient capital? Wenxia said coldly. That's not the case. Mo Fan shook his head. Speaking of which, the ancient capital never actually gave him any bonus. He should ask President Han about that when he had the chance. How about this, you'll hold on to a title so everyone knows you're the savior of the city. After all, we won't be able to explain it to the others if you just left without saying a word. We'll make you an honorable councilman with 2 votes in every decision the city makes. If you're willing to take part in the decision-making, you may use the votes as you please. If you don't, we'll just treat it as you've given up on the votes, Wenxia proposed. I won't have to do anything else? Mo Fan asked. You won't have to do anything else, Wenxia said. I won't have to fulfill duties or attend meetings. Mo Fan pressed. You may choose not to participate in the meetings as an honorable councilman. We'll just not take your votes into account. As for your duty, it's fine as long as you don't bring any shame to the city, Wenxia confirmed. I'm a little worried about the last bit, Apis suddenly interrupted. In her opinion, it was difficult for a retard like Mo Fan not to bring any shame to the organizations he belonged to. Apis, how could you say that? Mo Fan glared at her. Wenxia was giggling as she listened. She had only met Mo Fan not long ago, yet she already knew Mo Fan was not the kind of person to stick to the rules. Well, I do admit that I'm a little hot-tempered. I won't hesitate to kick officials in the butt if I see them doing something stupid. I'm worried that my actions will be restricted once I become an official myself, Mo Fan admitted. The elemental capitals are independently regulated. They are not bound to the governments of other cities. Otherwise, why do you think they are called elemental capitals? If you happen to see anyone you can't tolerate, it's quite simple. After all, you're a councilman, Wenxia said. You're right, I shall consider it. All right, I'll help you with the application. The protocols are still quite simple for now. There aren't many procedures involved, Wenxia said, looking pleased. Considering the current state of the city, they could easily place people in the vacant vital positions of the city, but it might not be the case in the near future. Wenxia did not wait for Mo Fan's response. She asked Mo Fan to get some rest and left. Only Mo Fan and Apis were left in the room. Apis was leaning against the window with a bored face. Give it to me, Mo Fan reached out his hand. What are you referring to? Apis was puzzled. The crystal. Mo Fan said. Didn't you promise to give it to me? Apis immediately lost her temper. I didn't promise to give it all to you. We are splitting it in half, Mo Fan said. You shameless prick. Apis immediately pounced at Mo Fan like she was going to bite him. Mo Fan easily overwhelmed her in a few moves. He had to admit how soft Apis' body was as a Medusa. He bet she could easily handle a lot of unusual positions. Mo Fan only gave Apis half the crystal. She seemed to be treating it as something very precious. It must be something that could strengthen her. Despite being her master, Mo Fan was struggling to keep her at bay. It would be a disaster if she suddenly grew a lot stronger. She might actually eat him up if he somehow lowered his guard. Therefore, Mo Fan insisted on taking half the crystal, despite how furious Apis was. Apis had no chance of stopping the bandit. She could only glare at Mo Fan murderously. I bet you won't tell me what its uses are. I will figure it out myself. TSK, such a special energy. Perhaps it can bring some changes to my bright rock, Mo Fan smiled. Go die, you Apis ****. Apis cursed him. Chapter 1796. The Red Cardinal, Asura. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sacred snow mountain in the Alps. The mountain resembled a lake of snow, with several buildings emanating warm golden glows amid the blizzard, distributed orderly across the place in a dignified manner. The blizzard lasted throughout the night. A few servants were walking through the thick snow, holding ancient lamps. They had finished their work for the day after cleaning the halls. It was time for them to return to their warm little huts and light up the furnaces there for a comfortable night's sleep. The Holy Judgment Court went to sleep as soon as those old servants went to bed. Not a single patrol was visible, since not many people in the world would dare to stir any trouble here. The Holy Judgment Court was the supreme existence, above the magic associations of the 5 continents. The sound of steady footsteps shuffling was audible after the midnight bell struck. Many Holy Court mags heard the footsteps, but they were not too concerned about it. Those aged servants always left their belongings behind. It was unnecessary for them to sacrifice their sleep for trivial matters. The dungeon of the Holy Judgment Court was facing the direction the sun normally set. It was also where the footsteps had stopped. Deep inside the dungeon was a cell sealed by 7 layers of magic formations. There was no electricity there, and only a few oil lamps were lit. The dim light only reached a short distance away. The cell was shrouded in darkness. The long corridor was empty, holding only a few rocks at most. At the end of the corridor was the cell with 7 layers of magic formations around it. The cell wall was made of wooden logs an arm wide. The logs were less than 7 centimeters apart, with a simple wooden door, yet despite how simple the cell was, no one had ever escaped from it. Who's there? A young voice came from the cell. Tar! 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 A pair of heels tapped rhythmically on the floor. A slim figure was approaching the cell through the long corridor. The oil lamps only outlined her. The young man in the cell was starting to feel uneasy. He seemed to have recognized the person approaching the cell, but how could she possibly be here? He was in the dungeon of the Holy Judgment Court, the exact place everyone in the world wanted to lock that person in. But she had come to the place on her own instead, strolling in so casually. Even the Cold Prince felt like yelling at the top of his lungs, ready to tell the Holy Court mags that the scariest Red Cardinal was right in their territory. "Hurry up and catch her! You don't seem to be happy to see me." The woman in heels grabbed a wooden stool nearby that the Holy Court mags usually sat on while interrogating the prisoner in the cell. She crossed her legs and leaned backward, the picture of relaxation. "I don't think you're here to save me. Your subordinate killed my most beloved woman," the Cold Prince snarled. "Blue Bat is one of the disciples I'm very proud of," Salon agreed. "How did you get in here?" "This is the Holy Judgment Court," the Cold Prince could not help but ask. The Cold Prince did have a little glimpse of hope in his heart. If the Red Cardinal could sneak into the dungeon of the Holy Judgment Court like a phantom, didn't that also mean she could help him escape? "The maid serving hair Casa happens to be one of mine, too. The Holy Judgment Court coincidentally left her here," Salon informed him. "Humph, is there any limit to your boldness?" the Cold Prince snorted. "Who's the Supreme Pontiff?" Salon asked. "Do you think I'm going to tell you?" the Cold Prince chuckled. "In return, I'll rescue you from this place." Salon seemed to have come prepared. The Cold Prince's eyes glittered. As he thought, Salon was capable of getting him out of this place. The Cold Prince felt like he was going mad after being interrogated every day by the Holy Court mags, who had almost lost all their teeth from age. He would rather die or leave this place. "Can you really get me out of here?" the Cold Prince blurted out excitedly. "I need the Supreme Pontiff's name," Salon repeated. "I don't know his name, but I have a way to find it out. I'll give you the name if you can get me out of here." "Salon, if you really want to know who the Supreme Pontiff is, you must save me from this place. I'm the only one that can help you find who the Supreme Pontiff is," the Cold Prince said. Salon smiled. "I know that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Wait a few more days, you'll see the sunlight again soon." Mo Fan held onto the mysterious crystal and returned to the Pearl Institute with the rest of the students. Mo Fan was just about to leave to bring the crystal to Lingling and have her inspected when someone started banging on his door. Mo Fan opened the door and saw Zhao Manyang standing outside. "Where the hell have you been?" Zhao Manyang snapped. "It's hard to explain." "What is it?" Mo Fan asked blandly. "Something serious. Haven't you heard about the serious incident that happened?" Zhao Manyang yelled. "Oh, I was deep in the mountains." "So, what exactly happened? Was there a new forbidden mage, or did a forbidden mage pass away?" "Let's hope the heavens are a better place than our world." Mo Fan raised his brows cluelessly. "Oh my, you really are clueless. It was a Red Cardinal. A Red Cardinal was caught." Zhao Manyang blurted out. "Salon?" Mo Fan was startled. "It's not Salon. It was a Red Cardinal in South America. The Red Cardinal was caught by the Holy Court mags in Brazil and escorted to the Holy Judgment Court." "Mo Fan, you've seriously done the whole world a favor," Zhao Manyang exclaimed. "Me? What does it have anything to do with me? I only caught the Cold Prince. How am I related to the Red Cardinal in Brazil?" Mo Fan was confused. "Are you stupid? The Holy Judgment Court never caught a Red Cardinal after so many years, but they caught another one not long after you caught the Cold Prince. They must have gotten some useful information from the Cold Prince to track down the Red Cardinal in Brazil. You might not know this, but the Red Cardinal in Brazil is a maniac, too. The infamous cursed rainforest in Brazil was his doing," Zhao Manyang told him. "The cursed rainforest? I think we heard something like that when we were in Brazil. Wasn't it a maize forest?" Mo Fan had to ask. "Exactly. Around 13 years ago, there was a primitive tribe in the Amazon jungle called the Michiles. When the safe zone shrank due to the invasion of the demon creatures, the government requested the Michiles move down the Amazon River. It was quite a huge relocation in Brazil during that time, but when they passed by some rainforest, they ended up inside a cursed formation. Everyone that was part of the relocation died in the rainforest. Since then, the infamous name of the Red Cardinal responsible for it, Asura, had spread across South America. Even now, tormented spirits are still roaming the rainforest. They won't leave for at least another 30 years. Chapter 1797. The Black Vatican Supreme Pontiff. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was not familiar with the incident, but after seeing how thrilled Zhao Manyang was while explaining the incident to him, he believed it must have shocked the world. Every Red Cardinal was guilty of monstrous crimes. If not, they would not be wanted by every organization in the world. That's good news then. Isn't it awesome that they caught the Red Cardinal of Brazil? Mo Fan asked. That's right. Brazil is celebrating like they are having a festival. I bet the hatred in the cursed rainforest might finally dissipate by half, Zhao Manyang agreed. It's a pity that it wasn't Salon. Otherwise, it would be like New Year's in China. Mo Fan exclaimed. Either way, it's still a huge breakthrough. 2 Red Cardinals have fallen into our hands. I bet even Salon has her tail between her legs now. She wouldn't dare to do anything reckless, Zhao Manyang proclaimed. Mo Fan nodded. It was indeed great news for them. He wondered who the person that had caught the Red Cardinal of Brazil was. By the way, Jiang Xiaoshu says she's almost ready. She will be looking for the totem beasts together with us. Zhao Manyang said. That fast? Mo Fan murmured in amazement. Quick my ass, both you and Mu Bai have already achieved the super level. You will soon learn how to cast a super spell, but I'm still stuck with these useless spells like a bumpkin. How am I supposed to live like this? Zhao Manyang complained. Zhao Manyang was obviously very eager, especially since Mu Bai had achieved the super level faster than him. He still could not let it go. Fine, we'll set out after they are ready. Mo Fan had just finished when someone else knocked on the door. He bet Apers had leaked the news that he had returned to the Magic City. He would not even have a chance to catch his breath if people kept visiting him. The door opened. A little beauty with ponytails stood there. Her head only reached Mo Fan's jaw. Her petite figure gave him the urge to pick her up and pinch her face. Little Lingling. Mo Fan opened his arms to give her a passionate hug. Lingling already knew Mo Fan was going to take advantage of her. She nimbly crouched and deftly swept past under Mo Fan's arms to go inside the room. Her adorable face had an indifferent look, as if she had been through all the vicissitudes of life. Hee, you knew I had come back already. Mo Fan smiled. Something serious happened, but the two of you don't seem to have any clues yet. Lingling looked at Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. Oh, we do, Zhao Manyang just told me about it. Are you referring to the Red Cardinal of Brazil, Asura, being arrested? It's definitely something worth celebrating. Should we pay our respect to the Holy Judgment Court by exterminating 5 kilograms of lobsters tonight? Mo Fan was a little starved. That was 3 days ago, Lingling said. So what happened today? Mo Fan was surprised. I just heard it from my grandfather, the old clergyman. Around 5 in the morning today, the Cold Prince escaped from the Holy Judgment Court's dungeon. Lingling said. The Cold Prince? Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were startled. He escaped. Lingling repeated. F***K me, you're telling me that little androgynous demon has escaped? Are the brains of the people from the Holy Judgment Court filled with pig dung? Didn't they say they had the sturdiest prison in the world? That's a Red Cardinal, the Cold Prince we worked so damn hard to catch, and now they let him escape. Screw the Holy Judgment Court. Zhao Manyang cursed continuously. He almost smashed everything in front of him to the ground. Zhao Manyang had been through the whole incident at Beijiang. Not only did the people who stayed at the Northgard fortress fight against a Red Cardinal, they had fended off an entire kingdom of undead without any backup. They risked their lives to defend Beijiang and capture the Cold Prince alive. The Holy Judgment Court was shameless enough to demand China hand the Cold Prince over so they could claim the merits, but now the criminal had escaped. Lingling, can you explain what actually happened? I bet the Holy Judgment Court hasn't disclosed the Cold Prince's escape to the public yet, right? Mo Fan frowned harshly. Correct, the Holy Court mags haven't disclosed it. I only heard something about it from my grandfather. I believe he wanted me to inform you. Around 3 days ago, the Red Cardinal of Brazil, Asura, was caught. On the same day, the Holy Court mags sent more than half of their Holy Court mags to escort Asura to the Holy Judgment Court in case something happened along the way. After all, the Black Vatican has infiltrated almost every organization. The journey was quite smooth, so they were able to escort the Red Cardinal into the Holy Judgment Court's dungeon with ease, Lingling said. What does that have anything to do with the Cold Prince's escape? Mo Fan was confused. That's where the problem started. The trick that the Black Vatican used to help the Cold Prince escape was simply to... I don't even know how to describe it. The truth is, the dungeon in which the Cold Prince was locked has 7 layers of magic formations. It's easily the sturdiest cell in the dungeon. There's no way to open it while it's holding a criminal like the Cold Prince in custody. Only the Holy Judgment Court can open it, Lingling said. Mo Fan frowned. He instantly noticed where something could go wrong. He blurted out before Lingling could finish, there's another time when the cell will open, when they catch another Red Cardinal. Exactly. Lingling nodded. The people of the Holy Judgment Court were only able to find Asura because the Cold Prince exposed his identity and whereabouts. The 7-layered cell was the only safe place to lock up a Red Cardinal. So Asura is still inside? Mo Fan asked. He is, but the Cold Prince has escaped. Trading one Red Cardinal for the other, is the Black Vatican out of their mind? Zhao Manyang wondered. Mo Fan shook his head and swore, unless the Cold Prince is a lot more important than the Red Cardinal of Brazil. That's true. Zhao Manyang admitted. Why would they do that? Mo Fan looked at Lingling. The girl must have noticed something. The Black Vatican was worried that the Cold Prince might leak some important information to the Holy Judgment Court when he was being interrogated. If they are willing to trade a Red Cardinal for the Cold Prince, it means the Cold Prince is extremely important to them, or perhaps, the Cold Prince might know who the mysterious Supreme Pontiff is. Lingling said. The Black Vatican Supreme Pontiff? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. The title itself was enough to send chills down a person's spine. The mastermind of the Black Vatican, above and behind the 7 Red Cardinals, the Supreme Pontiff. Even now, the Holy Judgment Court was still unsure the Supreme Pontiff actually existed. Chapter 1798. The Executioner, Spectre. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A troop of Holy Court mags in blue uniforms were flying above the Alps. The blizzard had stopped. The sunlight was projecting their shadows across the snowy mountain. Is that a person down there? A Holy Court mage with sharp eyes spoke up. The troop lowered their altitude and discovered there was indeed a person lying on the ground. His body was face down, so the troop of Holy Court mags could not see his face yet. It might be the Cold Prince. Their leader went closer and cautiously turned the body over. It was the face of a young man. His face was extremely pale, with no sign of blood. His body was extremely stiff from the cold, and his eyes were still open, staring blankly into the sky. It's the Cold Prince, the person who had spotted the body exclaimed. He's dead, their leader inquired dumbly. The Holy Court mags stood in a circle. They checked their surroundings and inspected the body thoroughly. The person was indeed the Cold Prince. It was not just a decoy, since it was impossible to remove the seal the Holy Judgment Court had applied to their prisoners. However, he was now just a corpse. If the Holy Court mage had not spotted the dead body, the Cold Prince would be as insignificant as a small animal who had frozen to death on the Alps. His body would soon be covered in snow when night fell, and begin to rot under the snow by the second day. The Black Vatican went through so much trouble to save him, so why? Let's bring him back first. Lake Geneva. A bridge used for fishing happened to be parallel to the light of the rising sun. A man was sitting on the bridge, as motionless as a living statue. A woman in a woolen white robe went up to the bridge. She looked around before fixing her eyes on the fisherman. "You did well," the man said. "It's all thanks to Asura," Salon replied evenly. Asura has been too full of himself, and was no longer following orders. He was going to bring us a lot of trouble. "It's perfect that you used him to get rid of the Cold Prince," the fisherman said. "I don't understand. Why did the Cold Prince have to die if I was asked to bring him out?" Salon asked. "A person who has spent almost a year in the Holy Judgment Court is no longer useful to us. The Cold Prince and Asura will have to choose others to replace them." "Do you have any recommendations, Salon?" the fisherman said. "I'll leave it to you," Salon said. "Here is the information about the magistrate who summoned Haler, and the names of the people close to him," the fisherman said. "Got it." Salon took the envelope and left. The fisherman stayed put. He did not even glance at Salon. The surface was rippling, indicating that a fish had taken the bait, but he did not bother pulling the rod up. The sunlight scattered through the shades of the trees on both sides of the street, setting off the colorful tiles on the ground. Salon was walking down the street in her white woolen robe. She blended in perfectly with the attractive and fashionable women of the city. "Teacher!" A woman in long blue knitwear came over and grasped Salon's arm. Salon did not say a word in reply. The two were walking together like a pair of close friends. They would occasionally attract the attention of some men, but who would ever think that a vicious red cardinal of the Black Vatican would be walking down the busy street of a bustling city? They were not hiding underground, in a sinister castle deep in a forest, or within a temple of cultists covered in strange paintings. There's no need to keep an eye on the fisherman. He is just a messenger. He isn't the Supreme Pontiff, Salon said. She seemed to know what Blue Bat was concerned about. The Supreme Pontiff asked you to kill the Cold Prince, and you've done just that. Only you were able to rescue him from the Holy Judgment Court's dungeon and then kill him. The Supreme Pontiff was worried that the Cold Prince might leak important information to the Holy Judgment Court, so you should have gained the Supreme Pontiff's trust by taking out the Cold Prince. Why was he still using a messenger? Blue Bat asked. No one knows his real identity after the Cold Prince is dead. We might have earned his trust, but there's no reason for him to add more trouble to himself, Salon answered. Is it true that no one knows who the Supreme Pontiff is? Blue Bat had to ask. Salon smiled coldly. No one knew who the Supreme Pontiff was? Did the Supreme Pontiff seriously think he was free of trouble, merely because the Cold Prince was dead? The guy who thought he could control the whole world while hiding above the clouds was going to die just like the rest of the Ash ****** in the world one day. Did the Chief Extraditor leave? Salon asked. Yes, everything was done according to the plan without any slip-up. The people of the Holy Judgment Court didn't suspect the Cassers. After all, including the Cassers, the Alps Institute and Azisha's men were at the Holy Judgment Court too. Although there was a potential threat, Blue Bat replied quickly. Say it, Salon ordered. Mubai. The Chief Extraditor saw Mubai, and Mubai recognized her. She wasn't necessarily exposed, but if they somehow linked the Chief Extraditor with Mu-He, they might realize something. After all, the Chief Extraditor is technically still Mubai's sister, Blue Bat said. Solution. Salon prodded. Our first option is to give the Chief Extraditor a new identity, but the people of the Holy Judgment Court will be keeping a close eye on everyone that went there recently. Any disappearance, death, or significant changes to their life might attract suspicion, Blue Bat answered. We can't change her identity for the time being, Salon stated. Someone in the Cassers was still alive, thus the Chief Extraditor had to stay with Herr Casser for now. Then Mubai has to die. He's currently at Funshue Mountain, and has achieved the super level. All of our men are having trouble infiltrating China now, let alone our executioners. I have a suggestion. We can ask the chief extraditor to deal with the threat herself. Mu Bai isn't suspicious of Yang Qiu's identity yet. We'll let the chief extraditor lure Mu Bai out and get rid of him, Blue Bat said. If Mu Bai dies at the hands of the chief extraditor, it's basically telling everyone around him who the chief extraditor is. Don't forget how Hu Jin died, Salin harumphed. I'm sorry. I didn't take that into consideration, Blue Bat said. Send Spectre after him, Salin said. Spectre. Blue Bat shivered when she heard the name. Use killing Mo Fan as an excuse, Salin continued thoughtfully. Chapter 1799. Evil Caning Spirit. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. At the Canton Tower in Guangzhou. A stall selling grilled chicken wings was in the plaza in front of the building. Mo Fan was taking the lift to the higher floors, where the Magic Association was headquartered. Ha ha, brother Mo Fan, you finally came to visit me. Here, I'll show you my new discoveries recently. Feng Julong immediately went up to Mo Fan, who was holding some aromatic chicken wings. Feng Julong conveniently took a chicken wing from the box and ate it. Did you make any progress on your research on how to merge different elements? Mo Fan asked, raising his brows. Oh, I was not referring to that. If I could really solve such a difficult problem, the world would see me as a great person. By the way, did you find the darkness corruption useful? Feng Julong inquired. It's great, able to kill the target sneakily or track down the target from a long distance away. My darkness corruption was strengthened recently, too. I came today to see if you have any way to help my dark material evolve. I've also found something for you to take a look at. I have no idea what its uses are, Mo Fan told Feng Julong. I just happened to be looking for you, too. Our research union happened to find some cursed material. Although I haven't really figured out an actual way to merge elements, you can combine the cursed energy with your dark material. The price isn't too high. Just pay us $1 billion, and I'll immediately ask someone to help your dark material evolve. Feng Julong reached his hand out, trying to grab another chicken wing from Mo Fan's box. Mo Fan moved the box away to dodge the man's hand. He said, "Is this a bandit's nest or something? $1 billion? Don't you feel ashamed? Our research union needs some funds, too. We might be close, but we can't just give it away for free. How about if I give you a discount? 800 million, the thing is called the Flogging Curse. It has the ability to corrupt, permeate, and tag its target, similar to your Fiendish Knight. It also has an imperious domain, the Evil Caning Spirit. It's a kind of undying cursed spirit that exists in the domain. If anyone is hostile toward you or tries to harm you in the domain, the Evil Caning Spirit will have a certain chance to possess the target and punish it." Feng Julong seemed to greatly admire the dark material. His eyes were glittering like a salesman, as if he was hoping Mo Fan would buy it right away. "I don't have the curse element. Are you sure that thing is compatible with my Fiendish Knight?" Mo Fan asked, confused. "Yes. If you are interested in it, I can slightly modify its compatibility. I can guarantee that your darkness corruption is going to be insanely strong," Feng Julong declared. 800 million is still too expensive. Mo Fan was a little intrigued after hearing Feng Julong's description. The Fiendish Knight might be outstanding, but it still lacked a little offensive and destructive power. Feng Julong was a reliable man. He was the one that had passed on Bei Jiang's dark material to him. If he highly recommended something, it would most likely make his dark material extremely powerful, but the price. Was he really going to spend all the money he had earned from completing the quest for the Tear of Medusa? He was thinking of buying himself some super-level equipment, since he had now achieved the super level, but he was struggling to make up his mind after meeting Feng Julong. "Give me a little more discount." "You know how poor I am," Mo Fan said. "It's already the best price I can offer. We only developed it not long ago. It's possible that some councilmen, generals, or elders might take it away if they see it. I can easily sell it for $1 billion or $2 billion since it's my project, but if you didn't bring Bei Jiang to me, which helped me with a breakthrough, the project wouldn't have been a success. Therefore, you're the first person I thought of, Feng Julong exclaimed. If you say so, fine, I'm taking it. Mo Fan finally made up his mind. Then you'll have to stay in Guangzhou for a few days. I'll make the preparations. It's the same thing again, I'll guide it into your dark material to let your darkness corruption evolve completely. Feng Julong said. Not a problem, give me a call when you're ready. I'll be going if there isn't anything else. Mo Fan seemed like he was in a rush. Feng Julong nodded. He was looking at Mo Fan like he was studying his favorite guinea pig. Damn it, I almost forget why I was here in the first place. How did I end up letting you trick me into paying you 800 million? Mo Fan returned a moment later. Are you regretting it already? I guarantee you that the thing is more valuable than what you are paying, Feng Julong exclaimed quickly. No, I came here to show you something. I got it off a rare species of demon creatures at Dingcheng. Mo Fan took out a bag and untied the rope on it. He showed the broken crystals to Feng Julong. These crystals don't look that valuable. Feng Julong reached his hand into the bag to touch the crystals, but his expression immediately shifted. His eyes widened. Mo Fan, where did you find these crystals? Dingcheng, I already told you. So, are they anything useful? Mo Fan pressed. Of course. They are very useful. Feng Julong was able to identify the crystals right away, even when Lingling was totally clueless about what the crystals were, as expected of a reputable nation-renowned researcher. How do I use them? Mo Fan asked immediately. Have you heard of growable magic tools? Feng Julong said. Yeah, equipment or magic tools that can become stronger by absorbing certain magical items, Mo Fan remembered. How could Mo Fan not know what a growable magic tool was? The little loach pendant on his neck was a perfect example. He would not be where he was right now without its help. These crystals are the most important material when crafting a growable magic tool. We call them receiver crystals, which is closely related to its purpose. Think about this, equipment and magic tools are usually objects. They don't have a mouth and the ability to digest like most living creatures. The receiver crystal basically gives the magic tool and equipment a mouth so they can eat, Feng Julong told him. Mo Fan suddenly recalled the mud morphing monsters after Feng Julong was done with his explanation. The mud morphing monsters were supposed to be a low-level species, yet they had the ability to absorb humans to improve their strength. Was it because of these receiver crystals in their bodies? Brother Mo Fan, do you have more of these crystals? Feng Julong asked excitedly. Chapter 1800. For additional effects. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyrsid. Edited by Aelrianth. This receiver crystals are of the earth element. Such a pity, you're lacking a very important condition. Otherwise, I could make something good for you. Feng Julong said. What is it? Mo Fan promptly asked. A devouring seed. Ordinary spirit-grade seeds and soul-grade seeds are masses of energy gathered over a long time, nurtured by nature. If magic tools and equipment could grow by absorbing energy, why can't soul seeds that contain the presence of life? Feng Julong conjectured. An upgradable soul seed. Mo Fan stared at Feng Julong. He was quite impressed by the man. This old mage of the Research Union was like the creator of a magic world. No wonder Dean Xiao thought so highly of him, and kept asking him to develop a close relationship with the old man. But no one is willing to offer me these valuable receiver crystals for the experiment, but I believe I have the skills to do it, Feng Julong said. You're telling me it's only theory now? Mo Fan had to ask. Yes, but it's plausible. I once met someone with an innate talent like that. It could absorb other soul seeds to strengthen his soul seed, Feng Julong went on. Is there really such an insane innate talent? Mo Fan gasped. It's such a pity, Feng Julong sighed. What do you mean? You've already said that twice. Mo Fan exclaimed. You're not an Earth Mage. If you had the Earth element, I could make an Earth element devouring seed for you. The crystals you have are not enough to craft a growable magic equipment, but it's enough for a devouring seed. You are a bold man, so I wouldn't hesitate to experiment with it on you, Feng Julong went on. Mo Fan hesitated for a moment. He wondered if he should tell Feng Julong that he was now an Earth Elementalist. Is the devouring seed that impressive? Is it stronger than the Spirit Grade seeds and Soul Grade seeds after it's upgraded? Mo Fan asked. Yes, of course, and not just by a small margin. You should know that once a Soul Grade seed replaces a Spirit Grade seed, you'll lose the attributes and additional effect of the Spirit Grade seed. Since the additional effects of Soul seeds are very useful, it's quite a great loss to lose them when upgrading between Soul seeds. The power of the devouring seed is its ability to preserve the additional effects when it's upgraded. Not only that, the additional effects will grow stronger, too. The person who I mentioned with the innate talent, do you know how many additional effects his spells have? 3. Even a basic spell has 3 additional effects. That's insane. Feng Julong exclaimed. A spell with 3 additional effects. It was Mo Fan's first time hearing about anything like it. Normally, only high-quality Soul Grade seeds would have an additional effect. For example, Mo Fan's Lightning Tyrant's additional effect was the Lightning Tyrant Scars. His other Soul Grade seeds did not have any additional effect. The Meteor Scarlet and Ardent Sunset's ability to spread and grow stronger the further they traveled was part of their traits, instead of an additional effect. The additional effect of a Soul Grade seed would inflict a special burn or tag the target with a unique seal after attacking the target. If I say I've awakened the Earth element with an innate additional effect, does that mean it will add a special effect after the devouring seed reaches the Spirit Grade, and another special effect when the devouring seed is upgraded to the Soul Grade, so 3 special effects in total? Mo Fan asked. Yeah, but what a pity, Feng Julong sighed again. Enough, come, I'll be your guinea pig. Mo Fan clenched his teeth. He had completely sold himself to Feng Julong. No, you have to be an Earth Mage first. These crystals are of the Earth element. It won't work with other elements, Feng Julong told him sadly. Look at this. Mo Fan waved his hand indifferently, summoning a curtain of sand. Feng Julong's eyes widened when he saw Mo Fan's spell. You have reached the super level. Feng Julong exclaimed. And you've awakened the Earth element. That's right. Mo Fan nodded. Wait, the color of your magic, an innate additional effect. Feng Julong exclaimed once again, finally realizing what Mo Fan was referring to. 3 additional effects, 3 additional effects, ha ha ha, that means we can easily have 3 additional effects when the devouring seed reaches the Soul Grade. Old Feng, I'll leave myself in your hands for these few days. I have a duel to fight soon, and my dignity as a man is at stake. You are going to determine if I can win the duel on the day, Mo Fan proclaimed loudly. People like us who are dedicated to the research of magic mostly lack resources and absolute trust. Businessmen keep promising to sponsor us, yet they won't provide us with the best resources since they were scared of losing everything if our experiments fail. If you dare to give these receiver crystals to me, I can guarantee you that you will be able to make a name for yourself with an Earth element that has 3 additional effects. Feng Julong burst out laughing. Mo Fan was indeed his favorite guinea pig. He dared to take the risks that others were not able to bear. That's true, I knew you were reliable when you got me the dark material. Oh, may I ask, what the price of these crystals in the market is? Mo Fan asked. These crystals? I bet you could sell them for 50 million each. Considering the number of crystals you would have no problem buying a Tier 3 or Tier 4 city. Most importantly, the buyer has to know its value, and be able to turn them into useful products. Speaking of which, without these rare materials, there won't be any products, either. There are only a limited number of growable magic tools and equipment in the whole country, Feng Julong told him. Old Feng, maybe I should consider it again, I was too excited just now. Mo Fan's body twitched after hearing the price of the crystals. The crystals were enough to buy a small city. No wonder Apers was treating them so preciously, they were insanely valuable. Oh Mo Fan, how can you go back on your own promise? Weren't you saying how much you trusted me just now? Feng Julong exclaimed. I can already buy a heaven-grade seed with the money, why would I bother with having 3 additional effects? Don't you know how short on funds I am after reaching the super level? Mo Fan promptly rejoined. Brother Mo Fan, can't you be more ambitious? A heaven-grade seed might be impressive, but think about it, if you can upgrade the devouring seed to the heaven grade one day, how insane would your earth element be? For additional effects, was the immediate reply.